Chapter 5 First Expansion. From the beginning, Aura had mixed feelings about splitting her duties with Wisey, whose reputation was feared by many within the great forest of Tob. Even though she recently tamed her mount, Lord Ains had emphasized the importance of maintaining Wisey's public image as a feared apex predator for future use, and she had allowed him to keep it. This made interactions with other forest natives complicated at best, if not outright terrify them. As someone who reigned over many powerful monsters, Aura could somewhat understand her master's intentions. It would be a fool's errand for her to reject help if it was only meant to preserve her dignity as a ranger. When all was said and done, Aura still felt a tinge of melancholy regarding Lord Ains's decision. She was initially excited about the prospects of harvesting Wisey's fur, and she was surprised to hear that Lord Ains didn't share her sentiment during one of their message conversations and wished to keep the beast alive. However, the orders of the supreme beings always came first. When it came to the masters of Nazarick, Aura would not hesitate to reject her thoughts outright. Still, it was not as though Aura was delighted with her new arrangements. Not only did she feel uncomfortable sharing responsibilities with someone who wasn't from Nazarick, but using her new pet as a mount had slowed her down considerably. If she had to be perfectly honest, her abilities would easily make up for Wisey's deficits, which only became more glaring as time passed and something they had to address and fix in the near future. If there was one saving grace Aura could come up with on the spot, Wisey's geographical familiarity with the forest had exceeded her expectations. She could not deny that the giant hamster knew this forest better than anyone. The dark elf girl was not hesitant to learn of the ins and outs of the place if it meant for the betterment of Nazarick. And though it was much sooner than anticipated, she was grateful for the opportunity to create an even more detailed map. Given how much information the quadrupedal mammaloid could supply, there was little doubt in Aura's mind that Nazarick had gained a significant head start in exploring this world's terra incognita. Aura held onto the soft fur of the oversized hamster as her pet charged toward the nearest goblin settlement, nimbly avoiding the trees and keeping her mistress in mind when moving between obstacles. It may not have been as efficient as her pet Fen's forestwalker ability, but it was good enough. The trees gradually became sparse in their surroundings, and sooner rather than later, the duo reached a clearing filled with huts made out of wood and mud. In front of them was a crudely made altar, with fruits and dried meat scattered about in crude geometric patterns. While Wisey seemed to have an impartial look on her face, Aura furrowed her eyebrows as she intensely scrutinized the altar's appearance. Such an altar would never be permitted in Nazarick due to how roughly it was created, and as such, it held little interest to Aura. The food was unappetizing, too, at least to the dark elf girl's standards. Comparatively speaking, she felt the food in Nazarick was of far better quality. Offerings to me, they leave, Wisey explained, tail swinging in the breeze as it reached to impale a meat chunk. Do you need them? I was planning to feed you better, you know. Then again, I shouldn't be expecting anything good from a backwater place such as this, huh? Aura sighed as she stood up on the hamster's back to get a better look, using the tail for support. Eagerly wait for that opportunity, I do. Wisey exclaimed, drooling at the prospect of eating delicious food. Her tail instinctively swung even faster, causing Aura to nearly stumble off of the scaly appendage. Oi, watch it, I can't do my job right if you keep swinging your tail. Aura shouted. She rolled her eyes as Wisey began apologizing profusely for her actions, but her attention quickly shifted to a new development nearby. Immediately, her eyesight captured several small figures slowly emerging from the nearby hut in scattered pairs. They were not much taller than her, and they dressed in outfits made of leather or what looked like once belonging to humans. Upon taking a closer look, Aura judged them to be of the goblin race, although her memory told her that they were far inferior to the ones she had seen in the past. One figure, a half-head taller than others and clad in crudely reshaped plate armor, stepped forward and stood before the altar, ignoring the fearful looks on his comrades. He watched the pair approach but focused on the hamster whose size loomed a great shadow over him. He ignored the indifferent-looking child on the massive beast's back. O wise king of the forest, we have been expecting your arrival. As always, my brethren and I have prepared the tribute we gathered to the best of our ability. The goblin spoke enough for him to be understood, and he bowed deeply, with his kin kneeling behind him. Your village's tribute, I acknowledge. However, I must correct you, I'm afraid. Wisey, I am called now. Mistress Aura, I have pledged my undying allegiance to. The goblins stirred in response but stayed silent in the presence of their superior. After Wisey's announcement, the giant hamster plopped to the ground for Aura to get off her. She knew Aura did not need this help, but her gesture would send a clear message to the goblins regarding who was subservient. Aura, true to her energetic style, jumped up in the air and performed a somersault, causing many goblins to gape at the young girl's remarkable fitness. She landed on the altar, comfortably nesting her feet between the areas devoid of the village's various offerings. She cleared her throat and shouted loud enough for the entire camp to hear. Hiya! From now on, this village will be ruled by my master, Ains ul Gaun, ruler of the great underground tomb of Nazareth. If there are any of you who won't submit, you'll face destruction. What will it be? The goblin leader glanced at the wise king and the elven child. If the wise king's submissive gesture wasn't enough, the rightful ruler of the forest had called her his mistress, which held ramifications he would need to account for the survival of his tribe. Above all that, the dark elf girl's subtle gestures also did not escape the goblin leader's eyes. She had an immensely bored look on her face, and her foot-tapping signified her growing impatience. Such attitude could only belong to the strong, who treated the weak as nothing more than a small bump in their road of conquest. It was easy to put two and two together. This child had subjected their king and now was doing the same with them since they were weaker than the king. We submit. What do you ask of us, Mistress Aura? The leader swiftly prostrated before her, with the rest of his tribe following suit in silent agreement with their leader's actions. Aura slyly grinned at how swift the goblin village was to acknowledge her as superior. She thought capturing and subjugating settlements would be a breeze, but having inhabitants believe Nazareth's superiority from the start would make it even easier for her lords to hammer them into subordinacy. Sometimes, despite all of her shortcomings, she had to hand it to her pet hamster. Hey Albedo, I've dealt with the first settlement. It was quite easy to get them on our side. Aura messaged the guardian overseer, sounding somewhat bored. She wanted to get a move on as time was cutting short. As expected of the pathetic species in this world. Excellent work, Aura. Can you provide me with details regarding the numbers and race of their population? Albedo replied after a moment of silence. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I can guess there are roughly 100 as far as I know. As for what species, they're goblins, although they seem to be inferior if that makes sense. Closing curly bracket. I see. Thank you for the information, Aura. A group of servants will handle the operation of integrating the primitive tribes. They will be heading over to your position in just a moment. Closing curly bracket. True to Albedo's word, a gate opened beside Aura as soon as the guardian overseer closed the message. The dark elf girl turned to see a lich leading a group of 20 skeletons. Half of them were elder guards, clad in plate armor and armed with one-handed swords. The rest were regular skeletons carrying various tools, clad in very little gear besides standard leather shirts and pants. Lady Aura, I can take it from here. The lich spoke in a raspy whisper that was difficult to hear from the goblins' perspectives, but Aura simply nodded in response. Great, then we'll be off to the next settlement. See you. Aura flashed a smile while the undead either gave deep bows or salutes. The dark elf hopped onto Wisey's back, and they hastily left the vicinity. Since the lich would handle the duties of assorting tasks, their presence was no longer necessary. Dealing with the following settlements garnered similar if not identical results. As expected, Wisey's reputation preceded hers, and the various species quickly submitted to Nazareth's rule, one after another. Seeing how easy her task was, Aura could not escape the onset of boredom as the hours passed, and she began to feel fatigue wearing down her mind. Thus, she resorted to twisting branches and the like, if only to pass the time. One settlement caught Aura's interest at one point in her operation. It was a place filled with lumbering beasts that she quickly guessed to be a variant of ogres, a much-needed break from the monotony of goblins. They were about 2.5 to 3 meters tall and resembled shaved gorillas with brown skin. Massively muscular with sharp jaws protruding out of their mouths, they were intimidating to those unused to ogre appearances, designed over the generations for maximum brute strength. Dressed only in loincloths regardless of gender, they could barely be considered more than regular beasts except for their bipedalism. While their enormous size dwarfed that of goblins multiple times, their intelligence was even worse as they mostly communicated through short phrases and grunts. Even so, they quickly understood the absurd difference between them and the dark elf girl after a quick display of power. In no time flat, Aura saw Nazareth being bolstered again with another species of the New World. As the pair traveled around the forest, taking over it tribe by tribe, they also encountered minor difficulties. Some goblins and ogres decided that running was better than fighting or serving, forcing the duo to take action. While most were killed outright, some managed to slip away during the fights, much to Aura's annoyance. She did send her quicker pets after them, but the more isolated, smaller groups evaded their pursuers, having lived in the forest for generations. Oh well, we'll get them all sooner or later. Aura shrugged, trekking on from another battle. Lord Ains and his undead will sweep the area and snuff out the rest, so it's not like the outcome will change for these guys. Her task was to ensure those living in the forest would serve Nazareth, and she would deliver as best she could. At the end of the day, Aura returned to the 6th floor, taking Wisey with her. Both appeared in the arena, but Aura quickly guided her pet outside into the lush green forest, where food grew in abundance for Wisey to munch on. Mistress, confused I am. How can I see the sky if underground this place is? Wisey asked, glancing up at the darkening sky. It's artificial. If you fly high enough, you just reach the ceiling. Lord Blue Planet made it that way. Aura explained with growing admiration in her voice. The pair moved closer to the giant treehouse in the middle of the floor where her residence and Wisey would be staying temporarily. Wisey stared at the sky with wonder while absent-mindedly moving forward, contemplating the power of the lords who even ruled over her master. As if she were saying her thoughts out loud, she got a response from the ranger. Don't think about it too hard. Lord Blue Planet is a supreme being. That means he can do anything. I don't know how it works either. Anyway, my place isn't that far now, so I'd appreciate it if you speed up the pace. Wisey did as she was told, and already they could see the faint silhouette of Aura's abode, a spacious-looking treehouse that towered over them. Upon reaching their destination, Wisey settled under one of the branches where the floor was covered with soft moss, while Aura went inside the structure for her soft cotton bedding. The next day, they continued the work, conquering settlement after settlement into the newly emerging nation of Nazarick and utilizing undead to stabilize their dominion. By the end of the fourth day, Aura realized they had completed the last phase of their operation. Wisey's entire territory was now under Nazarick's rule, enforced by skeletons and answering to her. Until her master gave further orders, they would not move on to the lake, where the lizardmen and frogmen tribes constantly feuded over the swampy territories, making efforts to extend Aura's domain more difficult. Apart from that, Aura recalled the lands controlled by the Giant of the East or the Demon Snake of the West, both of which her lords declared prohibited areas unless ordered. The only unaccounted part of the forest was a small patch of trees controlled by a tribe of hobgoblins living in a fortress of unknown origins. With Albedo giving them the green light to proceed moments later, both moved towards their last objective. Without any difficulty, they reached the outer gate guarded by two ogres with haphazard armor. Both had crudely forged chest plates with thick leather pants decorated with steel knee guards and boots. Each held a massive spear in their arms, roughly hewn from large sticks and metal blades. No point talking with them, right? Aura more stated than asked and drew her bow. No need to explain any further, there is. Without a second thought, Wisey charged the gate while aiming for the head of the ogre standing to the left with her tail. Once within striking distance, she shot her tail like a whip, turning the creature's head into a bloody putty. Aura made quick work of the other one, shooting an arrow into its chest, causing the ogre to explode into a gory mess over the floor and walls. The wise king of the forest collided with the massive wooden gate headfirst, shattering it upon impact and bulldozing through. With splinters shotgunning forward like bullets, the pair made a rather dramatic entrance, startling the hordes of goblins, hobgoblins, and ogres inside, who were caught unaware. Using the stunned shock of the creatures, Aura took out a microphone from her inventory and recited the same speech about them either submitting to Nazarick's rule or getting exterminated. A moment later, a tall and massively built hobgoblin charged out of the keep, a claymore in his hands worn with age. He was wearing what appeared to be dented mithril armor, most likely a token off the corpse of a high-ranking adventurer. He took a defensive stance and shouted, "I am Goblin King Gervok, ruler of these lands. You do not scare me. Come show me your might. Seriously, why does every moron think they have a fighting chance? It will end up the same no matter what they do." Aura shook her head in disappointment. Wisey shook their head too, feeling similar. Not wanting to drag things out, she jumped off Wisey and charged at the arrogant Goblin King, saddling her bow and arrows. Before he could even blink in surprise at the child daringly taking him head-on, she was in front of him and jumped, using her momentum and natural body strength to slap him upside the chin. The massive hobgoblin was sent flying like a rag doll, landing about 10 meters away, and flying into the wall of a building. She glanced at what remained of her foolish opponent, dusted off her hands, and spoke into the microphone again. "Can the second in the command come forward? I don't have all day. I am not dead yet, child." A slurred speech came from her right, followed by spitting and wheezing. Aura turned her head to witness the Goblin King slowly rise with a wobble and walk towards her with an uneven stride, limping. His face was all but bashed in, with his jaw shattered to pieces, so it was a miracle he managed to speak. Gervok stopped about 3 meters away and prostrated before Aura, dropping his halberd, which he had used as a crutch. "I see now, child, no, mistress. This battle has taught me that I was nothing before your overwhelming might. We submit to your rule." "Great. It would have been easier if you just said so from the start, you know. I'll let you live, but don't expect generosity to come your way anytime soon. If you repeat this stunt with Lord Ains, you won't be fortunate enough to get killed." Aura shook her finger at the prostrating figure despite the irony of a child warning an adult of something dangerous. As with all other places, a team led by a lich arrived to start integrating their tribe into the newly formed nation. With a sense of a job well done, Aura reported to Ains directly via message, but not before clearing her throat. She wanted to make it sound like it was an effortless job, much like how Albedo represented the cold efficiency of a secretary. She would be the perfect ranger. Lord Ains, I have finished my task. There was minimal resistance due to Wisey already being known to many of the settlements. Closing curly bracket. Excellent, Aura. The time frame in which this task was completed was quite sooner than I expected. I'm proud of you. Closing curly bracket. While the dark elf girl tried her best to play it off coolly, such an attempt was in vain, given her mental age. She started sputtering as she placed her hands behind her lower back, hiding her fidgeting from seemingly no one in particular. Thank you, Lord Ains. It is a pleasure to serve. Closing curly bracket. So much for making it sound like I had it under control. I must sound like Mare when he talks to our masters. I'm glad no one is watching me right now. As always, I am deeply grateful for your loyalty. Since you fulfilled your task with astonishing speed, it is only right that you deserve a break. You can take a few days off, and afterward, we'll see to what the next task I can entrust you is. Closing curly bracket. Aura's mood immediately shifted when she heard the near-instantaneous response from her master. Her eyes widened in horror upon hearing her lord's suggestion. Few days. But Lord Ains, I am not tired. Just give me the order and I'll get on it right away. Aura messaged back at an even faster speed, unable to hide the mounting desperation in her voice. I'm afraid I cannot withdraw from this decision, Aura. While I sincerely appreciate your willingness to help, I would like you and the rest of the floor guardians to have a proper rest occasionally. Not only is it important for one's growth, but it would do you well to ease off from a task that you had been performing non-stop. Closing curly bracket. Aura could only remain silent in consternation. There was some truth to her master's words, truth she could not deny. At the time, it appeared like her operation would go smoothly without any problems, so she wanted nothing more than to get it done as soon as possible and return to Nazareth to await more orders. For her master to see through her feelings was nothing short of impressive. Realizing what had happened, Aura felt her stomach cramp up with guilt. She had made Lord Ains address one of her issues before she could bring it up herself. I'm sorry, Lord Ains. I will get to work on this resting period as soon as possible. Closing curly bracket. It is just simply resting. There is no need to make it sound like a duty, Aura. Closing curly bracket. Stupid me, I'm not trying to sound like a workaholic. The verbal blunder almost made Aura ruffle her hair in frustration. I mean, I'll rest up, Lord Ains. Closing curly bracket. Please do. In the meantime, I'll give you your next task once we deal with the already conquered part of the forest. I'm sure you can find something fun to do meanwhile. Closing curly bracket. Okay, I will. Aura replied, trying not to sound too disappointed. Her first task was a resounding success, but like everyone else in Nazareth, she didn't just want to rest on her laurels and strive to continue to prove her worth. However, seeing how the report went with Lord Ains made her admit that some rest could not hurt. Perhaps a nap would help refresh her mind and prepare her for the Supreme Being's next task. While the work as of late demanded more of his presence, there were few more pleasant things to do for Mare than his usual work in the forest. As a druid, he felt completely at home there, bringing him peace of mind as he strolled through the land. He carefully slipped between the vegetation, appraising the unfamiliar herbs for Nazareth's sake. With the vast library of all the flora found in Yggdrasil firmly stored in his mind, seeing so many exotic species was a surprise he enjoyed. He would be sure to report this information back to Demiurge and the Supreme Beings since many of these herbs could be helpful for their human integration plans. The boy bent before a small bush with thick, meaty leaves. He gently touched one of the leaves and activated his innate ability to learn all the useful properties of the plant. Juice relieves nausea. No other special properties. He quickly wrote it down in his notebook and drew a picture of the plant underneath, carefully storing his notes. The location was also noted down for future use, as he knew Demiurge prized location-based information given its utility. Without hesitation, he went for the next herb, repeating the process as he had for the past few hours. His notebook steadily filled up, page by page, as his pencil wore down. Soon enough, he found the first universally beneficial plant for Nazareth. Provides healing to all living beings. This is what Lord Tabula was asking for. Mare broke into a delighted grin as he carefully pulled out the small plant and waved over the group of skeletons gifted to him by Lord Ains, for his personal use while on the job. They could carry him around, keep surveillance active, or act as a deterrent against the forest's natural predators. Spread out and look for these types of herbs. He gave them an order and noted his findings once more, the skeletons fanning out as they occasionally plucked plants and returned them to him. As he worked, a small honey badger-type creature emerged from the hole in the ground and snarled at him. Hey, I'm busy. Go away, Mare muttered to the creature, resuming his task, digging underneath a tree to get to the herb hinted beneath. But it seemed that the animal had a bone to pick with the elven boy who had invaded his territory. With a mix of a growl and yelp, it lunged at the boy, claws and jaw extended far and wide. Mare was having none of it. Before the beast could bite him, his swinging heavy wooden staff found its target, smacking the animal square in the head and crushing its skull. Its body flew for several meters before crashing into the undergrowth, scaring away another prospective badger. I told you I was busy, he sighed, and washed the blood and brain matter off the staff with some basic water magic. Lord Mare, are you all right? The new voice was devoid of any emotion whatsoever, yet it sounded as though it was genuinely concerned for its master. It was not as though Mare needed such worries placed on him as he could handle any potential ruffians, but it was annoying at times when his flow was interrupted. Some time ago, during one of Mare's reading sessions, the druid was contacted and informed by Lord Ains. The Supreme Being told him that he and his sister would have bodyguards assigned to them until further notice, primarily for their own safety and well-being. Such personnel came in the form of 8-edge assassins, which Lord Ains had already familiarized himself with. While Mare had been ecstatic at how his master had shown his consideration for his servants, having the ninja-like insect monsters constantly around him was starting to grate on his nerves, no matter how well-intentioned they were. I'm fine. But could you please deal with such things? Mare spoke, trying not to look disgusted at the newly deceased animal. Such distractions were a massive waste of time and could potentially make him fail the tasks entrusted to him by Lord Ains. The 8-edge assassins looked where the druid pointed at the now dead animal. Understood, Lord Mare. We will deal with all intrusions. The metallic insects replied with a salute and retreated into the shadows without another word. The druid sighed with relief before replacing his attention on the task at hand. Slowly but surely, he mapped out what sort of plants could be gathered in the forest and where to find them, along with various miscellaneous notes he could use for future reference. It did take him a few days, but he was content due to the lack of further interference from the 8-edge assassins. When the work was finished, Mare was satisfied with the results. The map could fill a thin book, and the individual notes could fill an encyclopedia. All that remained was to make a few copies of his notes and deliver samples to the alchemical department, where they would be received by Lord Tabula's subordinates. As for the rest of the gathered material, they would be stored in the treasury and subsequently categorized by Pandora's actor. At first, Mare would have had to rely on Shaltyr's help regarding the transportation of goods. While grateful for having someone cover his lack of a gate spell, he did not want to further impose on his fellow floor guardian who was perpetually standing guard at Nazareth. On the third day of this unique circumstance, he eventually learned the gate spell for himself, allowing him to send the skeletons to the treasury. A slight smirk appeared on his face before he teleported to one of his favorite places in Nazareth, the library of Ashurbanipal. Upon making his way to the front desk, Mare saw a figure who had an uncannily similar appearance to Lord Ains. This was one of 5 overlords working as the librarian, and it appeared to be reading a novel that the druid was unfamiliar with. In this case, the area's guardian, Titus, was named after a famous Roman emperor, much to the humor of those who knew the great contrast between the bookworm librarian and his gladiatorial namesake. Lord Mare, always a pleasure to see you. Titus greeted his favorite library patron. The boy frequented the place the most out of all the NPCs, taking out a new book or two to read on a daily basis and usually had a kind word or two to give as well. Hello, Titus. Sorry, but I'm in a bit of a rush today. Can you make 5 copies for me? Mare returned the greeting as he placed the notebook on the table. Of course. The librarian nodded and began using one of his innate abilities. Having plenty of magical power to spare, creating such items was a trivial task for someone like him. He made thousands in the past. 6 more was a drop in the bucket. In less than a few seconds, 6 identical books plopped themselves on the desk. Will this be good enough, Lord Mare? Yes, thank you. I'll be on my way now. Thanking the undead overlord for his work, Mare set out to his next destination, the alchemical laboratories. They would find great use for his notes, particularly the ones for healing and poison. Much like his short-lived conversation with Titus, the druid preferred not to interact with anyone from the department more than necessary. He dropped the samples into the hands of the appropriate Serpentine lab workers, told them to notify their superiors as quickly as possible that the notes had arrived, and teleported to the treasury as quickly as possible. He placed 2 book copies in the to sort area next to the bags of herbs. Knowledge had to be preserved through multiple methods in case something occurred. The doppelganger would delight in knowing the information had been gathered on order of his Vader. Last but not least on his list were Lord Tabula's living quarters. Mare trotted to the entrance with light steps and stood only a few inches before the door. He gently but quickly knocked on the door 3 times. As was always the case, a maid opened the door with a courteous bow and stood aside to let him in. A woman whom Mare had almost mistaken to be Albedo at first glance greeted him with similar politeness as the maid, whom he quickly recognized as Mariposa, Lord Tabula's wife. Lord Mare, it is a pleasure to meet you in person. I have to apologize on my husband's behalf. He is busy with an experiment and is currently available. She spoke in a polite tone, lowering her head. Oh, I see. In that case, can I leave the materials and notes with you? In a split second, he extended his arms and handed the goods to the woman. From what he knew, she was appointed to a rank similar to an area guardian and served as her husband's assistant. He wouldn't receive any punishment, though the anxious part of his mind made him assume a worst-case scenario where his superiors would scold him for taking up their time. Mare truly hoped to avoid such a scenario. The woman could not help but smile at the druid becoming increasingly more fidgety. It seemed to her that he wanted to leave this room as soon as possible, and she found it mildly endearing. Of course, Lord Mare. I will make sure Lord Tabula obtains them. With a charming smile, she accepted the bag with the herbs and the small book. Great, thank you, Mare replied. Not wanting to waste more time, he promptly left the Supreme Being's quarters. All that remained was to write a quick report of the situation and then rest properly as per his master's orders. Unlike most of the denizens of the Great Tomb, who were appalled at the concept of taking breaks, Mare didn't mind the time off too much. There were countless books to read in the library of Ashurbanipal, and only so much time to indulge in his reading hobby. If he was going to take a break, he might as well start it off properly. As Mare made his way to the library, he thought about reading the novel Titus had with him earlier. After all, the druid fervently believed that immersing oneself in a book was as magical as immersing himself in his own spells. Puro awoke with Lupus soundly sleeping, her head on his chest. The small bed wasn't too comfortable, but Puro had sworn to himself to have an authentic experience unlike any before. He wanted to spend the night in the inn and sleep on the bed the room provided them with. Unlike the Swords of Darkness, who all slept in the same room, they took separate ones. Buku, in particular, was adamant about getting her own room, even if she had to pay for 2 beds. And Puro was not one to cross his sibling when it came to sleeping quarters. With both rooms costing less than a silver coin, they easily could afford it. The growth of their already large income showed no signs of stopping, and the siblings did not mind splurging a little of their hard-earned money on technically unnecessary accommodations. She probably sneaked back to Nazareth for the more comfortable beds. Puro mused, knowing his sister all too well. Now, having a strong body, she surely was trying to make up for the last few years she had spent without a partner and in near constant pain, and that meant sleeping in Nazareth's finest bed surrounded by her entertainers. Hey, it's time to wake up. Puro gently nudged Lupus, who mumbled something unintelligible in return. Her slurred speech continued for a few more seconds until her eyes gradually cracked open. With a long yawn, she slowly sat up and stretched her arms to both sides, forcing Puro to jerk back to avoid being hit in the jaw. See, what did I tell ya? It wasn't as bad as you thought it would be, Puro stated matter-of-factly. He quickly got out of bed and started to get dressed, pushing his head through the opening of a new shirt in the span of a second. Can I burn this place down once the adventure is finished? Preferably with all the people still inside. Lupus asked in response. A murderous glint twinkled in her eyes. This probably says a lot about myself, but what is it with crazy women surrounding me all the time? Puro thought as he let out a chuckle at her morbid request. Probably not the best idea, given what we have to do. But if you hate it here so much, we can swap out with doppelgangers and sleep back home next time we have to stay in the inn. I have said this before, my lord, but this place is unsuited for you. It's shameful we have to resort to cleaning magic instead of a bath, and the stench is below what your status should endure. Staying at a shitty place like this gives us perspective on how splendid we have it in Nazareth. If we're to rule this world, it's important to know how regular people live. Puro put on the last pieces of armor and exhaled, feeling the freshness of the cleaning spell washing over him. It was a godsend in current circumstances. Even if he wanted an authentic experience, his standards were still limited. Why would you need to know how puny humans live? Our ultimate goal is to take over this world, right? This world's living standards would then be changed in a way that is fit for divine beings such as yourself. If a ruler ignores the needs and desires of the people, it builds resentment, and that spills over into rebellion and inner sabotage, which might grow out of control. If people have nothing to lose, they could start causing trouble out of pure spite. That would give us a lot more work ruling over them. We cannot fix everything immediately, we must bide our time until we are prepared to rule. But killing them is easy. Just kill off the ones who do not fall in line. Maybe torture some publicly. The weak will know who is strong. You may prefer that sort of rule, but we don't want that. I'd rather live where most are happy rather than miserable. But don't worry, there are always those who need to be removed from society. And with the living standards of this environment, there will be plenty. You'll have your fun no matter what, in time. He wasn't sure if Lupus understood him, but the intentions must have been clear to her when a grin stretched across her face. In the end, Puro knew what sort of girl he was dealing with. She needed to vent out her sadistic urges from time to time, and she was nearing her limit again. They met up with Buku and the Swords of Darkness in the tavern area, but after witnessing what half-baked slop the tavern keeper had been serving as breakfast, the group promptly left the scene. The only one willing to stay was Britta, who had spent much time half-starved to save enough money for a healing potion. Since they needed to stack up on food for at least a few days, they decided to get something fresh to eat from one of the market stalls and purchase their preserved rations at the same time. Afterward, they made one quick detour to the guild headquarters to see if anything had changed into monster movements. Lucrut chose to go out and mingle with the adventurers, but his party members knew he was highly efficient when gathering information. According to hearsays, people had reported a disturbing amount of goblins and ogres who attacked the villages near the Great Forest of Tob, and the adventurers planned to hunt the aggressive creatures for the standard bounty. Their incentive was fueled by the need to line their pockets, which was reasonable regardless of an adventurer's rank, and their sheer number would ensure the hunt would occur smoothly. The moment they stepped into the guild's main hall, one of the clerks stationed at her desk spotted the group, and she approached them with impatience in her steps. The clerk was a woman in her early 20s dressed in the standard uniform, and her brown hair was neatly tied in a bun. Peter, someone is looking to hire your team. Bring your new friends, too. She addressed the leader of the Swords of Darkness like an old friend and motioned for them to follow her to a designated bench. That's unexpected. Do you know who the client is? Peter asked. Enfire a bearer. I'm sure you know of him. Try to keep on this one. The boy pays good money for the jobs. Everybody knows, Peter replied, but then remembered his new friends were not locals. He's kind of a big deal around here. His grandmother owns the best pharmacy in the city, and he's a talent holder who can cast second-tier magic on top of being a good alchemist. We need to get this guy for Tabula. Closing curly bracket. Both siblings messaged each other instantly and then covertly chuckled at their similar thought process, leaving Lupus, the only one to notice, feeling left out. By then, they had arrived at the bench, where a lone child was relaxing. The boy stood up and greeted them with a short bow. Good morning. My name is Enfire a Bearer, and I would like to hire your group to escort me to Carne Village, and then to the outskirts of Tob for herb gathering. The boy was on the shorter side with a soft, handsome face and bowl-cut blonde hair that covered his eyes. Shit, it's a hentai protagonist. Buku, run. Puro couldn't help but make the comparison. Not everyone is like that, you perverted bird. But he does look kinda cute. Buku replied, eyeing the boy up and down. Puro deadpanned at the look on her sister's face. You're only further proving my point, sis. Closing curly bracket. Oh, shut up. Closing curly bracket. That works great for us. We can offer you safe passage and hunt monsters on the way there. But we did agree to team up with these four. Peter replied while taking a seat at the table, motioning toward the group. The rest followed suit, sitting down as well. Enfire almost broke into a smile but quickly returned to a neutral expression, knowing he was in good hands. That won't be a problem though. I will pay according to guild guidelines on rank salaries. But don't worry, I will also pay the standard price for all the herbs you help me gather, so your end payment should be worth your time. This guy has something else on his mind, but I can't put my finger on his ulterior motives. I doubt he would be leading us into a trap, but there's something, I just feel it. Buku messaged Puro with an air of caution surrounding her words. If he tries anything, we'll drag him directly to Tabula and ask Ains to fix the memories of our new pals. Closing curly bracket. I guess you are right. No one in this kingdom should be able to scratch us or Nazarick. Closing curly bracket. About an hour later, with talks being quite short and decisive, they went on the road with a horse-pulled cart with most of the team walking around it. Enfire, who chose to be the driver, had already provided the means of transportation, something all appreciated. At various points throughout the journey, the group took short turns to sit beside the boy, to rest a bit. Until they were near the forest, the only thing to worry about was a bandit ambush that rarely happened in this part of the country. Most criminals preferred to work on roads connecting larger cities, as those were the routes wealthier people traveled. As a result, there were relatively few threats to keep an eye out for, allowing the environment to become fairly relaxed. The lot turned out to be friendly and pleasant, effortlessly keeping up a steady conversation and encouraging them to talk about their adventures. They perked up when Puro told a particular story of them exploring ancient ruins, which in actuality was his retelling of how he soloed one of the low-level dungeons in Yggdrasil, only now including Lupus and Buku in the tale as well. Buku stifled back giggles at the Swords of Darkness, who looked like adoring fans meeting their idol in person, while Lupus was always happy to hear more of the birdman she loved. Has anyone managed to replicate the potions you found? Enfire asked once Puro was finished spinning yarn of his splendor and valor. We gave one potion to a group of researchers that also comes from our country, and they're actively working on it. One of them mentioned they were interested in collaborating with someone from Re-Estais in the near future. If you're interested, we can help you contact him after this mission is over. Puro and Lupus glanced at Buku but refrained from stating anything. They knew she had dropped a lure and hoped Enfire would hungrily take it too. Maybe he somehow knew we had those potions. My idiot brother flashed one way too openly. That would explain why he wanted to hire all of us out of the blue, if only to get his hands on them. In either case, I hope he bites, and we can hook him up with Tabula after all this is over. That does sound interesting. I'll have to ask my granny first and ask what she thinks about it, though. I hope you don't plan to leave Rantel anytime soon. Enfire looked like he had just hit the jackpot, and immediately tried to play it off like it was no big deal, but the entire group caught the look of surprise and delight flickering across his face. Buku turned away to hide her smirk, as she was not the only one who felt like a huge winner in their perpetual verbal duel. They continued their journey with people chatting among themselves, the guards occasionally chipping in if it was meant to stave off their boredom. Dine talked with Lupus about healing magic and how both could improve, while Puro bragged to Lacrut about his conquests. Buku had difficulty not rolling her eyes, knowing those stories mostly came from porn games he had played in the past. At one point, Puro perked up and stared at the forest, with Lacrut picking up on his reaction and watching the tree line intently too. Buku also turned her attention to the woods and noticed movement between the trees, fingering her arrows. A lot of entities are coming. Looks like goblins and ogres. Puro claimed, readying his bow. Lacrut was just a second slower to react, giving Enfire the impression that the two were seasoned archers from the battlefield. I took the liberty to arrange some entertainment for you. Aura wrangled up about 100 goblins and 30 or so ogres out of those who tried to flee the forest, so don't worry about having to preserve their lives. Have fun with your new friends. Albert messaged the trio. Thanks, it was starting to become a little boring around here. This is just what we needed. Have you planned anything else? Buku messaged back. I can send Aura with her new pet, who is considered a legendary beast called the Wise King of the Forest. Your new buddies probably know about her, given the myths. She packs a punch for this world's natives but is laughable by our standards. Closing curly bracket. That sounds fun. Just make sure to remind Aura to tone it down to the level we're pretending to be. Puro replied, sounding excited about both of the upcoming fights. How is Ains doing? I hope he isn't sulking about not being able to come with us. Buku asked. He's busy training with holy magic spells, and Pandora and Albedo are preparing a surprise for him. You're gonna love it too when you come back. Closing curly bracket. Albert's cackling only served to fan the flames of the siblings' interest, but they chose to shelve that matter for another more convenient time. I'll hold you on those words. Now, if you'll excuse us, we're about to have ourselves some fun. Puro promptly ended the conversation and unstrapped his bow, habitually placing an arrow between his fingers. An average human would be able to hit a target accurately up to 200 meters away, so he could easily go for a 300 to 400 meter range shooting range and still be fine. The extended range would make him seem even more impressive if there was space and time to show off later. Once the first goblins emerged from the forest, he nailed one right between the eyes almost instantaneously, downing it as he began rapidly reloading. Hey, I wanted to do the first shot. Lacrut shouted, taking aim as well beside him. He was eager not to stay behind, but his shot ended up being non-lethal. The arrow whistled in the air briefly before piercing one of the charging goblins in the shoulder, and the victim of Lacrut's shot fell to the ground, letting out a shrill cry. That didn't deter him from immediately taking another shot to try to keep up with Puro, who had already slain 2 more goblins in the time span he had been jabbering about. As more monsters charged out of the woods, Peter observed the hordes of monsters with increasing worry. The undergrowth was rapidly becoming no more than mush, and that was not a good sign. There are too many of them. We have to fall back before they overwhelm us. We can handle this, Buku retorted back to Peter, practically oozing with confidence as she took the shield off her back. She had readied her sword and was about to charge in the small army barreling their way when the others spoke up. Lucy, please protect Enfire to the best of your ability. Don't let anything get near him. Bro, are you going in close range with me or staying back? Ninya, get the buffs going. Dine will take the left flank while Britta will go for the right. Lacrut, make sure no one gets overwhelmed and cover where needed. Peter barked orders, readying his own sword and shield and leaping for the center. Yeah, I'm coming with you. I need more close combat practice anyway. Puro smirked, joining his sister's side. Both siblings looked at each other with small nods as if agreeing on some unspoken challenge, which, to be fair, they were. The others caught on, not all pleased at their lack of tension. Don't get cocky, now. You guys may be strong, but there's way too many to deal with all at once. Britta shouted at them. She was utterly dismayed at how the newly met trio was quick to abandon proper formation, despite all their bragging earlier. The red-headed adventurer's remark made Lupus almost want to roll her eyes. She already suspected her superiors would use the opportunity to show off a bit, though they seemed to be expertly concealing their true power. She took a few steps forward, casually standing in front of the swords of darkness, not bothering to grab her weapon. The siblings meanwhile ran into the incoming monster horde with speed surpassing that of what peak human was supposed to be capable of, jump-starting the slaughter, massacre of goblins and ogres before anyone else could. Puro periodically shot arrows left, right, and center, tossing his bow in the air and using two short swords to kill anything near him when enemies got too close, before returning to quick reload bow fire. He intentionally avoided allowing ogres into melee range to give the impression that they could pose a significant threat to him, preferring to stab and slash goblins as he nimbly danced across the field. With the battle becoming heated, he started to use flashy moves more commonly seen in action movies than in actual combat. Buku's approach was similar. Since her shield was enchanted with a recall function, she used it as a long-range projectile, shattering anyone and anything unfortunate enough to get into the shield's path or her attention. Anything else near her either got decapitated with her blade or received lethal kicks strong enough to destroy bones and crush them into dust. Noticing her brother's flashy moves, she also incorporated some theatrical flair in her actions. Her shattering an ogre's skull with a jump flip while simultaneously sending her shield into a group of goblins made their new friends forego some of their caution and watch in surprise for a few brief moments. I didn't know humans were capable of such feats, Peter commented, lowering his shield. He immediately rose it back up in response to a stray goblin charging towards him, having escaped the two whirlwinds up front. They must be at least mithril if not adamantine level, Enfire stated in response, similarly stunned as the others. Mithrils can't do this. They'd have to be on par with the warrior captain, Ninya claimed the obvious. Do you think there's something more to these guys than we originally thought? If you don't want to die, I suggest paying attention to your surroundings. Lupus interrupted the adventurers, excited chatters, gripping the mace in her hand and waiting for an ogre to reach her. When the swords of darkness snapped out of their casual talk, they noticed a small group had broken off from the bulk army and were now making their way toward the cart. Peter frowned at how careless he and his comrades had been in front of new power. Everyone. There are about 3 ogres and about 12 goblins. Get to defensive positions. While Peter and Britta tackled 2 ogres, Dine used vines to immobilize and weaken the goblins. Ninya cast protective buffs on the 2 frontliners from behind, and even Enfire didn't just sit idly by as he began casting acid bolts at the ogres, earning grateful glances from the swords of darkness. Lupus closed in the distance between her and the remaining ogre and slammed the beast in the kneecap, causing it to lose its balance and collapse. Before the beast could do anything else, she quickly leapt around it and smashed the mace into the ogre's lower back, shattering its spine into pieces. The beast's deafening wails of pain were enough to disrupt the attacking group as they instinctively tried to get away from the sadistic woman, who planned to cripple anyone near her. Lupus clubbed a few goblins in the chest just hard enough to shatter their ribcages but not instantly kill them, leaving the smaller creatures on the ground gasping for air and choking on their blood. After that, no monster dared to get close, even preferring to attack the others over her, much to her irritation. Overall, the battle was reaching its end, with monster corpses littering everywhere on the battlefield. A few remaining ones fled in panic, but they were quickly taken care of by Puro and Lucrut, who shot down most of them with relative ease. Ultimately, only 2 ogres and roughly 10 goblins escaped with their lives. Without much hesitation, Ninya took out a pocket knife and began collecting ears, with the rest of her team following suit. So, do these guys ever have some decent loot? Puro asked, returning from the massacre, grinning from ear to ear as he tucked his bow away. Rarely anything is worth keeping. We do see some monsters having weapons or armor picked from adventurers, but the armaments tend to be in bad shape for the most part. They wouldn't fetch enough price to return it to the cities for their weight, so we leave them behind. Peter replied. I see, so how are we splitting this? My team killed 10 at best, so the rest are yours. It's a nice bonus, and I think you can apply to become iron plates immediately. Peter scratched his head. Becoming long-term friends with such strong people would undoubtedly benefit his team. As this battle proved, they were on a path of rapid advancement and likely would be mithril ranked within the year if there were enough threats for them to demonstrate their capabilities. Once they gathered the remaining monsters' ears, they began removing corpses and piling them some distance away for the forest animals to consume them. One of the rules of the Adventurers Guild was to not leave any monster corpses out for too long, or else their stench of death would eventually turn them into the undead if left rotting in such large quantities, creating more threats from previously conquered ones. As the trio from Nazareth made note of that, the group continued on their way, chattering all the while. The rest of the day proved to be uneventful. At sunset, they traveled further away from the forest and set up camp at the base of a small hill for defensive purposes. It was unlikely that they would encounter human enemies, and if they did, there was little chance any of them could stand against the trio of people who effortlessly killed massive beasts like ogres. After the tents were set and the dried food was mixed with boiled water in small bowls, everyone settled around the fire and ate with grateful looks on their face. The food was on the saltier side because salt was the only way to preserve food for a long time if magic was not involved, and none of them were quite that rich to afford rations like that. Buku sat down next to Ninya, making the boy nervously stare away each time the woman glanced at him with a predatory gaze. Oh, don't be shy. It's okay if you haven't had a girl before. Buku leaned closer and purred into the boy's ear, much to the amusement of the spectators. Go for it. It's not every day a pretty lady like her is after you. Lucrut exclaimed with a laugh. Ninya flushed beet red once again and glanced downward, unable to speak in embarrassment. Buku, not backing down, leaned even closer as her sultry voice kicked in. If you'd like, we could go somewhere private for a talk. I don't bite unless you're into that sort of thing. Ahi, Ninya let out a high-pitched sound, something between a scream and a squeal. The Minute Mage frantically looked around, hoping for someone to say something and rescue them. To Ninya's horror, the Swords of Darkness only gave wide grins, clearly enjoying the show. Before Buku could say another word, Ninya scurried away and hid behind Dine. The mage used his massive frame as a shield from the woman's aggressive advances. Give it a rest. Peter shot Buku a stern glance, realizing that Ninya was terrified of her advances. Ninya had been like a younger brother to him ever since the talented boy joined his team. He only knew a little of Ninya's past, but even the droplet of things revealed to Peter did not paint the brightest picture of the young mage's background. His parents were dead, and his older sister had been taken away by lustful nobles, leaving him all alone and without any hope of seeing his only living relative ever again. Even if the boy was old enough to have his first time with a woman, he always shied away from physical relationships. When the rest of the team went to get their fix on carnal desires, he would stay behind at the inn. Not that Ninya ever judged them, as such was the life of an adventurer, and it was rare for them to marry before the end of the rather dangerous career. Sure, if he is not interested, I'll back off. Buku shrugged, returning to devouring her serving of dried vegetables. With conversations dying down around camp, Puro and Lupus agreed to take the watch shift towards the morning and disappeared into their tent, lights dimming fairly quickly. Buku, as more of a night owl, volunteered for the first watch together with Peter, who wanted to keep an eye on her. The rest, including Enfira, went to sleep as well. For a while, both sat in silence. The cracking of the ever-constant fire and the clear star-filled sky gave a pleasant calming effect, prolonging the quiet nature around them. I'll back off. You don't have to be so suspicious, you know. Buku stated after glancing at Peter's expression. Sorry, it's a habit. Ninya has a hard time standing up for himself. Trust me, I get it. I have a friend who once was like that. Took him a long time to open up. But you can't shield Ninya forever. All he had to do was to say he was not interested. Buku said while poking the fire with a stick, using the other to toss in more small twigs. I know. What happened to your friend? Peter asked, glancing over at her. If she was a bit more subtle, maybe Ninya would have opened up. Maybe he isn't into women and is afraid to tell us. He has a wonderful woman by his side. For a while, I considered having something with him myself, but I guess life had other plans. Not that I regret it much. We probably wouldn't have lasted anyway. Buku poked the fire a few more times, stating nothing else to keep the conversation going. With Peter seemingly thinking about something intently, she returned to watching the night sky and listening to the crackling of the fire. Bonus story. Surprise. There wasn't much arguing with her. Albedo just grabbed his hand and led him toward a surprise she and Pandora had worked on behind his back. He had no clue what was going on, and it was both exciting and terrifying at the same time. Where are we going? He asked the excited succubus, who had already cast a gate and pushed him forward through to their next destination. It wasn't even the middle of the day, so it was highly unusual for her to act this aggressively for attention. You'll see, she exclaimed enthusiastically, following after him and rapidly closing the gate. The first thing assaulting his senses was loud German country music, music he had once uploaded as part of his creation's background. Pandora. Ains frantically glanced around, feeling the emotional suppression bringing him back to tranquility. His son was standing by the grill, dressed in only colorful swimming trunks and cooking sausages, happily singing along to the tunes a modified sound amplifier was blasting. As he glanced around, he realized where he was led to. It was the same lakeside where he created a few chairs and planned to retreat when the pace died, but his girlfriend and son beat him to the punch. The crafty conspirators had worked without catching Ains's attention as he was preoccupied with his holy magic training, preparing the props, and even roping in other Nazareth natives. There were spacious changing rooms next to the grill, with 4 homunculus maids dressed in black and white one-piece swimsuits nearby, ready to assist should a person arrive. On the other side was an open bar operated by one of the insectoids from the 5th floor, dressed in a cute bartender's outfit, chilling the glasses with his icy breath and polishing them with a piece of cloth. At his back was a small watchtower populated with a few succubi and incubi dressed in red one-piece swimsuits and swimming trunks, respectively. This is definitely from somewhere. Ains was unsure what piece of media had inspired the installation, but it was clearly from somewhere, perhaps in the library. Finally, the row of chairs had small tables between them and large umbrellas above, likely borrowed from the storage rooms of his previous guild members. While he was taking in the scene, Albedo had pushed him to the changing rooms. Before he could utter any words of protest, there were a pair of swimming trunks in his skeletal hands and a homunculus maid leading him inside the dressing room. To his great surprise, the otherwise overly eager maid only showed him around the equipment and disappeared outside without trying to help him undress. For once, being able to dress in peace, he changed into the swimming trunks and put on the sunglasses that rested on a small stand, using a mirror to ensure it was placed on comfortably. Satisfied with his going to the beach look, he went outside, his white bones shining in the bright midday sun. The same maid immediately followed him with a towel in her arms and laid it out on one of the beach chairs, subtly suggesting for him to lay back and relax. Not a bad surprise, he mused, leaned back in the chair, and observed the lake's calm waters. Since no one is saying anything, I won't speak out about Pandora's choice of music either. Soon enough, Albedo joined him, clad in a tight white two-piece swimsuit that left almost nothing to the imagination. Do you like it? She asked, stepping right in front of him and turning around, flashing her figure. You look great in it. She smiled in response, taking the seat next to him after another maid had laid down a towel for her. How did you find this place? It was mentioned in reports when Pandora asked for materials and personnel. I couldn't say no when he explained his intentions. I see. I hoped to surprise others with this place, but it looks like you two got ahead of me. Ains chuckled. I hope the others will enjoy this place. Lord Albert has reserved this resort for tomorrow. How did he? His spy network. It seems nothing can be hidden for him. At least he had no intentions to ruin the surprise. Ains could only nod in agreement. It was a blessing that the demonic player wasn't running schemes to make life harder for others. Albedo gently touched his skeletal hand and leaned back in her seat, hiding under the umbrella from the hot sun. The maids brought the drinks from the bar and a snack in the form of sausages Pandora was grilling, placed in a bun with some sort of red sauce. Resolved to taste it later, he remained for now in his natural skeletal form to enjoy more of the emotional tranquility it brought. I guess staying home wasn't as bad. But I couldn't just run off and leave her behind. Ains glanced at Albedo. No matter what, life was much better than it used to be. Edited by Aiden_Low and Zermeister. Proofreading by Aiden_Low, Swiss, Sleuthin, Detract, Sad_Smiles, and Bizzer Nixon. Anne. Thank you for reading the story, and if you have caught up to the latest chapter, you can check out my other work or join my Discord server, link is in my profile where additional chapters are available, or if you are interested in becoming a beta reader gives access to chapters months ahead of regular readers. 1 comments 0 vote. Chapter 6 Looming Shadow. The dimly illuminated streets during the night allowed her to swiftly move unimpeded throughout the city. Clementine lurked in the dark alleyways, a predator looking for prey, stalking through the shadows of the stone and wooden jungle. The cult members had caused enough distraction for her to breathe freely for a while, but the Windflower scripture was bound to find her sooner or later. And that's where the second part of her plan came into play, to further delay for time while she fled from the scripture once again. She would supply Kajiat with the crown of wisdom to escalate his plan of turning the entire city into undead via what was called a spiral of death. It was a well-known fact that undead radiated negative energy, and when enough of them were in one place, the accumulation of negative energies spawned more undead. If not culled quickly enough, they would start growing in number, generating more negative energy which in turn accelerates the spawning of new undead. Eventually, a threshold would be reached and the process would become fully self-sustaining and self-replicating, creating an eternal paradise of undeath that would take monstrous amounts of effort and many dozens of lives to destroy. The only question that remained was who would use the crown to jumpstart and accelerate the positive feedback cycle. With this, Kajiat would gain immense power over the kingdom due to holding one of its cities hostage. Considering how rare it was to find someone capable of using it, she banked on one thing that should increase the odds: talent holders. There had to be at least a few people in Erantel with magic-oriented talents capable of harnessing the magical item's potential. Moving unseen, she found a lone adventurer walking towards the nearest tavern, a perfect target for interrogation. Of course, she could always go to the information brokers in town, but killing them was riskier due to the chance of the infamous crime cartel, Eight Fingers, hunting her down if she started to kill their members. She was strong, but she wasn't stupid enough to attract even more attention to herself. Seeing a perfect opportunity, she crept up behind the man and whacked him on the back of the head, disappearing into the darkness with the unconscious victim over her shoulder. The guards didn't patrol the poorest parts of the city, and no one would come to help the man if he screamed, making this part of the slums the most ideal place to interrogate someone. It didn't take long for him to wake up confused and attempt to sit up, straining his back. He traced the back of his head, still feeling phantom pain, and drowsily stared at the figure looming over him. "Looks like you hit your head pretty darn hard," Clementine claimed, leaning closer to his face. "What? You?" he mumbled, vision swimming in and out. "Now, you are going to tell me about every known talent holder in this city." The man, realizing that this woman was the one who ambushed him, tried grabbing for his sword as his vision cleared, but it wasn't there as he grasped naught but air. "And I thought I could be nice for once," she stated with a smirk, as she jammed one of her stilettos into the man's right shoulder. The man screamed and tried to shake her off, but despite her smaller stature, she was far stronger than a mere iron-plate adventurer and held the mobility advantage. Clementine pushed the man against the ground and twisted the stiletto deeper, ripping tendon and muscle apart as the man screamed. "You don't have to talk if you don't want to, it'll be more fun." She laughed, an almost inhumanly wide smile decorating her face. Please, I will tell you everything I know," the man whimpered in agony. "Go on." Clementine pushed on the stiletto, causing additional pain as the blade tore deeper into his flesh. The man's anguish was making her work up once again. "That pained appearance twists my insides. It feels so good. I know only about Enfire Bearer. He can use all magical items. Please let me go. That's it. I get just what I need on the first try. Maybe there are gods out there looking out for lil old me." Clementine couldn't believe her luck. "Where can I find him?" she inquired and removed the weapon from the man's shoulder, the victim hissing as he was granted relief. "Near Plaza," the man said, as he let out a pained groan. "Bearer Pharmacy." "How does he look?" "Scrawny, blonde hair over his eyes, always wears an apron." "Wasn't that hard to just tell me what I want," she declared matter-of-factly and stood up, twirling her blade. "Why you will let me go? Why would I do that? Our fun has just begun." Clementine tilted her head to give the impression that she was confused as to why such a question was even asked, resulting in the man shaking against the unreasonably strong woman restraining him. "I told you what you wanted. Why are you doing this?" The man screamed at her and tried to get up. Clementine, in turn, kicked the man between the legs before he could get up and towered over him as he lay there in a fetal position, whimpering in pain. "Oh, you expect a sob story of me getting abused by men like you, and now I'm getting my revenge. Or maybe it was my teacher who decided to have fun with the innocent young me." She howled with laughter, kicking the man onto his back. With a swift movement, she jammed the stiletto into the man's other shoulder and continued. "Maybe I just like doing this. Maybe there is nothing wrong with me." Not expecting any answer from her victim, not that she got one, she went on with the torture session and disabled his legs next by tearing through tendons of his thigh and ankle. Now completely helpless, all he could do was lay there and await his future. After stabbing him an additional dozen or so times in other sensitive regions of his body, she could move to the final touches. She pierced his stomach one final time and slowly crushed his genitals in her plate gauntlet, adding that bit of final agony. When the man finally died from blood loss, she picked up his Iron Adventurer's insignia and fastened it to her armor, hanging it alongside several others of various metals. That was so good. Maybe I should go for a woman next. Some high-pitched screams would really get me off, just imagining them begging. Ah, it's a shame they're rarely alone and I have to take out entire groups. She stepped away from the corpse and disappeared into the night, moving towards the graveyard. For a man working in great secrecy, Kaji, it was not that hard to find once you knew his habits. All she had to do was enter the city's disproportionately large graveyard and reach the eerie crypt located at the center of it. Kajiat, where are you? She called out in a sing-song voice. Zuranorn cultists like him love to creep and crawl around tombs like this, so the old man was likely somewhere near. She descended into the first chamber and waited, continuing to hum her tune. Clementine, why are you here? An annoyed man's voice responded to her call. An old, bald, sickly-looking man in a red robe came out of the shadows beyond her. In his bony right arm, he held a crooked wooden staff, and there was a necklace made out of various small skulls hung around his neck. Is this how you greet an old friend? I even came with a gift. Clementine faked being offended. What gift? What did you steal this time? Kajiat inquired, tensing up. Oh, I took this pretty little thing. You should have seen the princess. She pissed herself the moment the crown was off her head. She took a step forward, twirling the delicate jewelry around her index finger. Bah, that thing is worthless. You know anyone who uses it goes insane. That is if they can even use it in the first place. There is someone in this city who could probably use it. Have you heard of someone named Enfira in town who could use any magic item? Kajiat's expression changed from worry to a twisted grin. Yes, he could wear it. But what are you getting out of this? The cult's goals were never yours. He eyed the woman carefully. Clementine was a bloodthirsty, sadistic psychopath of a woman, and no sane man would believe in her being generous for no upfront or conventional reason. The cult may use unconventional methods to achieve unconventional ideas, but they were nowhere near as insane as the girl twirling around a piece of jewelry worth multiple of her necks like it was a cheap leather bracelet bought off the back alleyways. Plenty. I get to play around with the survivors, who you get to raise as the undead later. Your stunt will shake the windflower scripture off my back for good, and I can loot a few bags of gold for further expenses and even perhaps share a bit with you. She flashed the old man an innocent smile and put her arms behind her back, pushing her chest forward, knowing this had sealed the deal. You can take all you want afterward, but it better work. The last thing I need right now is dealing with slain goons. I'll get Enfira. You worry about your rituals. I'll be back soon. She cutely waved him goodbye and started her ascent towards the surface, skipping all the way up. When she was out of sight, Kajiat exhaled sharply, and just in case, watched the narrow hall for a few more minutes. If a beast like her snuck up on him, all his plans could end with his premature death. Things were still kind of awkward between Buku and Ninya on the second day. She apologized the next morning for making him uncomfortable, but the boy kept his distance from her, something nobody could fault him for. Enfira, on the other hand, was becoming visibly more excited the closer he got to the village. Someone you want to meet there? Puro asked, picking up on the boy's delighted mood. Enfira blushed and after nervously looking around a bit, replied, there's a girl I like there. Making moves on her. Puro broke into a wide grin. I don't have the courage to confess, and I don't know if she likes me back. Enfira stuttered back. Itsuki and I will teach you all you need to know to make her yours. Lukrut joined in, throwing his arm around the taller man's shoulder. Yeah, with the three of us, that girl stands no chance. You're going back to the city a taken man, Puro agreed, swinging his arm around as well. Aren't you forgetting something? Half of that village was killed. Buku messaged her brother via message skill. But most, if not all of the girls in his age group survived. So he just needs to be supportive and he's got this with lessened competition. Closing curly bracket. I guess so, since the village is pretty much under our control, if he wants to be with a girl from there, it would be even easier to get him into Tabula's hands. Closing curly bracket. Now you sound like Albert. Closing curly bracket. Fuck you. Like you're any better. The remaining road between them and the village practically melted away, and soon enough Karne came into view. Enfira stared forward with a confused expression and mumbled, since when did they have a fence around the village? Something wrong? Peter asked. No, but there wasn't a big fence the last time I visited, Enfira replied, a hint of worry in his voice as he subconsciously reached for his weapons. He pulled the reins to urge the horse to go faster. Save for the fence and one house that looked partly burnt down, the village appeared mostly the same from his vantage point. Perhaps the village had finally shelled out the funds to purchase a fence. No, it had to be something worse to drive the peace-loving town to put up such defenses. Monster attack. Henry. I hope she's alright. Enfire drove the cart as fast as he could over the bumpy dirt road. His guard team needed to break into a jog to keep up with him, who sensed his stress levels and prepared to arm themselves if necessary. As they approached the gate, a group of armed goblins emerged. One in the middle of the group shouted, "That's far enough." The swords of darkness were instantly on defense, drawing their weapons and aiming at the goblins. Buku, Puro, and Lupus did the same, more for appearance's sake, even going so far as targeting different goblins to ensure a quicker takedown for the team. "Hey Ains, what's with the goblins incarnate?" Puro messaged his friend to get to the bottom of this. Goblins. Closing curly bracket. There was a moment of silence. Ah, Henry used one of the 2 goblin general horns I gave her. Avoid killing them if you can, since they're her main labor force these days. Closing curly bracket. He quickly informed his team about his findings while more goblins emerged from the surrounding wheat field, giving the impression of a well-organized team. "What is your business incarnate? We'd prefer to avoid a fight if we can, especially with that red-haired one there." "She gives me the creeps," the lead goblin inquired. "What is going on? Where are the villagers? What have you done to them?" Enfire shouted back, preparing to light them up with magic. The situation tension grew more palpable with every passing moment until a young woman appeared and ran towards the gate. "Boss, we have a situation here. Do you know these people?" the lead goblin asked, turning towards her. Instead of an answer, Henry broke into a wide smile and exclaimed, "Enfi." Seeing her reaction, the goblins lowered their weapons, but still surveilled the group for any sudden movements. Henry. Enfire jumped off the cart and ran towards her, almost dropping his sword. Henry pushed the goblins aside and ran towards him, leaving behind her basket of goods. Both stopped just outside the gate in an awkward pause, unsure of the situation at hand. For everyone present, it was obvious that they wanted to hug each other, but something prevented them from doing so. Now that the misunderstanding was slightly resolved, the group was led inside the village. The goblins were still eyeing Lupus, but didn't show any signs of hostility. Henry and Enfire were about to go inside one of the houses for a private talk when another girl got between them and pulled Henry back. "Millie, what's gotten into you?" Henry asked, trying to get her friend to stop. "Outsiders. They will harm you. Don't go with them alone," she replied in a panicked state. "That's Enfire. You know him. He's a friend." Henry tried her best to calm down the girl who was growing more hysterical with every passing moment. The goblins got involved in trying to calm down the girl as well, along with shooing away the crowds. "Don't trust them. They're outsiders. Enfire brought them here. You can't trust him." She pointed at the armed group. "Millie, look at me," Henry pleaded with her friend. "Nothing bad will happen. Jugum and the rest will protect us." What happened? Henry, what is going on?" Enfire started to get agitated as well. "It's fine. Millie, please calm down. No one will hurt us. Remember, our new friend is watching as well. She is strong." Henry hugged the hysterical girl, murmuring the same sentences a few more times into her ear to calm her down. "I will just talk with Enfi and that's it. He needs to know. What I need to know. Let's go talk. Please take care of Millie," Henry said to Jugum while taking Enfire by hand. There was an awkward silence between them. Enfire glanced at the girl, already suspecting what she was about to speak while Henry gulped multiple times, trying to formulate the words in her head. Both sat at the table in her home, the same room where her mother had given her hints about being old enough to look for a husband. When her father still let her sit in his lap from time to time and tell her stories his own mother had told him, subtly implying for her to pass them down to her sons and daughters. If not for her sister, she likely would have abandoned this place a long time ago, moving to a house with fewer memories to haunt her. There was an attack. She bit her lip and looked down, desperately trying to keep her emotions in check and not break down crying. "I'm sorry." He reached over the table to touch her hand but stopped midway. "Mom, Dad, they died. They killed them for no reason. Half of the village was killed. If not for kind strangers, Nemu and I would be dead too. They killed those soldiers. They rescued the warrior captain. They even gave me a strange healing potion and a horn that summoned the goblins you saw earlier. Everyone has been paranoid these days, that anyone coming close with a weapon besides our protectors is out to finish us off. I'm so sorry. If there is anything I can do to help you, please don't hesitate to ask." Magic items, a strange magic potion. It would be inappropriate to ask about it now. "You are such a good friend, Enfi." Henry touched his hand. Friend, listen Henry I would. The words he so desperately wanted to say just stuck in his throat. She perked up listening intently. Could it be? No, I should not have false hope. I shouldn't think about such things right now. I need to take care of Nemu. If you don't mind, I would like to know more about those people who helped you. He switched the topic. Henry pulled back her hand, hiding her visible disappointment, and tapped her lips with her index fingers. They all had very nice looking clothes and armor. And they were very strong. I think they mentioned living somewhere deep in the forest. What else? Oh, the healing potion was red. At first, I thought they were giving me blood, but it tasted nice like fresh juice. Red healing potion. They mentioned that they gave some to their friends. This must be them. I'll try to talk to them later. They must have been amazing. They were. Their leader was called Lord Ains. He looked so wise. Then there were elven twins, Puro and Buku. Buku was so pretty. I'd never seen such a beautiful woman before. And Puro was so handsome. There was another lady, but she was in a full suit of armor and I couldn't see her face, albedo. Oh, and there also was this guy with black hair. Albert, I think. He disappeared quickly to do something. Have you heard about any of them before? No, this is all strange. But I would like to meet them to thank them for saving you. Enfire shook his head and blushed a bit. Once again, he tried to gather the courage to confess, but as with all the times before, his anxiety took the upper hand. Should I tell him about Yuri? She told us not to mention her to nobles and those who serve them, but telling Enfi should be fine. I'm not sure about those other people though. Maybe Millie was right about not trusting them. I trust Enfi would not do anything bad, but what if he tells someone bad by accident? I know how to leave messages for them, but you can't tell anyone about it. But enough about that. How long are you planning to stay? Maybe I should say something. Sometimes he looks at me weirdly. If he stayed longer this time, maybe we could. Those thoughts again. He probably has a girl in the city waiting for him. Henry forcibly pushed the thoughts away, choosing to move on. Even if Enfire hadn't chosen someone yet, he hadn't expressed any real interest in her either. No invitations to join him for something where they would be alone, no hints that he would like to take her to the city, nothing. And then there was her little sister, who was dependent on her. Under no circumstances would she leave her behind, even if no man would marry her. Probably for a few hours. The help I hired is very strong, so I can safely go inside the forest and gather as much as I can. Enfire nervously played with his fingers. What if I invited her to come along? But the forest could be dangerous. Please be careful out there. I will, don't worry about me. Meanwhile, the adventurers were preparing for the forest trip. With the horse-pulled cart staying behind, it would be them who would carry all the gathered herbs back to the village, and that meant supplies and equipment had to be reassigned. The villagers were already lining up to present the herbs they had gathered, but it would not be nearly enough for such an expensive trip. Enfire was paying good money to have an 8-person team guarding him, and that investment needed to be earned back. Since he had already picked bags for himself, Puro glanced around in an attempt to occupy his time while Enfire was chatting up Henry. Same as him, Buku had also done her preparations and yawned in apparent boredom. After taking a walk around the village, she noticed a small, crude clay statue behind one of the barns. Other than that, the only remotely interesting thing happening were the villagers practicing archery under the supervision of the goblins. With both of them standing a safe distance away from others, there was no need to use a message spell, allowing them to speak vocally. Looks like the village is doing well, Puro stated, nudging away a twig. More or less. Come, I want to show you something. She motioned for Puro to follow and led him to the statue. A closer inspection revealed through a stone plaque in front of it that it was a makeshift altar. A crudely drawn skull was scratched into the hard stone, probably with a combination of local dyes and powder. The figurine itself was only vaguely humanoid, so it was hard to tell who it was meant to represent. This is strange. It looks like they're trying to worship Ains without knowing who he is, Puro remarked. Buku looked around and then whispered with a mischievous smile on her face, want to push their hand a bit. What do you have in mind? Watch if anyone is coming. Buku crouched in front of the plaque, and with her fingernail that could easily crush stone, inscribed under the skull, I am life and death, know me by my burning gaze, for I am always with you. Satisfied with her handiwork, she jumped to her feet and quickly departed from the makeshift holy site, Puro following her shortly after. I kinda want worshippers too. Looks like Ains is already getting his first few. Puro thought out loud. I'm sure there's a serial killer somewhere out there just ready to cream her panties for you, Buku said, giggling. There's your fanatical worshipper for you. Why do you have to ruin everything for me? I have enough crazy chicks around me as is. Puro pushed her against the shoulder, almost making his sister trip. Hey, watch it, she shouted at him, but quickly returned to a more serious demeanor as she playfully pushed him back. Enfira was running their way looking somewhat agitated. Huh, did someone get turned down? She mumbled under her breath. He looks more excited than bummed out. Enfira ran up to them and asked through heavy panting, do your friends, the ones you mentioned earlier who wanted to work with me, live somewhere in the forest around here? Why do you ask? Puro was one to ask a counter question. Someone named Lord Ains saved Henry and healed her with a red potion. Yeah, that's one of our friends. But don't go around telling everyone. They want to keep a low profile for now. Buku replied sternly. Of course, I'll keep it a secret. But I have decided, I want to work together with them. This is the best way I can repay you for saving the girl I love. Enfira declared with a deep bow. Sure, we'll let them know. By the way, did you confess to her? By the now uncertain expression the boy had, Puro already guessed the answer. I didn't think it was appropriate right now. Sure, but you know buddy, she won't wait forever for you. Someone will snatch her up sooner or later. Puro spoke, a slight sigh to his voice. I will buy something nice for her on my next trip in a few weeks, and then tell her how I feel, Enfira stuttered, flushing even redder. Best of luck. With her private army roaming around that girl surely is a catch. Thank you. Enfira bowed again and then added. I'll quickly pay for the herbs villagers have gathered, and then we can go to the forest. Sounds good. We're ready when you are. This mysterious Ulbert had left something behind. She could feel it. There was something off about the shadows now. It would be easy to write it off as paranoia since she was the only one to see it, but Renner knew better with her years of scheming. It is safe to assume it is some sort of surveillance. If he wanted to kill everyone he would have done so already. Renner mused, subtly glancing at the shadow. She was walking the vast castle halls with her trusted bodyguard right behind her, walking to who knows where. If they are watching us all, then the next logical question is what are their goals? It's unlikely they simply want to destroy us. The most likely scenario is a takeover. Control of a royal, maybe. Knowing that they are stronger than Gazef, they could pick one of my family members to be their puppet and kill off the rest. Good day, Your Royal Highness, passing maids addressed her. Good day, she gave a small nod to them, keeping up appearances. That worthless thrash looked down on my climb. Maybe I should plant poison in their belongings and off a few others. The list is concentrate. Now is not the time for petty revenge. Renner stopped in her tracks and took a long, deep breath. Your Royal Highness, is something wrong? Climb asked, slightly worried. No, I just got lost in thought. Do not worry about me. She turned around and gave Climb the most radiant smile she could muster in the given circumstance, before returning to her previous position. Let us continue. I wish to return to my quarters and rest a bit. I think this is enough walking for now, she added, peering forward again and resuming her stride. Now where was I? Would it benefit me to become their puppet? Considering I have next to no information about them, there is no guarantee I would be able to manipulate them. But if most of my family is killed, I can become a potential threat to the crown and thus be eliminated by them. I must make contact to ascertain my position as their target for keeping around. With a plan in mind, she returned to her quarters and left Climb outside, with orders to not let anyone in under the excuse that she was too exhausted from the recent dramatic events and needed rest. Being left alone, she glanced around and started an intense staring match with the most intense shadow in the room. The moment it shifted, she gave it a nod and whispered, I wish to parley with your masters. For a while, nothing happened. The shadow remained unmoving, Renner feeling increased discomfort in her face due to her not blinking in fear of missing the shadow making a move. Someone got my offer, but if they chose to ignore it, then they would not view any value in cooperating with me. That means one of my relatives would be chosen, but who? Father is too old to be used for long, so he is out of the picture. Barbo is not even worth considering. That would leave my two sisters and Zanak. She finally blinked a few times to force the dry feeling to go away, as there was no need to continue the never-ending staring match. Zanak seems the most probable choice. I should ally with him post-haste and investigate if he is getting some unseen support. He is not a fool and might see through me. What about his weaknesses? He rarely drinks and gambles. He is not prone to use prostitutes. There is a chance he's still a virgin despite his status. I know those whores calling themselves noble ladies are not crawling into his bed. It'll be tricky to hold him on a leash. As she continued her contemplations, a dark void appeared in the corner of the room. Renner stood up with a natural grace that was her birthright, tensing up as her thoughts flew. Someone is coming, someone powerful. A man in a red suit and white vertical stripes stepped through, the void disappearing after a tail. This man is not human, but very human looking. A high-ranking demon perhaps. Best not to address or even hint at it. She curtsied and introduced herself. Renner Thyre Chardellen Ryle Vaself. Demiurge, the man-demon replied with a light bow. Please, sit. She motioned at the table and set up 2 teacups, dropped in the delicate tea leaves, and filled them with hot water from her prized artifact, the warm water bottle. She took out the leaves with small pincers and discarded them into a designated can moments later, for her maids to dispose of later. Demiurge sat down with a smirk and picked up the teacup, inhaling the scent. He took a sip without a hurry, implying his lack of worry for poison, and stated, "Thank you for the warm welcome, Your Royal Highness. Please drop the formalities, Renner will do just fine," she replied with a smile and took a sip. "I need to show my worth. They will not care about some airhead third princess, and I must assume any sort of deception will be noticed immediately." Putting the cup down, she continued, "I will not waste much of your precious time and go straight to the point. What must I do to join your side and be considered your target for ascension to the throne? Lord Ulbert knows you more than you think. He wishes to know what you would do. If this human is as smart as father assumes she is, she could be made a great tool in his arsenal. No pride or arrogance thus far," Demiurge mused. Demiurge took another sip of tea and observed the young princess. Her mannerisms were precise and deceptive. She played up her innocence with her tone and kept her expression pleasant despite hiding such darkness underneath. "Know me." His tone slightly changed when he said, "Think. Intentional deception or blatant boasting that my thoughts are being read. Maybe a bluff to make me reveal all my cards. I will lay out a plan and then see if this, I assume, demon, gives more clues. My first step would be to provoke my eldest brother Barbo to perform something so stupid that my father would be left with no choice but to denounce his right to the throne. Such action would inevitably lead to civil war, rocking the nation while the remaining heirs such as I fight for the throne. Meanwhile, I would suggest your house takes over the crime syndicate called 8 Fingers, and guide them as pawns with an unseen hand to control the underground criminal world and to influence the local populace. Locating them won't be too difficult as most of the nobles are in their pocket, and all that is required is to send one of your agents after them." Renner glanced at the shadow where she assumed some unseen creature was hiding. "With the chaos of a civil war, it would make it easy to cull most of my family members and nobles who would stand in your way, such as those with family legacies of being stubborn. Meanwhile, the Baharuth Empire must be scared into inaction to prevent them from making a move during the chaos, preferably before or during the clash for succession. For someone like Lord Ulbert or Lord Ains, it should not be a hard task to achieve, although I may not know how you would accomplish it. Secondly, I will manipulate my father to seek an alliance with your house and wed me to one of your nobles, given my influence in the house." Renner took a gulp of tea and continued, voice growing more confident as she saw no signs of displeasement in the humanoid. "Once that is achieved, the civil war must be escalated and the remainder of my family killed off, ensuring my succession to the throne. Once that is done, Barbo and all opposition must be eliminated. The latter can be done at the same time by targeting certain important nobles, and the latter could be done with either your own resources or the Fingers. The final step is to arrange the natural passing of my father, my eventual and completely legal coronation, and subsequent rule of your house. I will continue to play the role of the good queen as long as it is deemed necessary." "You seem to be under the impression that legitimization of our rule is necessary," Demiurge remarked, placing down his cup of tea as if he were ready to leave. "I can work only with the parameters that are known to me. Should more of the capabilities of your house be revealed to me, I would be able to readjust the plan to best fit both of our capabilities," Renner replied, just as calmly as she had just explained that all her relatives should be killed off. "Of course. It is preferred to take a conservative approach. And what would you like as a reward for the job well done?" Renner took another sip, her face twisting into her real ambitious smile, a cruel, soulless glint in her eyes. There was no need nor point in hiding her true self in front of this demon. "I think this is where I should listen to you. Lord Ulbert wishes to keep his servants happy. Should you devote yourself fully to him, that boy outside would naturally be yours. I am asking, what is it that you truly want beyond the child?" "What do I truly want? That depends on what can be granted for my service. For the sake of argument, anything that you can dream of and more." "I see. If your house is as powerful as I suspect, then re-estize is likely only the first step. If I am to be fully devoted to Lord Ulbert, I want to be more than that some regional puppet signing off orders. I can be better utilized in planning, diplomacy, and political and economic manipulation to bring ruin to your enemies and grow your gains in almost any territory you bring under your control. I can give you a puppet who can administer re-estize successfully, and more than one at that if given the time and resources to do so. It may just be my inner feeling and intuition, if you will, but if I and my precious climb could be granted eternal life, I could and would remain in your house's service for eternity. Demiurge carefully listened to her every word and how she spoke it, analyzing her overall worth. At no point has she even attempted to lie. She masterfully chose the answers I expected her to give and delivered them with devotion. Lord Albert was right, this girl would be an excellent servant if kept in check. What is more, I did not see even a shred of regret when she offered to arrange the deaths of all her family members. She is a human in appearance alone, beneath that a true heteromorphic monster shines through. Demiurge stood up, fixed his glasses, and announced, "You have been accepted as a servant of Lord Albert Ooal Gown and Nazarick. Serve him with your full devotion, and your desires shall be granted." Renner got on one knee and lowered her head, something that as a royal she had not done before. But in this moment, she stopped being a princess of Re-Estais, and became a servant of Nazarick. "I will serve with all my devotion. What will be your will?" "Rise, Renner. You will continue gathering information for us and work as our agent in Re-Estais. These are the shadow demons that will be under your temporary employ. They will be your eyes and ears. Request as many as you need and put them where they serve us the most. You will start with 60. Lord Albert will review your plan and make any needed adjustments to improve it." About 20 shadowy figures emerged from the demon's shadow, 2 more splitting away from ones already cast in the room. Instantly, she felt 60 hidden presences around the castle, and with a flicker of attention, she could view and listen to what they were observing. Renner sharply exhaled, adjusting to the mental strain this new power caused, and slowly stood up. "As you wish, Lord Demiurge. How should I report to you?" "They will deliver your reports. As of now you and that boy of yours are under the full protection of Nazarick. I will stay in touch." Demiurge turned around and walked through a dark void that appeared and quickly disappeared the moment he had gone through it. Renner sat down and gently slapped her cheeks a few times to calm down. Even if she just made a deal with a demon, his mannerisms showed no signs of deception. And if she proved to be useful, they would have no reason to get rid of her afterward. "Soon I will deliver my master's Re-Estais, and we, my darling climb, will be together forever." With Aura having subjugated approximately 1/5 of the forest and the undead workforce working together with the goblins and ogres, collaborating on building the foundations of the Empire of Nazarick, Ains as its ruler had to go on his first tour and inspect the lands he now ruled over. With Albedo as his official consort and Rubedo as his personal guard, he stepped through the gate and arrived at the first settlement that was rapidly getting rebuilt into a late medieval level town. It even had some of the amenities Nazarick could mass produce, albeit they were primarily small conveniences. The mud and stick huts were being replaced by brick houses, the central area that before was used for a communal bonfire and roundabout was now paved, and in the center of it all stood a half-built statue. He stepped on the freshly polished stone pavement, Albedo right beside him, and took a glance around. A lich and a goblin dressed in something resembling simple linen suits approached him and kneeled. "Now it's time to put up a show. Just like I tried to practice." Albedo's lovely presence had crushed his plans to use the nighttime for showmanship practice, but he had some chances to learn at least some moves on days when she slept for a few hours. "Lord Ains, Lady Albedo, we welcome you to our humble village." The goblin barely got out the line, which was no doubt told to him by the lich. Unlike the ones Henry had summoned, naturally born ones were on a much lower level of intelligence and thus required training to become on par. "Keep up the good work. I see that construction is going according to plan." Ains replied, playing up his tone to sound more regal than he already came off naturally when his Suzuki side didn't get in the way too much. With an elegant motion, he waved for them to get up and follow as he and Albedo took a casual stride around the paved area. The once savage creatures were hard at work, and even otherwise dull ogres were put to use and were transporting stone plates and bricks from the kilns to construction sites. They were also useful for carrying massive barrels of food and drink, making the uptake of morale easier than anticipated in terms of efficiency. If nothing else, they are at least capable of hard labor. Attempts at educating them have given minimal results so far. Albedo reported. "Give them time. I'm sure they will pick up at least a few trades. As long as they know their place and worship you and the other supreme ones, they have their uses." Since most of the settlements were pretty much at the same level of development, he and Albedo visited a few at random to assess the various major problems that could occur. The only exception was the fortress that not only sorted sizable amounts of stone but also herbs and wild fauna, a much vital function for feeding the endlessly hungry alchemy department, which he planned on expanding in the future. Overall, there wasn't a large variety in the small towns, and it likely would take a few months to finish the initial stages of development. A network of roads was planned to facilitate trade and communication, but it would have to be set aside for now since it required a clearing of forest that was not feasible until more undead pop monsters had spawned and could be used to perform a mass sweep across the forest. Maybe I should try mass undead summoning to obtain more of a workforce. I better leave planning to Albedo, and if she runs into difficulties then I'll propose to summon more. Ains for a moment contemplated an acceleration of development, but dismissed the idea, knowing where it could lead. The nation could not be totally dependent on him on paper. The last place to visit was the fortress Aura subjugated last. A hobgoblin with a crooked face waited for them to arrive, and every other servant of Nazarick kneeled together with the liches that were left to establish administration. Now he, like the rest of the town leaders, wore a linen suit instead of leather or metal armor. Lord Ains Ul Gown, Lady Albedo, it honors me to be in your presence, Gervok stated, slurred in his speech as his jaw failed him once again, much to his internal horror. This is the one that challenged Aura. I do not know why she decided to spare this lesser creature, but he has been cooperative thus far, Albedo explained, displeasure evident in her tone. I am grateful for this second chance. I will prove my worth to you, O Supreme Ones. The goblin spoke while avoiding not only the burning gaze of the undead that instilled fear like no other, but that of the beautiful demoness as well. Her disdain for a creature like him was clear as day. He's so hard to understand. Restore. Ains waved his hand over the hobgoblin, returning his face to normal. You waste my time by speaking so unclearly. Ains played off the minor pain this act caused him by hiding his hand up his sleeve until it regenerated, and motioned for the hobgoblin to rise from his position. Reconstruction of the fortress is going according to the plan, my lord. We preserve the ancient writings as requested. Gervok declared, following Ains inside the main keep, carefully monitored by Rubedo behind him. The first inspection crews had discovered writings inscribed in stone as well as scrolls enchanted against deterioration. Since translation glasses were a rarity and less than 10 copies existed within Nazarick, the writing has yet to be deciphered. From what some of the elder hobgoblins could tell, the fortress once belonged to dark elves, but they had left a long time before the hobgoblins took over. Their information, however, could be useful in the future, and the architecture left behind could be utilized for their own defensive purposes. Once initial reconstruction is done, this fortress needs to be expanded and given to Buku as an outpost for our military forces. Ains stopped before the writings on the wall and took out a pair of translation glasses from his inventory. The great evil has awakened. So many came with dire warnings. We are besieged by our own kind. Heed my warning, the evil cannot be stopped, only sealed away. Ains read the lines. Sounds ominous. I doubt they considered Aura's pet this great danger. Something else must be lurking in the forest. But if three creatures of relatively similar strength controlled the majority of the forest, this threat may be either gone or inactive. Ains moved on, observing that most of the stones that were not being replaced were cleaned and polished. There were balls of continuous light at the walls illuminating the keep. Perhaps we should investigate if there are ruins and abandoned buildings of similar nature, Ains said after explaining to Albedo about his findings. If these creatures are any indication, then that threat might be so insignificant to us that it would be removed the moment it reveals itself. Perhaps. But it's better to not leave anything to chance. Just as we arrived in this world, so could a world enemy. Not to mention we cannot just leave our subjects to their fate if they had sworn loyalty. Countermeasures should be devised to deal with all possible threats. Even if the smallest of chances of a world enemy being in this world existed, there needed to be a plan on how to react. Many myths on Earth could be overreactions from a lack of understanding, but that could not be said in a magical world such as their current one. Understood. Should Demiurge devise a plan for you to review? Albedo inquired. Lord Ains, as always, must have thought of everything. I must step up to show my worth as his partner. Yes, I will allow you both to come up with plans of how to counter such a possible threat. Ains nodded. The rest of the tour didn't reveal anything significant, and after inspecting the keep, the public appearances were finished. They gated back to Nazarick to continue their office work, the paperwork of monitoring never ending. Bonus story. Master and servant. Mariposa nervously knocked on the door and waited. This was the first time she would speak with her mistress since having reunited with her husband. After a few seconds of agonizing wait, the doors opened, and the elder succubus motioned for Mariposa to come inside the living space she had been assigned to. She walked inside, and bowed before Flornohe as someone of her rank was supposed to. Flornohe looked at her, face twisting in anger as she exclaimed. Are you mocking me? Surprised, Mariposa straightened out and took a step back. Mistress, I'm sorry. I have taught you how to assess situations and how to act, and this is how you greet me. She hissed, continuing to frighten the younger succubus as the latter's thoughts flew. Flornohe inspected her critically and went on, have you not given a single thought of your new circumstance? Made observations? Thought of how they could have changed your circumstances? I don't understand what you are implying. Even now, you are still my superior as my elder succubus, Mariposa spoke quietly, glancing downwards. Am I? Flornohe stared at the frightened woman and let out a tired sigh. Her expression softened, knowing that inflexible thinking was something Nazarick as a whole had to work on. Times were changing, and so would individuals, groups, and hierarchies. Child, you are a beloved wife of a god. His only wife, mind you, with there never having been a second one. I, on the other hand, have only gotten the position of a direct servant to a god. Think of what would occur if I attempted a feud with you over status. Without waiting for her former subordinate to answer, she continued. Lord Ulbert would not tolerate me causing a conflict with his peer, Lord Tabula. You have been sloppy at assessing the situation. So to make my point clear, I welcome you, Lady Mariposa, to my humble dwelling. Flornohe bowed and motioned for her to take a seat, concluding her lines. Only now understanding the full implications of what the elder succubus did, Mariposa took a seat and waited for her to prepare tea for both. The student had become the teacher, in a sense. Mistress Flornohe, my situation may have changed, but you will always remain my mentor. And I am grateful for your respect towards me, but part of what I taught you should be exercised even in dealings with me when the situation calls for it. In private, yes, we can agree on me still acting as your mentor, but in public, you cannot afford to show it. You are a wife of a god and should act accordingly. Flornohe brought the teacup to her lips and savored the aroma. Speaking of which, I need to ask, what did you do? What did that entity ask of you? How do you know? Mariposa asked nervously, shifting around. Because what you did caused quite a stir. Great Mother was not happy one bit, and I hope you understand why. I was tasked with following you and getting involved in this forbidden world. And if you want to know how grave the situation is, I was not given an explanation why this world is forbidden. Only that Great Mother Lilith will be watching intently for any developments. I owe the traveler a favor. Tabula and I think it was to get closer to him, and he had decided to take that debt upon himself to spare me. You told your husband? Good grief. Child, you were never allowed to ever reveal that information. Flornohe slammed the cup on the table, spilling the tea. It was Great Mother's decision whether or not to reveal the information to these young gods. I should have known you would be so careless. He clouds your judgment too much. But he needed to know. He spoke to the same traveler. He was given advice. We both are involved and he deserved to know. I cannot keep secrets from him. I thought you would understand. Mariposa hissed defensively, placing down her own cup. I do, child, believe me, I do. But we are not dealing with just any traveler here, but one of the elder ones, Rigos, better known as the Manipulator. This world might be his playground, which means something big is going to happen, and these young gods will be involved. Flornohe shook her head. But what should we do? There isn't much we can do. I will remain by my new master's side and help him grow, elevating my own power, and you, my dear, you have a lot more options than I do to do the same. Just ask your husband, and he will likely help you catch up to him in power, Flornohe stated with a wry smile. Whimsical the twists of fate are. I always thought you were sacrificing your growth for love. How wrong I have been proven. When Mariposa had picked a partner that, by all means, was far far below her current development level, her mistress and her peers had warned her that it would slow down her growth and that she would have to sacrifice her progress for the sake of her husband, a simple human at the time. Though not frowned upon, when choosing life partners, young succubi like Mariposa mostly picked partners that were more powerful than them, not the other way around, to accelerate their growth progress. She had broken the unspoken law and had turned the tables on their heads in the end. Thank you for the advice, mistress. I won't forget the lessons you have taught me. And maybe one day I will have a chance to repay you, Mariposa replied. The twists of fate were indeed whimsical. For the short time she had been in Nazarick she hadn't looked at her new life in a broader perspective, and she would have to soon. Editing by Aiden_Low. Proofreading by Aiden_Low. NATO 51499J6, Detract, Sleuthin, Visor Nixon, Fervin 0116, Sad_Smiles, Atero, Orodium, and Swiss. Anne. Thank you for reading the story, and if you have caught up to the latest chapter, you can check out my other work or join my Discord server, link is in my profile where additional chapters are available, or if you are interested in becoming a beta reader gives access to chapters months ahead of regular readers. 2 comments 0 vote. Chapter 7 The Attack. The green canopy of trees above gave a pleasant shade, making work far easier for those below as the blazing sun could not assault them with its heat. Enfire blew everyone out of the water with how masterfully he picked herbs. Even Dine, as a druid, could not keep up with his meticulousness or pace. The bags filled up fast, and it didn't take more than a few locations for the job to be almost completed. They had finished the herb gathering in almost record time for their group and thus returned earlier on in the day than anticipated. The rather casual activity had also lifted the mood of the Swords of Darkness members and Britta, all of whom had gathered a fair share and could look forward to a rather good payout for their time once they returned to the guild. Fear dissolved from the previous attack by goblins and ogres earlier. This should do, Enfire acclaimed, satisfied with the amount gathered as he tied up the last bag. Then we better go. There is still a chance something nasty could show up, Peter stated, picking up 2 bags from under the tree and urging others to start walking. They had already picked up their respective bags and were resting, ready to leave at any time. You think there's something in the forest that we can't handle? Puro asked in return, garnering a few chuckles from spectators who recalled the sheer amount of enemies he had slain. Aura was already lurking nearby, and her new pet wasn't that far away either. All they needed was a signal and they would be attacked within a few minutes to spice up their adventure once more. This part of the forest is supposed to be the territory of a legendary beast named the Wise King of the Forest. Few have survived to tell the tale after encountering him, Ninja spoke up. He looked around with a wary expression and shuddered. Don't jinx it. Lacrut grabbed Ninja by his shoulder and gave him a light noogie. The boy pushed away the taller man and rubbed his forehead, giving a pouty expression in response. That hurt. Guys, do you hear it? Buku asked, staring into the forest. It was the signal for her daughter to strike. Aura was under orders to avoid killing anyone, but at the same time, she and her beast could freely cause non-lethal injuries to their group. This meant even Puro and Buku had to be on their guard. What is it? Peter tensed up, staring intently in the same direction as Lacrut. Something large is coming, Lacrut exclaimed, reaching for his bow. He drew his bow and pointed in the direction from which soon all of them heard someone charging in their direction, trampling undergrowth and toppling smaller trees. Whatever it was huge, and it was extremely strong. Suddenly, a massive beast leapt into their vision with a tiny humanoid riding it, screaming its animalistic screams. A bush was torn asunder as it landed, scattering nearby birds as its tail whistled through the air. The silver-furred beast was at least 2 meters tall, standing on all fours as its tail swung menacingly. The beast's rider was about 1 meter tall, dressed in a grass-weaved outfit and a wooden mask, had blonde hair, and long pointy ears peeking out from within. Thieves! You are stealing from the Wise King of the Forest. The small figure screeched in a childish voice, pointing a large wooden staff roughly hewn from a stick at the group. The massive beast shot its snake-like tail toward the nearest target, slamming Britta in the chest before anyone could react. She was sent flying through a thick bush, crashing into a tree with a thud as she slid to the ground. The small creature jumped off the beast at the same time, flipping in the air and flying towards Peter, its staff aiming to crack open his head. Knowing that the blow from Aura would be lethal, Puro intercepted her, parrying the girl's staff with his sword, and allowing Peter to regain his bearings and prepare to run. Buku grabbed her shield and deflected the beast's next tail attack, saving Enfire from the potentially lethal blow, doing her part as well. Enfire scurried away until Puro took over the situation. Lucy, get Britta. The rest of you grab Enfire and run. We'll handle this. Puro shouted out orders while fending off Aura's relentless attacks. You heard him. Run. Peter agreed, already pushing Enfire by the shoulder as he ran. For them, fighting such a beast was impossible, and the small masked creature was likely beyond their ability, given the furious clash between it and Puro as well. They would be courting death by staying, and make the fight harder due to being weak, as a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. While they grouped up and started running towards the village, herb bags clenched in their hands, Lupus emerged from the brushes with Britta over her shoulder, already casting weak healing magic to stabilize possible internal damage. The cataclysmic battle between the two siblings and the legendary beast raged behind them, tree trunks toppling loudly and brush torn to pieces. Animals fled from the region, occasionally even passing the adventurers in their flight. Soon enough they had gained enough distance, and the frantically running group could finally stop and rest to lick their wounds. The Swords of Darkness formed a half-circle around the others, taking defensive stances as they were used to intense physical exertion. Enfire dropped to his knees, wheezing, exhausted from the experience. A pharmacist like him was not used to intense physical activity, such as running for his life. The battle still raged on in the forest, seemingly only ramping up, if the smashes and crashes heard were anything to go on. Somewhere in the distance, the beast's tail clashed against Buku's shield with ringing sounds. Trees were felled, bushes were crushed, and soil was obliterated as the fight rampaged onward. Lupus, meanwhile, carefully dropped Britta on the ground, as she was wheezing hard. The young woman's chest armor was dented in, her face becoming bluish. Without much hesitation, Lupus tore off the armor and cast a healing spell on her. As much as she would have liked for any of them to die, orders were orders, and her role needed to be played to perfection. The healing had to work, and it did. Britta opened her eyes and jerked into a sitting position with a coughing fit, coughing up bits of blood. Easy there. You were almost a goner, Lupus stated cheerfully, and clapped the young woman's back. What happened? Britta asked when she could breathe freely once again, shaking off Lupus, teasing and managing to stand upright against a tree. The beast slammed you hard in the chest with its tail, Lucrut claimed. You went flying through a bush or two and crashed into a tree, which knocked you out. Britta looked at her dented chest plate and picked it up with a haunted expression. This wasn't cheap. Peter, you're not counting this against me joining the team? She asked, looking at the man, who was just as distressed as his compatriot at how close they were to dying. If we hadn't befriended the trio and escorted Enfire on our own, we all would have died. A sign from the gods. There's something otherworldly about the three of them. She put the armor back on the grass and glanced at Peter hopefully. The potion would not have saved me. I need this. We'll put it up to vote when we are back in Erantel. None of us could have shrugged off that blow. He scratched the back of his head. It was a small miracle that she had even survived. If the beast had aimed a bit higher, Britta would have been instantly killed, likely pierced through the upper chest. Even so, the blow had shattered a few ribs and probably punctured a lung. The armor may have been expensive, but she would have paid with her life had she not worn it. The battle in the forest had finally ended, the distinct lack of noise audible to all those involved. The siblings emerged from beyond their hasty pathway a few minutes later, appearing roughed up from the battle. Buku's shield had small and medium-sized dents all over, and Puro sported a gash on his right cheek and multiple bruises over his limbs. Lupus rushed over and healed it before Puro's natural regeneration took care of it, playing her role once again. Buku leaned next to Britta, who was mourning the end of her chest plate. They escaped. I bet we would have gotten a nice reward for their heads, Puro announced, sounding disappointed as if he had let a juicy prize run away. I'll testify to the guild clerks that you fought the wise king of the forest, and add extra to your payment, Enfire stated, awestruck at the duo. He had never seen such a fight in his life, even if it was only for a brief moment. Thanks, buddy, we appreciate it, Puro replied and flashed him a smile, rubbing a bruise. Brit, you alright? It looked like you got hit pretty hard. Buku asked, giving her a concerned look. Aura was under strict orders to not kill anyone, but she and her pet had little understanding of just how squishy humans were. It did appear they had restrained themselves enough though, which was a relief. I'll survive. My armor, not so much. I hope the blacksmith can fix it. Perhaps, that dent is fairly large. Might cost you more than a bit to mend it, if it's possible at all. After a quick stop in the village and Enfire promising to return in a few weeks, the group was out on the road to return to Erantel. Save for the scare of the beast's attack, their spirits were high as their thoughts returned to their generous employer's payments for the herbs and the fights. So you three are teaming up with us for now? Lacrut inquired, a hopeful tone underlying his voice. With Ninya showing no interest in the beautiful woman, his hopes for wooing Akari rose once again. And even if she didn't warm up to his advances, Puro was together with Lucy, and would not compete with him for other free girls, meaning he had all the time in the world. I see why not. We like hanging out with you, Puro replied, nudging his sister to agree. Sure, we're friends now, she responded. Buku hopped onto the seat next to Enfire before anyone else had a chance to take it. The road back to the city was 2 days long, and she planned to have a small streak of laziness before the next job. The boy was, to put it mildly, not entertained at the thought of the beautiful lady sleeping next to him. The night was always the best time for a predator like her. Moving unseen through the poorly lit streets, Clementine crept towards the Bearer Pharmacy. The strike needed to be fast and precise. The owner of the said pharmacy, Lizzie Bearer, was a third-tier caster and could cause serious harm to her. Her grandson was skilled in alchemy too, meaning quick-acting poison was also a possible threat. Her plan was simple. Use the mind control enchant to quickly subdue her, and then use her to deal with Enfire. If the old hag died, so be it. If not, the child would be weakened enough for her to handle with ease. Reaching her destination, she lurked around the windows to figure out the layout of the house. Where is that boy? The old woman was the only one present, much to her irritation. I'll just get answers out of her. Clementine quietly unlocked the front door and came face to face with the old woman, holding her hands up with 2 spell circles glowing around them. She had to act fast. You chose the wrong house to rob. Lizzie exclaimed in a stern voice. She was short in stature with a wrinkly face and pure white shoulder-length hair. Her blue-eyed sharp gaze didn't leave the intruder, the circles glowing ever brighter. This was not the first time she had faced criminals. Flow acceleration. Clementine activated her martial art, not wanting to take any risks with the magician. Before Lizzie could react, she had closed the distance and with precise movement, jammed the mind control stiletto into the old woman's shoulder. Ready to kill the other woman, she waited, holding her breath, to see if the enchantment worked. Thankfully, it had. Lizzie lowered her hands, dismissing the half-cast spells as her gaze became glassy. "Where is Enfiera?" Clementine asked with a sigh of relief. As sadistic and eager to kill as she was, her own safety still took precedence. "He left to gather herbs near Carne," Lizzie replied in a monotone voice. "When will he be back?" "In 1 to 2 days. Just my luck. Oh well, I'll have to wait for his return. Now what to do with you? You know, this is your lucky day, I'll kill you quickly." The mind-controlled woman didn't say anything, agreeing in silence. Clementine pushed another stiletto into Lizzie's neck and waited for her to quietly expire. To avoid any surprises, she rummaged around the house till she found a sheet of paper, and scribbled on it that the pharmacy would be closed for a few days before tying it to the front door. "Now, what to do with you?" Clementine talked loudly to herself as she pulled out both stilettos from the corpse and dragged it deeper inside the house. The option to just drag the dead body to the cemetery and bury her there existed, but there was a chance she would miss Enfiera's return, and upon finding the crime scene, he would cause enough ruckus to make his kidnapping much more problematic. It was also too boring for her tastes, now that her blood was pumping with adrenaline after the ambush. Not that any adventurer or guard in the city posed a real threat to her, but get enough of them in one place and someone could get in a lucky hit. As confident as she was in her abilities, she was also well aware of her own mortality. For now, she dropped the dead body in a storage space where the strong-smelling herbs would hide the stench of decay for at least a few days, and started to rummage around the house for something that could be useful. The old woman, as a pharmacist, was obviously wealthy, so there should be something worth stealing or using. Save for various potions and books scattered all over the house, there wasn't much she could use. There was even a lack of gold coins, suggesting that she had done well to quickly eliminate the elderly as she was used to housebreakers. She did find a potion for cleaning, and she applied that to the bloodstains near the entrance, but that was about it until she started rummaging through the secondary pantry. The old hag has a neat cupboard full of magic scrolls. I should find something useful there. She stumbled upon possible solutions to her problems. Let's see, healing, locate object, message, oh, I can drag that walking corpse here to solve the problem for me. Clementine activated the scroll with a smirk. It would provide direct communication with the old man for a few minutes, which would be more than rough to serve her purposes. Caveat. I need you to come clean up a mess for me. Closing curly bracket. What in the world are you doing? It's not safe to use a message spell. The old man shouted in her mind with a hoarse voice. Relax. Just come to the place. You know where, and help me deal with the little mess I made. I need to wait for the tool you ordered to be delivered. Closing curly bracket. That idiot doesn't even realize that it's easy to send a message and not mention anything specific. If nothing else, the Black Scripture were not complete morons. Shame they were such stuck-up assholes. Clementine reminisced about her old colleagues. She cut the spell and went to the pantry area of the house. All the hard work had made her peckish. Upon finding a whole collection of fine wine bottles and enough complete meals for days preserved with magic, Clementine chuckled out loudly. Just what I needed. You must have been waiting for me, Lizzie. Kaji arrived about an hour later and quietly entered the home through the back door. With every possible defensive buff active, he slowly crept around the dark house, knowing that defensive magic could still be around even after a person's death. As someone who spends his days in lightless crypts, his night vision was strong enough to navigate freely in the dimly lit cottage. One couldn't be too careful when dealing with Clementine either, given her personality. If you want to sneak up on me, don't walk so loudly. Her mocking voice came from somewhere deep in the house, ringing out in the night. I have no time for your games. He retorted back. She emerged from one of the rooms beside him and motioned for him to follow, leading him deeper inside the house. So the boy will be back in 1 to 2 days, and I need you to make sure Granny doesn't stink up the place. Clementine played up her hip movement as she walked. Necromancy may have been the old man's life passion, but he was still a man and she'd play any card she could. Transporting the corpse may be too risky. You should have kept her alive. Kaji stated, completely ignoring Clementine's antics, used to it after decades of life experience. Mind control enchant doesn't last for more than a day. That reminds me, be a dear and apply it again. I'm sure you know how to do it. Clementine pulled out the exhausted stiletto from its sheath and handed it to the old man, handle first. I'll deal with the corpse first. He grabbed the weapon and haphazardly stuffed it into one of his robe's pockets before casting a magic circle on the body. The problem Clementine had caused was easy to solve with preservation magic to keep the body from rotting, akin to the meals she had scarfed down earlier. Once the boy returned and was captured, the remains of the old woman would not be worth any consideration. At most, she would be a small addition to his collection of bodies for spare parts. Kaji had also enchanted Clementine's stilettos with a slight weight increase for greater punch and the mind control magic she wanted, given that it cost him fairly little magic to do so. Hopefully, this would keep her busy for a while longer so she would stop interrupting his work. At the moment, she was an ally, and a capable one at that. Logically, there was no reason to believe that she would turn on him right now, but the mind of an insane person didn't work on normal logic. What truly went on in her head, only Clementine herself knew. While Clementine stashed away the corpse under the bed of Lizzie's bedroom, Kaji had set up warning and protective wards around the house to notify himself and Clementine of possible threats arriving. He also disabled many of the ones surrounding the house for easier maintenance. Satisfied with his work, he returned to Clementine, who was sitting on the sofa with an open wine bottle in one hand and her armor dropped beside her. Not bothered in the slightest, she was dressed only in the silk shorts she wore under the armor. Once Kianiite's gaze was on her, she pushed her chest forward proudly, displaying her perky breasts. If you need me, I'll be in the basement. Houses are too bright during the daytime, Kaji sighed. And leave poor me alone. I thought you liked my company, she replied with a whine. Stop playing around, he retorted, grunting as he left the house. Clementine just flashed him a smile. He did look. Hey, maybe this will be more fun than I thought. The royal castle and its inhabitants were still in chaotic commotion. No one could make up their mind on how to react to the new power emerging out of thin air, making her job even easier. A curious question here, an empty-headed insight there, and the public thought could be swayed however she liked, all while gathering information. Renner listened to Shadow Demon's report on the doings of her family at almost every hour of the day, gathering patterns and making plans. Barbo, as always, was only concerned about himself and how the mysterious stranger had humiliated him. The brute was seeking methods to deal with Lord Ulbert, should he show up in the castle again. Of course, the Crown Prince had no idea who he was dealing with. To be fair, she didn't at first either, but after a bit of history research to discern if there were any mentions of the Research Guild in the past, she stumbled upon a strange coincidence that rumbled at her inner foundations. Once every century or so, a strange group of beings called players would appear, causing a major shift in the world. The first were the 6 great gods 600 years ago, which resulted in the creation of the slain theocracy as they established their dominion over that part of the world. Next were the Greed Kings, who built the largest empire known in history, only to tear it apart due to infighting afterward. Some older houses still remembered the more held remnants of their power. There were no apparent records of someone arriving 400 and 300 years ago, but the rapid changes in political climate indicated that someone or some people must have appeared to stir the pot, albeit not quite as successful as their predecessors. The final known arrivals were the Minotaur Sage and a few members of the 13 Heroes 2 centuries ago. And now there was the Researcher Guild, 200 years later. It could not be a coincidence. She had bonded herself to the next great change, whatever it may be, in her bid for survival and power. With this information at her disposal, she came to a rather simple conclusion. The only way to stop the newcomers, who very likely were players, was to cause infighting. But these people were smart and careful, they read her every thought and watched her every move. And outliving them wasn't an option, since she would grow old and there was no indication that any of the players would. Assuming I can't do anything to defeat them from within, how do I assure my safety in the long run? I have no way to enforce the agreement made that night. She only harbored such thoughts when there were no shadow demons near her, and even then they were mostly hypothetical what-if scenarios. The safest bet was to be so valuable, no one in their right mind would try to get rid of her. Historical records and current experience suggested they were resourceful, meaning she would have to play the part of useful allies to their cause. Supporting cast to their main plot progression, if she would use an analogy. Planning the first steps was the most critical part. It was easy to move around the nobles, their schemes nothing compared to hers as they danced to her strings even now. Even someone as smart as Raven could be guided to some degree with the right nudges. Her real problem now was to obtain control over the 8 Fingers. The only member she knew of was the leader of the smuggling department, Zoran Romanov. The man was a loose ally at best, but he was a start. When she proposed to outlaw slavery, it was done not only to increase her reputation among the masses and to give the impression to her beloved puppy of how caring she was, but the real reason was so the smuggling branch could expand and earn a lot more money by smuggling slaves. She, of course, had a very generous pay for it and a mutual understanding that the cooperation would be continued so long as the law was in place, so he likely could be the way to first infiltrate and then take over the crime cartel for good. 10 shadow demons were sent to his estate to start building an information base. Once all the leaders were discovered, Lord Ulbert and his second-in-command Demiurge could easily take over the Eight Fingers and utilize their vast network for their own ends, and she would be their public facade. Of course, managing the ever-growing spy network in Ray Estes was only part of her concerns. Learning to use magic was paramount now, for multiple reasons. Renner knew the value of magic before, but since she didn't have a great talent for it, she mostly neglected to study it. Knowing second-tier magic wouldn't do her too much good if she could manipulate people into doing what she wanted with much less effort and time invested. Yet now there was a need to empower herself by any means necessary. Her mind had always been her strongest tool, which she wielded like a sharp blade, but now she was not on the top of the game anymore. Demiurge was at least on her intellectual level, and there was no telling how capable Lord Ulbert was, not to mention the unknown number of other players. This meant she needed to seek ways to become more capable, and fast. Her slender build was not very conducive to physical training. She had started to employ some of the basic routines she had seen knights do, but they needed to be done in secret, since Renner, as a princess, was not supposed to do such exercise. But the progress was very slow, and at best she could train to use a dagger in close combat against experienced amateurs, but not veterans or worse, players. The only other way to make herself stronger was magic, as it was not dependent on the physical body's state. Grossly neglected in Ray Estes, it was overlooked by nobility as trivial and impractical, who followed the notion of money running the world. But for her, it was the only way to become rapidly more capable of showing her masters she was worth investing in, and thus keeping. The first spell she hastily learned was the message spell, for communication with her superiors and her shadow demons. Unfortunately for now, she had to rely on Demiurge encrypting it from his end, but her efforts were noticed and the demon had promised to share some knowledge once her proficiency had grown sufficiently. She knew she was on the right track. Today, she was resting in the library, Climb watching her from a distance as always. On the surface, she was reading a book about floral arrangements, but her real research today was the rather simple first-tier spell, Sleep. It was easy to mix one book about magic among the massive pile of books related to flowers, just another book, after all. This rather simple spell could make someone very sleepy, and it was subtle when combined with the silent cast technique, which was not commonly used by spellcasters in Ray Estes, a technique Demiurge revealed to her. She was delighted to learn of this, much to the demon's entertainment. If she could silently cast such a spell, planting evidence on her own would become a lot easier by sabotaging and delaying enemies. Relying on shadow demons to do it only invited weakness if they were to be suspected or exposed. An agent worth their salt first and foremost had to be versatile and constantly expand the number of tricks and tools at their disposal, and she intended to be worth more than a few grains of salt in their eyes. Information of note has been discovered. One of the shadow demons now hiding in her own shadow reported. Go on, Renner replied. This time it was the demon who activated the message spell channel and her rather meager mana reserves didn't need to be exercised, allowing her to continue her magic study while in communication. We discovered the leader of the slave trafficking branch, a man named Ampadief Coco Doll. Closing curly bracket. This is excellent news. Please send an immediate report to Lord Demiurge and add a request for 10 additional shadow demons. Closing curly bracket. She quickly sent mental orders to a few of the shadow demons to stop watching less essential members of Zoran's staff and follow Coco Doll, wherever he would be. He would never make a move hidden from her again. So far no one had noticed the shadow demons, and as such they could be utilized with relative ease for the time being, almost liberally given the number of demons under her control. Report sent. There is another piece of information you should be aware of. Coco Doll has put a reward for capturing Climb. Closing curly bracket. Not surprising. I trust Lord Demiurge has accounted for this, but just in case, update me on any of Coco Doll's plans or whom he meets with for the targeting. Closing curly bracket. I will, Miss Renner. Closing curly bracket. With that, the demon departed from her mind. I will make that scum suffer. That pathetic piece of shit thinks he'll get to me through my precious Climb. The quill she was using to take notes snapped in half in her delicate hand from her outrage, barely unnoticed as she hastily replaced it with a new one. Concentrate. I don't have enough time to make it personal right now. Now, back to the spell. Returning to the topic at hand, she reread everything she could about the spell, picturing how it should be cast and what would be the effects of said spell. A good portion of magic was dependent on a person's understanding of the topic, especially when performing their first cast. Now, I should test it. There's no point making my darling fall asleep here. I should do it in my quarters when his armor is off. Concentrate, damn it. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Renner harshly reprimanded herself. Her only other possible test subject was the head librarian, who was sitting behind his desk and producing a copy of a rare book. Quill in hand, he failed to notice her shift in demeanor, engrossed in his work. The man was in his 50s, dressed in a simple but well-made suit, with small round glasses. His balding head was reflecting the light from the chandelier above him, evident of his long occupation working at the library. She covertly glanced at the man and attempted to cast the spell, sleep. The man yawned and looked up from the book. He took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and reached for the cup of tea that was sitting at the corner of the table. Soon enough he returned to his task, the tea having been brought for the specific reason of staying awake. Using the opportunity, Renner cast the spell again, but this time 2 times in a row. With her mana reserves being far too small for constant use, this would be her last test for the day. The man yawned again, slowly slumped over the book, and began to lightly snore. It worked. She bit her cheek to keep a neutral expression and looked up, faking curiosity. Climb, can you see if Sir Bilal is all right? I think he overworked himself again. She called out for her dutiful servant to take action. Of course, Your Royal Highness. Climb approached the older man and lightly shook his shoulder. Sir. Bilal slowly rose up and yawned, appearing confused. Did you need something, boy? He asked groggily. Princess Renner asked to check on you. You seem to have fallen asleep. Climb replied with a polite bow as he took a step back. Did I? The man glanced around and then looked down. Oh no, the book. The painstakingly written page had a large ink smudge and would have to be replaced. The librarian had one on the face too, but Climb decided to not address it, not wanting to increase his stress levels further. A maid would point it out later. Meanwhile, Renner had approached them, looking deeply concerned. Sir Bilal, is everything all right? I hope you are not overworking yourself, she asked, her voice sounding almost pleading. I am fine, Your Royal Highness. He absent-mindedly touched his cheek, getting the ink on his white glove. I should take a rest before continuing. Please do. Let's go, Climb. If you don't mind, I'll take these with me and return them tomorrow. Renner brought his attention to the books she held in her hands. Keep them as long as you wish, Your Royal Highness. I will inform you if anyone is looking for these books. Bilal replied, not noticing the spell book she intentionally hid from his view by holding the pile of books in a particular way and burying it between several others. It worked. With time I should be able to make the spell stronger and have even better results. If magic wasn't so neglected I would have a much harder time using it covertly. Renner mused. If she could even get to the point of inducing sleep at various distances and intensities, she could perhaps wreak havoc without anybody ever realizing it. Natural sleep was always appreciated, no matter the occupation. Such a simple and easy spell could be made into a devastating weapon if used properly, and she intended to use it to its full effects. A proper leader should always be sure his subordinates have everything they need to perform their duties. This was one of the core tenets he took to heart from Earth Media and his time as a guild leader. A lot of floor guardians were already away on missions, so Ains started with those who were not present in Nazareth to prioritize their transportation of resources and labor. While sitting in an armchair in his office, Ains made a mental list of the order he planned to contact everyone, with the Elven twins making the top of the list. Albedo was the only one excluded, but that was due to them working closely together and her slowly opening up and telling him about things that frustrated her or what she wanted to improve. Aura was out in the forest organizing the domestication of various creatures that could be used for all kinds of purposes, from being food sources to mounts and pack mules. Aura, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Ains sent a message to her first, initiating the conversation. Not at all, Lord Ains. Is there anything I can do? The elven girl immediately responded. I just wanted to check on you. Do you have everything you require to perform your duties? Closing curly bracket. I do, Lord Ains. But if it's not much to ask, I would like to have a stable for Wisey on the 6th floor. I can't just dismiss her like the rest of my pets. Closing curly bracket. That can be easily arranged. Closing curly bracket. Thank you. Wisey also says thanks. Aura responded cheerfully. The conversation with Mare was similar. He requested pop monsters with enough intelligence to learn how to recognize the herbs he found in the forest and would be able to command the skeletons to perform the time-consuming gathering duties. His request, too, was easy to grant since liches fit this requirement and could summon low-level skeletons on their own. The next were his two friends having an adventure. For about 10 minutes he watched them interact with humans they had befriended before shooting over a message. That looks so much fun. Traveling on the road and meeting new people. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious of the greater freedom they had. How are you both doing? Is everything going all right? He contacted both siblings at the same time once they were slightly isolated from other people. We're doing great. We found the alchemist Tabula was asking for and learned a lot about how stuff works in this world. We'll compile reports when we return. Puro reported back, sounding as cheerful as ever. That's great, Ains replied, trying to sound at least a bit enthusiastic, but his envy of the two siblings having an adventure still seeped through. How are you doing? I know you wanted to come with us. Buku asked, picking up on the jealous undead. I'm doing fine. I had a bit of free time so I'm checking in on everyone. Closing curly bracket. How are my kids doing? Not causing any trouble. Closing curly bracket. Both are doing great. Aura's and Mare's skills are irreplaceable when it comes to utilizing what can be found in the forest. Closing curly bracket. How is my girl doing? Have you visited her? Puro asked. Not yet. I still have to figure out how to approach her. As I understood, she doesn't take me being together with Albedo all too well. Ains tried his best to not say that he had avoided the young vampire, not knowing how to deal with her. You can always make her the second one. Puro chuckled. Give it a rest, Birdbrain. Ains isn't like us and isn't aiming for a harem. He's handling all the stuff we can't. Buku came to his rescue, unamused. I know. Just saying it's an option. But you could at least talk to her. Oh, avoid saying that you chose Albedo over her because she's on the flatter side. Closing curly bracket. I'll try talking with her. Ains managed to get out and cut the conversation line after emotional suppression did its wonderful job. The last to contact on the list was Cocytus, who was currently in the Hobgoblin village, training an organized local militia from goblins and ogres to a sufficient level. Ogres in particular were wrung through the ringer for their brute strength. It was mostly a symbolic gesture to introduce locals as part of the new nation's forces. With even the old guard being far stronger and easier to command, they would mostly serve decorative purposes and patrol the forest alongside the much more reliable undead. Cocytus, how are things on your end? Any difficulties with your task? Closing curly bracket. The locals understand discipline and can be made into coherent units with relative ease, but their equipment is basically unusable and their crafting expertise is non-existent. Closing curly bracket. I see. In that case, I authorize you to send up requests to the crafting department to produce some base-level armaments. Closing curly bracket. I should entrust someone to create and send out a survey for metal ores in the area we control. Albedo likely will know what to do, but I think I'll wait for a few days until she runs out of tasks to do and has rested enough. Ains took a mental note for later use. Thank you, Lord Ains. Closing curly bracket. With that done he could go see the rest in person, one floor at a time. With his ever-present bodyguard Rubedo right behind him, Ains set on a small tour around the Great Tomb. The first one to see was his son, whom he had neglected to interact with as of late. Pandora, as usual, was located in the treasury, happily sorting away piles upon piles of various items magical and non-magical. The moment Ains teleported in he flipped around, saluted, and loudly said, "Greetings father, I am overjoyed to see you." No German. He is really trying. Good to see you, Pandora. How are you doing? For now I am doing great, but I came to a rather grim conclusion, Pandora replied in his overly dramatic manner. What do you mean? Ains's voice cracked a bit when he asked the follow-up question, guessing at the following response. It will take me about 2 months to completely sort the treasury, and with no new items coming in and requests taking about 20 minutes a day at best, I will run out of things to do. Father, you have to help me solve this crisis. I'm sure we can think of something. How about you take an hour or two off your regular duties each day and think of ways you could help improve Nazarick in ways you found engaging. Ains relied on another line from the book about management. Employees who go above and beyond should be given the freedom to help the company grow and be motivated with appropriate rewards to do so, and Pandora fit the bill and then some. But that would prolong the sorting of the treasury. Finding something for you to do in the long term is more important. Most of what is left aren't high priority items, and Nazarick won't suffer any setbacks if they stay in the pile for a few weeks longer. With his son reluctantly agreeing to the proposal and both setting aside time to spend on a yet undecided father-son activity, Ains moved to the following people. Ulbert and Demiurge could be found in his friend's office together with his other subordinate, Flornohe, whom Ains had yet to meet in person, working on handling the situation on the ground and management of human resources. From what he knew, the ancient demoness was as cunning as she was beautiful, and should not be taken too lightly. She would likely require more intellect to handle. Appearing right in front of the office door, he was led in without needing to knock, the inhabitants within having sensed him already and swinging the door open. Ains, didn't expect to see you today. Did something happen? Ulbert greeted him. Demiurge jumped up from the sofa he was sitting on and kneeled, Flornohe immediately following his example in the presence of the head supreme being. Rise and be at ease. Ains stated to the two demons and then addressed his friend. No, I'm just making sure everyone has everything they need to perform their duties. In that case, Demi and I need some test subjects. I would send someone to gather lowlifes myself, but perhaps someone else is bored out of their mind and could use some work. Ulbert replied, sighing. Didn't you have those sunlight scripture people you captured at Carne? Ains asked, sitting down on the sofa. Demiurge and Flornohe took seats at the subtle command of their masters, silently listening to the two gods interacting. Tabula managed to kill off most of them. I think only Nigan and two others survived. Then it's safe to assume he'll ask for more test subjects as well, Ains stated, stroking his pointy, bony chin with two fingers. Gathering some bandits roaming the countryside and lurking near the major roads should be an easy enough task to accomplish. The question was who to send out on a hunt. Just let Demi and I do the picking first if you don't have any ideas. Oh, another thing I need your approval for is a plan to send out a team to infiltrate and subdue 8 Fingers. I'm still thinking about details, but I kinda want to use Seba's. Ulbert declared, leaning back on the sofa and taking a gulp from the teacup he was holding. Why Sebas? I thought you didn't like him. Ains eyed his friend with suspicion. They were old friends, yes, but Nazarick came first, and Sebas was a valuable asset. I didn't like Touch Me, not his creation, and Sebas has his uses. The guy even looks the part of playing the role of a traitor. Give him some eye candy as an assistant, and you'll have a perfect team for weaseling their way into sleazy rich businesses. Sure, I have nothing against it as long as you aren't enacting revenge towards Touch Me by setting up Sebas to fail badly. Nothing of sorts, I assure you. The sins of the father aren't the sins of the son, Ulbert said, raising his right hand in a mock school club pledge. I'll take your word for it, Ains said. Trust me, buddy, I'm not sabotaging our own forces for some petty revenge. If Touch himself shows up, that's another business entirely. Ulbert cackled, giving the dastardly impression that he had done extensive planning on how to mess with his old rival in the guild. I sure hope we can find a way to bring our friends here, the more the better. Despite all the changes, I think you'd agree with me that our lives have changed for the better. Oh, before I go, how have you been? We hadn't had much chance to interact. Ains turned to and addressed Demiurge. Ever since my father's return, I couldn't have been better. The demon gave him a toothy grin, a cunning yet delighted glint in his eyes. That's good to hear, and you must be Flornohe. I heard you're shaping up to be quite a formidable advisor to Ulbert. Thank you for the high praise, Lord Ains. I am trying to do my best and hoping that I am worthy enough to be among the ranks of Nazarick. She replied, tilting her head at the undead overlord in respect. The next to visit was the only other of his friends currently present in Nazarick. Knowing that Tabula had been wholly engrossed in his work, Ains expected to find the brain eater working in his laboratory. Predictably, it was Mariposa, his wife, who let him into Tabula's quarters as always, greeting him with a deep bow. Lord Ains, I must apologize on my husband's behalf, as he is busy with alchemical experiments. There's no need to apologize, Ains replied, raising his hand. Please, she motioned for Ace to sit down, he will hopefully be with you in a few minutes. Mariposa joined him in the guest area, a homunculus maid pouring tea in cups and preparing refreshments. The other maids filed out of the room, removing all finished paperwork as well. An awkward silence settled between the two, staring at each other. What should I say to her? It's weird how similar looking she is to Albedo. I guess I should start with the generic pleasantries and hope Tabula shows up soon enough. Ains thought, nervously shifting around in his seat. Rubedo, as always, showed no emotion to the matter, just standing at the door next to the maid. I hope Nazarick is treating you well, considering the not-so-pleasant first impression, Ains started in a somewhat wooden manner, clearly offering an olive branch to the awkward piece. It couldn't be better, Lord Ains. If anything, I still need to get used to being treated like royalty, Mariposa replied, nervously shifting around as well. She then glanced at the maid and guard before continuing, I wish to thank you for indulging my husband as often as you did. He may not express it often, but he remembers interactions with you fondly. It was obvious to him that Mariposa knew who they were before becoming their avatars. The question was how, or should, he even address it. I and the other summons will never talk about what you were before. As far as everyone else is concerned, you and the other supreme beings are newborn gods. Closing curly bracket. I see. Closing curly bracket. However, while I have your attention, I would like to put up a request. Closing curly bracket. I'm listening. Closing curly bracket. As I understand, you now have the ability to increase one's potential without a need to break through the upper limits. If it is possible, I humbly request to be placed on the waiting list. Closing curly bracket. There was a long list of Nazaryk's denizens he wanted to empower in such a way, given the many benefits it would only give them. Even most of the floor guardians were still waiting for their inevitable turn. Her case was somewhat special due to her relationship with Tabula, though. If Tabula asked, he would empower Mariposa without hesitation, but it was she who asked it. What does Tabula say about it? Closing curly bracket. He, as always, thinks he can figure out how to do it on his own. Please don't get me wrong, I'm not making any demands or even asking to be put above others. I just want to be placed in the waiting line. Closing curly bracket. I'll increase your limit after I'm done with the floor guardians, given your significant contributions to Nazaryk and its leadership. Closing curly bracket. Thank you, Lord Ains. Closing curly bracket. At that moment, Tabula emerged from his lab, a cloud of greenish smoke floating around him. Sorry for the delay, but I needed to finish what I had started, he apologized, sitting down next to his wife as she waved away the fog. Right after him, a dragonoid emerged from the lab with a crate of potions. The creature's movements were jittery as his gaze shifted all around, obviously unstable. He bowed before Ains and then addressed the Brain Eater. Lord, I'll deliver those to the alchemical department. Nigan, get their verdict before you come back. Ains watched the dragonoid leave. Looks like whatever Tabula did to the man had severely affected him. Putting his attention back to Ains, Tabula asked. Did you need anything from me? I just came to ask if you have everything you need for your work and if there is any progress from your experiments. Oh, I also came to tell you that Puro and Buku found an alchemist who wants to work with you. That is excellent news. Please notify me when I can come into direct contact with the said alchemist. Tabula exclaimed enthusiastically. I do need more test subjects, but I have made excellent progress and achieved an 80% success rate with race change and other body modifications. I'll send someone out to capture lowlifes for experimentation, Ains stated. With that he left for the last stop of the day, Shaltyr's sanctuary. There was not much point delaying it anymore. He needed to face her. Before Ains could knock on the door, a vampire bride opened them and let him in. Shaltyr was already kneeling in the room, her servants kneeling around her as well. Lord Ains, I am grateful you came. How can I prove myself? She spoke, her lip quivering. Shaltyr, if this is about me and Albedo, then you don't have to prove yourself. And please rise. What did I do wrong? She asked. I lost to that bitch. And I can't even hope to be the second one. Lord Ains is not the type to take multiple wives. Father was sure of it. You have done nothing wrong. Lord Ains. I don't understand. Am I not as good as Albedo? She inquired, inadvertently drawing the blood from her lower lip with her fangs as she bit her lip. What should I say to her? It's not her fault. It all happened so fast. Ains looked at the young vampire who so desperately desired an answer as to why she wasn't the one he chose. It's not about if you are as good as her. Shaltyr, you are not the one to blame. It seemed she wasn't satisfied with the answer. Shaltyr glanced downward and whispered quietly, please let me prove myself. I want to do something for Nazaryk, not just sit around and wait for father to return again. I could send her out to hunt the lowlifes. That would give her something to do. I have a task in mind and you are perfect for it. Nazaryk needs test subjects. The moment we locate a perfect spot for you to go on a hunt, I'll let you be the one to bring them in. Ains responded carefully, taking a step forward. With Rubedo behind him, there was a little chance Shaltyr would try to do anything unreasonable, but he did have to keep up decorum. I would be honored to hunt for suitable test subjects. Shaltyr exclaimed, glancing upwards with a small grin. Maybe one day he will choose me after all. All I have to do is to be useful and wait. With his subordinates addressed, he could return to his quarters with a sense of a job well done. There were a few tasks he would have to give to Albedo to solve, but there wasn't anything too difficult or time-consuming. Bonus story, time to relax. To show a good example and prevent his son from overworking, Ulbert pretty much ordered Demiurge to join him for an afternoon of leisure. The two had spent days working around the clock, and it was high time they took a break. With the bath area problem solved, he, Demiurge, and a few succubi were relaxing in a jacuzzi. The water was comfortably warm, the jacuzzi was more than large enough to accommodate them all, and the session was hot in more ways than one. With a cigar in his mouth and a glass of cognac in his left hand, he soaked within the water, Flornohe by his side. After all, there was no reason not to enjoy everything she could give. Meanwhile, 3 younger succubi were trying to get Demiurge's attention to them, with no real success either. The archdemon, the same as his father, was slowly sipping cognac and enjoying soaking in the jacuzzi. 2 of them were sitting at his sides, and the third one behind him at the edge of the jacuzzi, which was built inside the floor. At their side stood a homunculus maid and 2 other succubi as assistants, ready to be of use. There was a small, portable bar of booze, and a table with all kinds of delicacies to be consumed upon any desire. An incubus stood in a further corner and was softly singing a relaxing tune, strumming a guitar made by the crafting department from instructions found in the library. You know, we should build a proper casino on the 9th floor, Albert declared, letting out a big puff of smoke. The idea itself is interesting, but who would we build it for? The Supreme Ones have unlimited access to the treasury, and the rest of Nazarick are not getting salaries to fund such an entertainment, Demiurge replied as one of the succubi ran her hand over his chest, the third one. The young demoness was swinging her tail under the water, clearly unhappy at the lack of progress. With gods being off limits, the floor guardians were the next most sought-after prizes, and here was one tantalizing her, even allowing her to touch him. Unfortunately, only Shaltir out of all of them had shown interest in adding a few demonesses to her collection of toys, but her highly sadistic nature made even dedicated demons think twice before approaching her. Obviously, money isn't worth using here. But I'm sure we could think of some rare commodity we could use as a substitute, Albert stated thoughtfully. Summons. If I am not mistaken, the types each god can summon do not overlap. A chance to obtain prized servants would be a great motivator for gambling, Flornohe suggested after draining her glass dry, motioning for a succubus to refill it. Unfortunately, Ains would be against it, and even if he wouldn't, Pandora's actor can pretty much use the skill sets of all guild members, save for the few most unique skills each of us has. Albert shot down the idea, puffing another cloud larger than the previous one. Artwork then. Father, a lot of Nazarick's denizens have taken upon creative activities in their free time. A system could be established where artwork could be exchanged for chips or Yggdrasil gold, and later used in auction for the most sought-out items. Demiurge laid out his idea, allowing a succubus to massage his back. That could work and would let everyone participate without needing to revamp or create new currencies. Hell, maybe over time we wouldn't even force anyone to take time off, but it would happen voluntarily. But then we also need to have proper salaries for everyone. I'll put it up with Ains and Albedo. That likely would include us as well. Albert inhaled the sweet fumes from the cigar and broke into a smirk, his son brilliant as always. The plan was perfect. No doubt Ains would agree for everything to be set up. And then he would control not only the casino but the art auction as well. With a limited amount of money in circulation, it could be used for all kinds of purposes. On top of it, if the experiment was successful, a similar chain of establishments could be created once enough territories had been added to the budding empire, albeit far into the future. Editing by Aiden_Low. Proofreading by Aiden_Low, Swiss, Visor Nixon, Sad_Smiles, Orodium, Sapphire_Drake, and Sleuthin. Anne, thank you for reading the story, and if you have caught up to the latest chapter, you can check out my other work or join my Discord server, URL where additional chapters are available, or if you are interested in becoming a beta reader, gives access to chapters months ahead of regular readers. 1 comments 0 vote. Chapter 8 Spiral of Death. It didn't get any easier, even after days of effectively non-stop practice. In his natural undead form, even the lowest of holy-oriented spells caused him considerable pain, some even dealing real harm as his hands crumbled into dust. It was for this reason that for today's practice, Ains switched to the human form he had used in Carne. Being human was neutral ground, so to speak, for most magic spells, holy spells included. Meaning, that the damage output from healing spells should theoretically be next to null. As usual, the best place to do so was the 6th floor arena, smack dab at the center. Here, he could toss around most magic without fear of causing insane amounts of damage to Nazarick, and he had more than enough space to cast all but the greatest of magical spells. Healing spells were more than accommodated in the ginormous stadium. For today's audience, Rubedo was present, as always. Albedo, for once, was doing her own work and letting him train in peace without suffocating amounts of worry about his well-being, her presence located on another floor. Additionally, the Elven twins and Shaltir were watching him from the VIP lodge, snacking on popcorn and other such snacks. Even Wisey the hamster was up there, binging on the finest plants raised in Nazarick, used as a cushion for Aura and Mare. After a few casts of base healing spells, it became clear that the pain and damage in this form was far less noticeable. Regardless, some pain remained since doppelganger rings provided mostly cosmetic effects and didn't actually change one's race. With that in mind, Ains mentally prepared to use the 9th tier spell, True Resurrection. One of the former scripture members' still frozen corpse was delivered to his feet by a homunculus maid, who scurried away shortly after. The corpse was mostly preserved, with fairly little blood loss or natural decomposition. Even the equipment on the dead man had been left behind in their efforts to preserve the natural state of the body. To not waste any more time, he used a low-tier warming spell, bringing the corpse close to normal body temperature. He noted there was fairly little change of consequences for him when using low-tier warming spells, and noted to test out the rest of the basics in private later. I can do this. Ains mentally prepared for the pain and revived the man, activating the magic as quickly as he could. Unlike with his skeletal body, there was no darkening of the fingers, only a small jolt of pain akin to a sudden slamming of a hammer. Not as bad as I thought it would be. Still, I have to find a way to increase my resistance against holy type damage. The newly revived man slowly sat up and looked around, dizzily as he regained his bearings. The highest tier resurrection spell had assured he would not lose any power, but the shock of being brought back to life was still present. It worked. Now on to the next step, true death. Ains exclaimed the name of the spell and tapped the man's forehead. Strangely, now in human form, this negative energy-based spell caused minor pain and blackened his fingers, unlike in his undead form when it did nothing besides drain his magic power. A quick introspection on his changed resistances revealed that his weakness against holy type damage was lowered greatly, but at the same time, he also gained a minor weakness to negative energy. The once again lifeless body slumped to the arena floor, equipment clattering as Ains once again prepared his magical power. There was enthusiastic clapping coming from Shaltir, but Ains paid it no mind. She clearly hadn't given up on having a romantic relationship with him, attempting to curry his favor wherever she could, and she likely wouldn't stop anytime soon. The elven twins were more interested in the revival and death of the man than Ains himself, pointing it out to Wisey as she brought them snacks with her tail. Maybe if he hadn't added the line in his own flavor text of him deeply caring about all three of Tabula's daughters and loving Albedo in particular, then he would see things in a different light. But now Shaltir was the daughter of a friend he did not want to hurt, nor did he wish to possibly set off anything that would contradict the programming set in the NPC's coding. Even beyond that, Shaltir was a teenage girl in both mind and appearance, making him uncomfortable about the whole idea of having anything romantic with her in the first place. He was a grown adult man through and through, albeit with some Chunabu tendencies at times. Returning to the task at hand, he cast True Resurrection again, immediately followed by True Death. If Puro could hit level 101 just by training, maybe he could as well via a high-tier spell grind. With each round of subsequent revival and almost instantaneous death, the test subject became increasingly aware of what was going on and started to protest against Ains's actions with cries of anguish, much to the audience's delight. Shaltir in particular enjoyed the show, almost spilling wine on herself in her happiness-induced stupor. Finally, after spending about 2/3 of his mana, the subtle yet euphoric feeling of his power increasing came. With that, he also instinctively felt that his human form lost some weakness against negative energy, and his natural undead form lost a bit of weakness against the holy magic. The scripture member lay dead on the floor, ignored for the first time after a long cycle of death and revival. If I continue leveling this way I could, in theory, not only lose my weakness against the holy attribute and perhaps even fire, but I could also gain outright resistance against other attacks. This possibility was certainly worth exploring. If he could remove his two biggest weaknesses, then he would be much harder to kill. Considering that no hard limit existed anymore, at least one hard limit Ains was aware of, in theory he could continue to grow in power indefinitely. The only limitation of Nazarik's overall growth was how often he could use Endless Strive to increase either his own limit or those around him, and how long and often those affected by Endless Strive could empower themselves by training. The next thing to work on were the angelic summons of his magical arsenal. While the regular angels responded to his commands as every other summon would, there was a chance this wouldn't be the case with higher tier ones, something he couldn't risk in a fight. Ulbert's summoning experiments had proved that demons above a certain level responded to their summons of their own volition, and pretty much agreed to a contract upon summoning imposed by their magical spells. Failing to fuel the magical contract with enough power would guarantee a failure, akin to not hooking enough bait when fishing. If high-tier angels had their own agencies, then they could potentially not respond well to his call, or perhaps outright attack him due to their opposite types. With how powerful higher-tier angels were in-game, this could be dangerous for both him and Nazarik. But before he could spend the last dregs of his mana on summoning spells, Ains ordered the bug-like guards to return to the 5th floor with the corpse he had revived and killed numerous times. They gladly complied, whisking it away within seconds to not disturb their supreme being from their experiments. How long the poor man's soul could withstand such torment was hard to tell, but for now, there were few precious corpses to experiment with, and most crucial floors were ravenous in their demand for the greatly outstripped supply. Returning to the planned test, Ains summoned an archangel flame. The plate-clad, white-winged figure displayed no obvious signs of hostility. Same as a regular angel, it didn't speak. It just stood there, albeit not menacingly due to its low tier. In fact, back in the game, only the high-tier angels had any voice lines. Whether or not it was a complete coincidence or the developers were subconsciously affected by real-life angels was hard to tell, and he would probably never know. There was also a possibility the angels were mimicking Yggdrasil instead, which held its own implications of angels actively attempting to deceive him. Stepping up to the next power level, he went for a fourth-tier angel and the last among the low tiers, a principality. This type of angel was far larger than its already summoned counterparts, had 4 wings instead of 2, and wore a robe over plate armor to reportedly give off a more flowing vibe. As before, there was no visible hostility. Satisfied with the results, Ains sent the 2 angels to wait a distance away at the edge of the Colosseum, and prepared to summon one of the 5th-tier angels, which were called powers. Unfortunately for the twins, their time to spectate came to an end as both needed to perform the daily patrols around the floor they both managed. That obviously included the hamster who had watched the undead perform impossible feats in both awe and fright. Ains, noticing the commotion, turned to watch them leave, and the trio used the opportunity to wave their goodbyes as they disappeared into one of the doorways. Not wanting to dwell on them for long, Ains returned his attention to the task at hand and performed the next summoning ritual. Once again a 4-winged angel appeared, dressed in similar clothing except even larger than the previous. This particular type of angel could either instantly destroy or enslave lesser evil beings, and was something he used to fear immensely back in the old days before he became far stronger. To test if it worked as intended, Ains summoned 10 disposable low-tier zombies. He split them into 2 groups, ordering the angel to control one group and destroy the other. The power did as ordered and 5 of the zombies instantly crumbled into dust. The remaining 5 undead stood unmoving, swaying in the non-existent breeze. Order them to walk over there, Ains commanded the angel, pointing at the spot about 20 meters away from both of them. The angel turned around and pointed at the same spot. 5 zombies obeyed the command and lumbered over the spot. Release the control and join the rest of the angels. For Shaltir, witnessing the ultimate master of the great tomb of Nazareth subjecting the despicable creatures of angels to his will was exhilarating, to say the least. The self-righteous heteromorphs were monsters who, for stupid reasons, thought themselves as better and purer than others despite still raining down death upon others, which was arguably a sin in and of itself. Lord Ains is so amazing. I wonder if he will break in a seraphim or a Metatron today. Oh, how nice it would be to see them be put in their place. She squirmed in her seat. The power complied, assuring that there was no problem so far regarding angels up to this tier besides desummoning them, which he had not yet tested and intended to at the end of the experimentation session. Now the 6th tier. So far no problems. Maybe I can summon up to the seraphim or perhaps even solo summon a Metatron. I'll have to see how it works. Virtues have the highest karma value out of all of them. This small concern made him hesitate a bit, even if there was no chance that a middle tier summon could do him any serious damage. At most it would gradually chip away at his health while he blasted it to smithereens, but the ensuing battle could result in enough AoE to possibly harm his subordinates. Even a seraphim wouldn't be too hard to defeat, but it would require him to go all out. Metatron-type angels were the only ones that were a real concern. Being pretty much the antithesis of the undead, they could kill him without too much of an effort if Ains was ever caught off guard by one of them, requiring extensive preparation and possibly a good chunk of his paid items to defeat. Truly, the game favored the whales. They were the favorite toys of the Seraphim Guild, which consisted of only players who played angelic races of various types. This guild was a headache for all heteromorph players, and a mutual enemy if push came to shove in all but the most extreme circumstances. Even he had spent time suffering from their dominion over the undead, and still remembered fending off their attacks vividly when they tried to conquer the tomb of Nazareth, wanting to take advantage of their weakened state, which obviously failed. After casting the spell for virtue, something unexpected happened. The angel refused to appear. The spell had worked and mana had been spent, but the virtue didn't show up. That is strange. I'll try again. His suspicion of higher tier angels having agency of their own was pretty much proven, running parallels to the demons of Ulbert. After 2 more vain attempts, a 6th tier angel finally showed up. Unlike previous ones, Virtue appeared akin to a white stone statue dressed in a white robe with golden accents. With a delicate androgynous face and short silvery hair, it floated about 30 centimeters above the ground, gently flapping its forewings as it floated in front of him. "What are your orders, my summoner?" A pleasant, feminine voice intruded his mind. "I would like to ask a few questions," Ains asked, scanning for any signs of hostility. "I will answer to the best of my ability." Closing curly bracket. Why did I get a refusal more than once when summoning your type of angel? Your darkness repels our kind. Closing curly bracket. Why did you agree to be summoned then? Unlike them, I was abandoned by my creator. I would have accepted any offer. Closing curly bracket. I see. Would you follow any order I give? No, my summoner. I am unable to comply with evil requests. Closing curly bracket. Interesting. Does this mean I will have difficulties with higher tier summons as well? I guess I'll have to leave it to another day when my mana reserves are full. With no more pressing questions to ask, he sent all the summoned angels to the Tob outpost and shot over a quick message to Cocytus, telling him the battle-oriented ones to have patrol routes and the virtue to act as a healer should any of the living creatures there require intense medical aid. Done with today's research, he returned back to his undead form and left the arena. The audience left shortly after, returning to their respective occupancies. Shaltir in particular was excited, knowing what would come ahead the next time her beloved head supreme being would experiment with next. Forming any sort of coherent fighting force out of the weak and undisciplined creatures was not an easy task, yet Cocytus embraced the challenge full-heartedly. The task was given to him by a supreme being, he would fulfill it to its fullest for the best of Nazarick. He was standing at the center of one of the newly made military outposts beside the hobgoblin who was assigned as the outpost's military officer. To ensure no problems could arise, each non-Nazarick officer had a lich assigned to them to both assist and monitor. Before him stood 40 units, each consisting of 10 goblins, an ogre, 2 old guards, and a hobgoblin squad leader. If there was one thing he could compliment them on, it was their determination to serve despite their many shortcomings. Goblins were dressed in simple leather armor with chest, leg, and arm plating, and armed with spears and bows, while ogres had similar armor and massive war maces for weapons. Old guards were there to assist the ragtag teams and in case of any real threat called upon Nazarick forces. The undead pop units were as strong as an ogre, if not surpassing them at times, and a lot more agile and dexterous. Considering that they spawned with magical gear, these rather unremarkable units by Nazarick standards were awe and fear-inducing among the local forest populace, capable of wrestling even renowned ogres to the ground. The military service was purely voluntary, but that didn't deter a quite sizable amount of females from joining their ranks, along with the expected number of males. Thus the military forces were slightly larger than expected, but that posed little problem when most volunteers were extremely dedicated to their work, particularly the females. The easiest guess was that since the military service guaranteed full bellies, and fighting was the only thing most of them knew, they had no better options for work besides returning to becoming stay-at-home citizens in an ever-changing forest world. With general orders to disallow outsiders to roam around the forest, and to detain and question any trespassers, Cocytus teleported to the next outpost. The thudding of the ground signaled his great arrival. The currently controlled area was split into 40 areas, each having a military base of sorts, some more ragtag than others even as all were being upgraded to acceptable levels. There was only one fortress at the moment, but 6 more were planned in the most strategic areas to ensure proper communication channels were developed. Lord Ains had given him almost free rein when it came to military matters, and until Lady Buku returned from her scouting expedition into possible enemy forces, he didn't need to immediately report to anyone on his plans. The only thing that was required was to occasionally inform Albedo about the expenses, who would cooperate to ensure maximal results for minimal costs. There was nothing of note happening in most of the places he visited for inspection, save for one of the southern bases located around the lake. It was a viable source of freshwater, making the location one of their more important long-term protected areas. He already had received a report about a minor attack, but since the intruders were dealt with and there were no further attacks, he didn't need to change his planned route. When he finally arrived at the conflict area, there were 7 lizard-type creature corpses waiting for him, splayed on the ground with their equipment separated for his inspection. The local base commander, a tall hobgoblin, immediately approached him and stated while saluting, "Vice Marshal Cocytus, Lieutenant Rohi reporting for duty." At ease. Report what happened. These groups of lizardmen left their territory and attacked the patrol late in the afternoon. Luckily, none of ours died, but the goblins and ogres that got injured are waiting for the healer to arrive. Did these lizardmen give a reason for their attack? Cocytus asked. No, but the sergeant reported that they attacked the old guard with extreme prejudice. Can I give a personal input, Vice Marshal? You can. Cocytus permitted his subordinate to speak. Ignoring the input of his lessers was not a mistake he would ever make. The locals understood the reasoning of neighboring species a lot more than he did at the moment, and the supreme beings emphasized taking information from wherever he could to make the best decisions possible. The living naturally fear the undead. We now know better, but these lizard men don't. All they saw was an enemy of the living that needed to be eliminated. Rohi said cautiously. The others nearby nodded, having come to the same conclusion. Considering that the ultimate master of Nazarick was an undead, he had to choose his words carefully. By all accounts, Lord Ains was a kind ruler, but he would not tolerate any sort of discrimination towards the undead among his ranks. This means they're likely to attack again. For now, divert the regular patrols away from the border. I'll employ stronger units for the defense of the border, Cocytus announced. Without hesitation, he ordered a few squads of the 5th-floor insectoid pop monsters to arrive and take the place of the current patrols. Additionally, he requested for Shaltir to send the elite guard that spawned in her domain, and a group of battle-oriented demons from Demiurge, to further reinforce the patrols and command when, not if, push came to shove. All of them were very easily replaced if given enough time, and their overall strength was way above the old guard, who already were the strongest units patrolling the area. These units would crush any further lizardmen attacks without any problem, perhaps even scaring them off from future assaults. Once Lady Buku was back, an expansion into their territory could be proposed with their current resources. Such decisions were best left to supreme beings, and he, as a dutiful servant, could meanwhile formulate a coherent attack plan. The quicker they took over more territory, the more they could develop their rapidly growing nation. As the requested units arrived, he sorted them into patrol squads and sent them off to guard the border. The lizard men would be a source of trouble no more. There's a chance other border areas could face similar attacks. I'll have to suggest to Lady Buku to increase security in those areas as well. Cocytus mused, already running the numbers through his head. With the possibility of strong enemies showing up, there was a need to form elite response teams as well. Resolved to discuss this topic with Demiurge, he returned to the Great Tomb of Nazarick to start the foundations for such a military growth endeavor. When they reached the city gate, the sun had already set, the night sky fading into view as the brightest stars twinkled. Tired after the long road, the group rolled to the entrance gate, hastily gaining the attention of the city guards before flopping around like fish. I hope this doesn't take too long. I really need a booze and a bath, Lucrut groaned while leaning against the cart. With Buku and Ninya being the most frequent passengers of the singular seat beside Enfira, he pretty much walked the whole distance, and now his legs were positively killing him. Too much excitement in the span of short few days would do anyone in, even experienced adventurers, and he was no exception. We still need to report to the guild and help Enfira unpack the goods. Peter effectively crushed his hopes, and anyone else's, of kicking back anytime soon. The blonde man merely grumbled in response as he observed the guard approach. Good evening, Mr. Bearer. The usual. The guard glanced at the cart and leaned closer to the boy. Yes, please, and get yourself and your men something warm. It's starting to become chilly during the nights. Enfira returned the greeting and dropped quite a few silver coins into the guard's palm, which swiftly left a clicking sound in a miscellaneous pocket in the guard's uniform. Will do. Don't forget to file taxes for the produce. Of course. I will send details tomorrow morning, Enfira replied, urging the horse to move forward as another guard opened up the gates. The rampant corruption was an open secret to anyone, but if it saved them a lot of time, then there wasn't too much of a reason to complain. The guards didn't ask for too much either, having learned a long time ago who to sniff out for coins and who not to. As they traveled through the gate, Enfira quietly explained that guards always allowed him to send an approximation of what was gathered together with the tax money. Give and take, they kept on good terms with him and they'd keep a consistent customer. They reached the guild soon enough, and armed with bags full of monster ears, approached the nearest clerk. Enfira gave his testimony, as well as paid an additional fee for the extra danger the group he hired was exposed to due to the legendary monster's attack. The moment he uttered, "The wise king of the forest," everyone's attention was on them, large and small. Considering that there were quite a few adventurers present at this late hour, the news about someone surviving the encounter with the beast was bound to spread fast. Within the next 48 hours, they could guarantee even some nobles would hear of it, and the common people were sure to gossip about their achievement. With his part done, Enfira departed together with Britta and the Swords of Darkness, leaving behind Lucrut to collect the payment for his team. The group's scout for his supposed quick legs whined the most about wanting to take a rest, so he got his chance at the guild's waiting area. Yet he quickly realized his error of his ways when he had to sit together with his new friends and watch the clerks count the massive pile of ears that, at this point in time, stank like hell, filling up the hall with the smell of death and decomposition. After that came a lengthy interview with the guild master who, despite the late hour, wanted to look at the new talent with his own eyes. This lasted almost an hour as he drilled question after question into Puro and Buku, who responded in kind and relayed their harrowing stories of survival. They even got a few cheers from the night owl adventurers nearby. Considering that people were meant to slowly work through the ranks, the trio only got promoted to the silver plate rank with a promise that more extraordinary deeds would let them rise even higher and quicker. The system could be bent to a certain extent, and the guild master was fully intent on bending to its max since more great talents in his guild meant higher financial income. It was close to midnight when they arrived at the Bearer Pharmacy to reunite with their friends. They had cash, they had friends, and they had the celebratory spirit when Lucrut spoke up. Huh, the lights are off. Did they go to celebrate without us? Lucrut grumbled as he tried to peer inside the dark windows, the curtains interfering as they lightly swayed in the natural night breeze. Undead, Lupus warned, sniffing the air as she hosted her weapon. Buku instantly grabbed the shield off her back and bashed through the door, taking a defensive position as she motioned for the others to follow. They followed, her natural air of assumed authority kicking in as the vanguard. Lucy, give us light, she ordered, and cautiously walked deeper in. The strong stench of blood made her stop for a moment before warning the others with a low voice. Be on guard, there's enough blood to fill the air, and that's never good. As she crept deeper inside, Lupus caught up with her, holding the active continuous light spell in her right hand. Puro and Lucrut drew their close combat weapons and followed suit. Every creak of the house set off their joints, every whistle their ears, every breeze their noses, as they stalked through the hallway. Suddenly one door swung open, and a figure charged them, blade in hand. Buku easily repelled the attack and kicked the undead figure away into the light, where Lupus, magic gave them full view. Peter, Lucrut gasped. He's been zombified, Buku exclaimed, blocking another of the now undead man's attacks, unsure how to proceed. As Peter stumbled back, two more zombies joined him, Dine and Britta, shambling closer as they loosely held their equipment. Lucrut took a step back, horrified. All of them. Lupus was the first to react and she mercilessly bashed each of the zombies in their heads, killing them for the second time and hopefully ending their lives with mercy. My friends, wait, where is Ninya? Lucrut rushed past them, leaping over corpses and barging through the half-opened door. They did find Ninya's mutilated corpse in the same room the zombies barged out, half-strapped to the floor and pale from lack of blood. The shy boy turned out to be a girl. Her naked, petite corpse was left on the floor. There were at least 36 piercing marks all over the body, her face frozen in a permanent expression of agony. The death could not have been too old. Any adventurer worth their salt knew body stiffening only lasted so long, and they had only left a few hours ago at the guild. Lucrut slumped down against the wall and stared at her with glassy eyes, hopes crushed as Puro paced back and forth, agitated. Buku was standing guard, shocked, and Lupus was behind her. Lupus and Buku just stared at them until Buku spoke up. Where is Enfira? He can't be the one responsible for this. She quickly left the room, leaving the rest on their own. We have to find the fucks who did this and make them pay. Puro growled in fury through gritted teeth. Ninya, she had a sister. We were helping to look for her. And now, Lucrut's voice broke halfway, choked in tears. He put his right palm over his eyes and sat in silence. My lord, should I act devastated too? Lupus messaged Puro. He stopped his pacing and turned to stare at the maid. They were our friends, he declared, still seething with rage. Confused, Lupus took a step back, mumbling in confusion, but we knew these humans only for a few days. Lupus, for fuck's sake, I know you don't care but can you just leave me alone for a moment? Puro raised his voice. Sorry, she whimpered in response, retreating to a different corner of the room from Lucrut and staying there, light ever slightly dimmer as she recoiled from being rebuked by a supreme being. Buku, who had just returned, watched the interaction in silence. I didn't find Enfira, but there is a corpse of who I presume is his grandmother and it had preservation magic on it, so she might have been dead for a few days. Someone likely has laid a trap and kidnapped the boy for whatever reason and put the zombies as a distraction. She continued when Puro didn't respond. We wanted to play adventurers and see where it got us, and it got us, here. She glanced at Lacrut, who had not moved at all, and then turned back to her brother. You know if we resurrect them, their memories need to be erased. But it will be hard to convince Ains to go through all the trouble. They're zombified. Resurrection won't work. At best, only Ninya can be brought back. Puro retorted, still pacing around. You can bring her back. Tell me she can be resurrected and you can do it. Lucrut wailed with a broken voice, almost hysterical as he leapt up in this shred of hope. He gawked at both siblings pleadingly, eyes shining with tears. When they didn't respond, he continued. Ninya was like a little brother to me. I messed up. I had to be here with them. If you can bring her back, I'll do anything you want, no matter the cost. Puro observed at his sister, who only stared back at him, and then at Lucrut. He let out a long exhale, visibly relaxing as he stood in place, leaning against a wall. Buddy, if you come with us, there's no way back. As long as you can bring her back, I don't care. I'll work for you till the end of my life. Tell me you can bring her back. Lucrut pleaded. As someone who had lost his family at a young age, he could not bear to lose all of the people who were like a second family to them. Whatever the price he would have to pay or what even were his new friends didn't matter at the moment if he could save even one. We can pick her up. We're returning to our home with all the corpses of our friends. Then we're locating the assholes who did this and showing them what happens to those who mess with Nazarick. Buku spoke in a deeper tone, motioning for the group to move. Lucrut grabbed a blanket covering a nearby sofa and gently wrapped the remains of his final deceased teammate in it, picking them up bridal style as he stepped forward, determination mixing with his grief-stricken eyes. Puro, meanwhile, picked up Dine's remains as Lupus and Buku picked up Peter and Britta respectively. All three were carefully held, albeit kept in their own equipment. With the newly formed gate right in front of them, Puro was first to walk through, arriving in his quarters. The rest followed suit, one by one, stepping through and placing the corpses on the ground. Only Lucrut continued to carry Ninya, refusing to place them on the ground as he held her ever so slightly closer. Lupus, go back to the guild and tell them that Enfira and the Swords of Darkness are missing, and that Puro, Lucrut, and I are investigating what happened. Also, tell them about the old woman's corpse under the bed in what appears to be her bedroom. Buku ordered her, Lupus disappearing through the gate shortly after. You can put her down for now, buddy. First, let's get to the bottom of this, and then we can bring her back afterward. Puro addressed Lucrut, who was still shivering just in front of the portal. You promised to bring her back. And we will. On top of it, I can ask my friends if something can be done about the rest. Maybe we somehow can resurrect them too, if Lady Luck favors the brave. He reluctantly settled Ninya down on the floor, layering it with blankets beforehand, and asked. What are we doing now? First, we're showing who we really are, Buku, switching back to her elven form with a flash. Damn, and I thought you were beautiful before, Lucrut commented on her appearance, slightly blushing as he seemed to emotionally recover a bit. Hey, that one was good too, she said defensively. Anyhow, my real name is Buku Ool Gown, and I'm the goddess of war. Goddess. He blinked in surprise. Yup, and I'm Puro Ool Gown, the god of murder, Puro continued, switching to his natural form as well as his feathers fluffed into the air. Lucrut screeched and stumbled backward falling on his ass. You're a monster. Hey, that's uncalled for. And the proper term is heteromorph. Both Buku and I are one. But she's an elf. Trust me, buddy, you don't want to know. Puro let out a chuckle, as if knowing something Lucrut didn't. And to be fair, he did, even if it made him appear slightly more all-knowing to the poor man who had gone through a roller coaster of a night. Before he could finish, Buku's fist slammed into his shoulder with a shockwave, armor denting and leather tearing. Hey, that hurt. Lucrut backpedaled away from them in a sitting position, half crawling, half running away. Did you kill them? It's all your fault. Lucrut screamed full of terror and fury as tears ran down his face. For fuck's sake, I should have seen this would happen when we exposed our titles. Buku groaned. We were with you all the time, you shit for brains. And what reason would we have to do that? Now get up and calm the fuck down. But, buddy, calm down, we can't let you freak out like this in front of our friends, Puro claimed, and approached the frightened man, offering him a hand up. Lucrut carefully grabbed the talon-clad hand and was pulled up, stumbling for a few moments. So what are you, really? He asked in a calmer tone. We are gods, and you're in our home, the great tomb of Nazarick. You agreed to work for us, so for now you're staying here until you can get your shit together. Buku said. What about Ninya and others? He asked, lightly shaking. We'll resurrect her once we deal with whoever killed her and others. We also need to find Enfira since he agreed to work for one of our friends, and we take care of those who work with us. Then let's do it. I want to kill those bastards too. About half an hour later, when everyone of immediate relevance in the tomb was brought up to speed, an emergency meeting was arranged in Puro's quarters. While both siblings sat next to each other on the sofa, Lucrut was sitting a distance away on a chair and was told to keep his cool since things were about to become a lot more hectic. When dealing with their friends, emotional overloads were definitely not the best way to make an argument. The corpses were delivered to the 5th floor and encased in magical ice and preservation magic to protect them until the more pressing matters were settled. The first to arrive was Ulbert, unsurprisingly. He gave a passing glance at Lucrut, who gulped and glanced down in response. Without saying a word, the demon settled on a sofa opposite to Puro and Buku, staring at them. After gathering a modicum of courage, Lucrut glanced up to observe the goat-like creature suspiciously for a moment, then hurriedly glanced down again with a shudder. Compared to two, whom he at least could consider friends in some sense, the newcomer radiated pure malice toward his presence. Why did you bring him along? Ulbert messaged the siblings. He'll work for us from now on. Puro replied. Right. Picking up strays is a reasonable business decision these days. You know this can royally bite us in the ass if he starts to run his mouth about what he's seen. Closing curly bracket. If we resurrect the girl, then I'll guarantee he'll be loyal to us. Oh, and since we are on the topic, I fucking told you so. Puro once again defended his decision and on top of it used the opportunity to dig at his sister, who had bet otherwise. Yeah, it's not something we should be worrying about at the moment. Buku played it off. The fact that her brother did notice that Ninya was a girl and she hadn't was a minor embarrassment Puro likely would use as ammunition to tease her for days, but there was her blunder in the eagerness to live up a little that all parties could understand to a certain extent. Buku chose to not address the Lucrut situation, knowing that their decision was based on emotions with little logic behind it, and that it was a useless risk to keep Lucrut around. Ulbert gave another glance at the man, who had become increasingly nervous as the situation went on, leaning forward on the sofa to light the cigar with a hellfire spell he cast in his hand. Ains and surprisingly Tabula arrived at the same time, taking their seats on sofas in between the two main parties at play. Lucrut paled at the sight of both of them, his face slowly losing all color. Both settled down on sofas. Ains, noticing the man, peered at Puro and Buku questioningly. Tabula, in his usual manner, paid no attention to the frightened human. Instead, he summoned what looked like a small floating hookah and inhaled a long puff, filling the room with a pinkish cloud of smoke as he exhaled. He's our friend, the rest are dead. We need to resurrect one and find a way to do that with the other three that were zombified. Puro gave a short explanation to Ains's silent inquiry. I see. I trust you won't do anything to compromise Nazarick. Of course not. Buku replied defensively. Hey, what's that stuff, Tabula? She got a strange mix of feeling more relaxed and alert at the same time, something that would definitely be useful in the future for adventures. Oh, this. I created this formula to help me work. Mari also loves it. Tabula waved his hand, producing more mouthpieces with elongated hoses as they floated midair. Puro and Buku each eagerly grabbed one and dragged long inhales. Yup, this shit hits the right spot. Puro slouched back into the sofa, visibly less worked up, his sister also relaxing instantly. Ains and Ulbert both passed up on the opportunity to be Tabula's test subjects. He would get test subjects for that or would use his own summons. We should start, as I understand time is of essence. Ains opened the meeting. Sure thing, boss. Buku nodded. You undead, and what the hell is that thing? His mind couldn't take it anymore. He curled up in a sitting position and lightly shook, blanking out everything around him. Buku noticed that Lucrut was a step away from passing away from sheer terror and asked, Hey, everything all right there? To which she got no reaction from the unresponsive man. The moment everyone was present, Oriole teleported in with numerous remote viewing mirrors floating around her. She bowed and arranged the mirrors in a half circle, floating midair as their images flickered. I located the target you are searching for. Enfire, a bearer is held in this specific tomb below the ground. She brought everyone's attention to one of the mirrors. Thanks to her abilities, she was able to display an indoor location on it, crucial for their reconnaissance. It seems he is being used as a conduit for some sort of artifact and massive amounts of undead are being created. If my calculations are correct, it will take less than 2 hours for this undead force to overwhelm the cemetery guard and spill into the city. Oriole explained her observations, tone as neutral as if she were giving a report on medical bills instead of dozens dying. Is this the boy who agreed to work with me? Tabula asked, pointing at the statue of a child. Yup, so if you want to have him, we need to rescue him first. Puro retorted. Hey Tabula, the stuff we're smoking, is it usable for humans? He noticed that Lucrut was becoming worse by the second, letting out quiet whimpers and subtly rocking back and forth. Should be. Nothing in it is lethal or even harmful to humans, in theory. Tabula wisely added a deniably clause at the end of his statement. Ains, we'll need a solid one from you. If Lucrut dies from this, can you bring him back and erase that from his memory? Buku got up, bringing the mouthpiece to the unresponsive man. Sure, just a piece of advice. Keep your friend away from the floor guardians for now. His presence in the Great Tomb may cause some friction. Ains messaged both siblings. I'll put him in a room and let him visit the cantina under the supervision of a maid, that's it. He won't be going much farther than that, Puro assured. Lucrut didn't react to Buku's offer in any way, making her resort to more direct methods. She took a long inhale from the hookah and blew the smoke right in the man's face. Whatever the drug was, it had an immediate reaction. Lucrut sat up straight, twitching for a moment before assuming a stony expression. Better? Buku asked with a reassuring smile. Why yes. Sorry Don't worry about it. Just sit tight and let us figure out how to handle things. Buku patted his cheek and returned to her seat, resuming the meeting. What should we do about the undead? If we stop this, we can pose as heroes later. Buku offered. Albert dragged a long puff from his cigar, blowing out a large cloud of smoke, and declared with a grin, I have a better idea. How about our god of life and death goes down and saves everyone when it gets bleak? A holy nova spell should cleanse the entire cemetery and more, no matter how many undead there are given the power of this world. I haven't practiced casting holy nova yet, and do you really think humans wouldn't automatically assume I had something to do with the undead showing up in the first place if I show up? Ains raised his concerns about the plans, seeing where this was going but internally hesitating. Not if you wear a mask and a few bells and whistles. We write you a nice speech, you save the day with your magic, and then we observe if you get worshippers. Maybe just the title alone is enough if we pull on it right. Oh, and you two can still play the chosen heroes. Get in the middle of it all, rescue the boy, and be blessed by a god. Should help with your elevation of ranks at the Adventurers Guild. Could work. But I also want to get the bastards who killed our new friends. Any way to do it? Puro asked, peering at the tomb and the ever-flowing magic exuding from the boy and crown. Oriole smiled and turned another mirror to his direction, the images flickering once more. It showed the bearer pharmacy with guild officials and city guard crawling all over it, taking notes and reporting to others. Lupus was in the middle of it, pointing out what she had seen. Somebody had even dragged out the grandmother's body and was analyzing it, a mage perhaps. Oriole waved her hand over it, loudly stating, recall event. The scene started to move backward, akin to reversing a video recording, and soon enough it was at the point where a tall blonde woman was tormenting Ninya. Oriole put another mirror next to it and it now followed the blonde woman at an accelerated pace when she arrived at the same tomb Enfire was held in, having leapt the city's graveyard fence and skipped her way down the tomb. Lucrut was morbidly interested, half enraged as he watched the lady he now knew who was behind the deaths of all his friends, half excited as he knew they were finally on the pathway to eliminating the bitch. Other thoughts were swirling in his mind. I sold my soul to these gods. But where were they all this time? What will they do with me and Ninya? Buku at least seems, concentrate. Do not stare at her rack. She is too much. She and Itsuku at least seem nice. As easy as this spell was to use, it was rather limited in application. Increasing recall time past 1 hour took exponentially increasing amounts of mana, and even the most basic anti-scrying effects would nullify it completely. This only spoke volumes to Ains, as more data regarding the magic of this world's natives was always useful. There you go. She's still there, Lord Puro. Tell Naranis to prepare. I want that bitch to experience the worst Nazarick can give her, Puro growled, fingers stringing his bow. Oh, before you return, I think it's better if you use a doppelganger instead of your pal, and he stays out until he can be trusted to not run his mouth, Albert claimed, taking another long puff of smoke. I won't tell a soul, I swear. Lucrut stuttered, face paling as he imagined where he would be sent to this, Naranist, whom even the gods deferred to for torture. Relax. You're not the one who will be sent to Naranist. Your new best pals like you enough to help you out, but I'm not leaving anything to chance. Albert slowly stood up, treading closer to the frightened man, leaned close, and blew smoke into Lucrut's face, more stating than asking, you can sit back and relax for a while, right? Knock it off, Buku retorted to the demon, who was about to make Lucrut soil himself. Just making sure he understands. I have to agree with Albert on this one. The man you brought here should stay back until things are sorted out. Ains uttered, turning his attention to the man as well. For now, consider yourself our guest. You have my word that no harm will come to you while within these halls, and I will resurrect your fallen friend personally. All Lucrut could do was nod meekly at the overwhelming presence of the undead god. He was a man among gods, it was a miracle he hadn't broken down completely, and he knew it. Thank you, your Majesty. Be calm. They promised to resurrect Ninya and others. I work for them now. He clenched every muscle in his body, sweating a river a mile as he contemplated what he had heard of. These monsters held his life, his friend's life, and possibly the lives of everyone in the city in their hands. If I'd known what I was getting into. He had sat there, listening to their scheming of time and lives, so obviously he would not see the skies of daylight again. The question was what they would make him do once the deal was completed. There was another thing he didn't particularly understand. They called themselves gods. And even talked about such outlandish things as removing armies of undead with a single spell, and that the undead would be the one to cast holy magic, a blatant slap in the face of his common sense. Even the greatest wizards he had seen couldn't do the latter on the fly, and none could claim to be the former without the church hunting them down. I hope I didn't make a mistake. Maybe it's for the best that we are on their side. Who knows what will happen to the rest of the world? After what felt like an agonizing, fear-filled eternity, the monstrous gods finished their talks and departed one by one, leaving him in the company of the two he seemingly knew. Hey, buddy, you all right? Puro asked him, puffing another cloud. What will happen to me, Ninya, and the others? You all will work for us, Puro replied as he sat down on the chair next to him, offering the hookah Lukrut had refused earlier. Buku quickly left the room as a maid walked in, assuming position by the door. Puro gave her a hand gesture and she immediately went over to the bar and filled 2 glasses, bringing them over on a platinum platter. Puro took one and motioned for him to take the second glass, to calm down a bit. Lukrut, not wanting to make anyone angry, took the glass and sniffed the golden brown liquid while also gratefully accepting the pipe. He had his fair share of booze in the past, and could trust his instincts to a certain extent. The strong but pleasantly fruit-smelling alcohol ensnared him instantly. He downed it in one go, feeling both the sweetness and the pleasant afterburn slowly travel over his tongue and down his throat. By all means, he had heard of the very high-quality alcohol the rich drank, but to taste something so heavenly, he wasn't even sure the richest nobility could drink something this mind-encompassing. Thanks, I needed that, Lukrut stated after placing the now empty glass down back on the platter. The maid quickly whisked it away, returning with another full glass and stood there until either would want another. I needed one too. If my sister and I would even for a second consider that something like this could have happened, we could have prevented it too. For now, don't worry too much about what you'll have to do. First, we want to deal with what is happening in Irantel, and then we figure out what's coming next. As Puro spoke, Buku returned with a thin white-skinned creature who had 3 black holes for eyes and mouth, hitting the uncanny valley in all the wrong spots despite not even remotely appearing like a human. Lukrut leaned away from the creature, which approached him and touched his forehead with its spindly finger. The creature turned into his twin before his very eyes within moments. Quite convincing, don't you think? The creature now spoke with his voice and showed his mannerisms, as if he had a perfect twin who had been raised in secret. We'll be off then. Puro stepped in front of a gate that had just opened, but before he went through he turned to the maid. Can you please guide Lukrut to guest rooms, and show him where he can get something to eat or drink? And just like that he was left alone with a young, beautiful woman in a maid's outfit who glared at him with such contempt it would kill back in the game. Mr. Lukrut, after me please. She motioned for him to follow. Only as he walked through the long corridors did it start to dawn upon him how luxurious the place was. Not to mention its sheer size and the fact that this was supposedly a tomb, implying it was underground, and yet they still had enough manpower and resources to create such a thing. The largest tombs at the city center were mere carpets for the tomb of Nazarek, their headstones Nazarek's floor tiles and their caskets Nazarek's stair steps. If he had to guess, it was at least the size of a medium or large town. Their first stop was a cantina with even more maids milling around. The first thing that he noticed besides all of them being highly attractive, as any man would, were the inhumanly large portions they were consuming with insane vigor. They made starved soldiers look like babies. This is where you may obtain food. Unless Lord Puro authorizes you, you are not to use or travel to other establishments. The maid urged him to take a platter and pick a meal, the other maids staring at them as well. Got it. So I can pick anything I want here? Yes. He quickly picked some barely recognizable food such as fried meat, bread, and fresh vegetables he recognized, and practically wolfed down the meal due to feeling how impatient the maid was. Then, a few minutes later after a lot of hallways and crypts, he was led to a spacious room with a double-sized bed, a dresser, a small office table, and a connected bathroom with the works. You are staying here for now. Do not wander around and ring the bell if you need anything. She pointed at the small bell sitting on the table and left. Tired after the long day and the roller coaster of events, he walked over to the bed, fell face first into the pillows he briefly thought were clouds, and passed out without a second thought. Bonus story, Orderly Menace. There was only one NPC in the whole tomb that didn't answer to her, even if she outranked him, and it annoyed her to no end. Albedo glanced over a pile of recent complaints, intently speculating about how to resolve the situation. Maybe I should at least talk to him before bothering Loanes. But he was the one to give his son free rein. The thought that she would be a failure of an overseer if she pushed this issue to Ains didn't want to leave her agitated mind, even as the hours ticked by. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Sebas entered her office with a small stack of papers. Her expression instantly darkened. More. I'm afraid so. One from the head chef on. What did Pandora's actor do? Albedo interrupted the head butler with a frustrated scream, the butler more than used to it at this point as any perfect butler would when their mistress went off the rails. According to the head chef, someone had rearranged the pantry during the night and the morning service was in complete chaos because of it, delaying meal times of everyone for up to hours. He has added a colorfully detailed description of how he would like to strangle the perpetrator at the end of the report. Sebas explained in his usual calm tone while rearranging his collar at the sight of Albedo's growing fury. The moment he stopped talking, she slammed her fist into the table, nearly cracking it as several quills did snap. That's it. I'm going to murder him. She grabbed the reports from the table and snatched the remaining ones from the startled butler's hands, rushing out of the office. She quickly found the reason for her headache in one of the 9th floor corridors, rearranging flowers in the pot against the standard configuration accepted by the maids. Ah, Fräulein Albedo, good to see you. He addressed the succubus, oblivious to her murderous stare. What the hell are you doing? Do you think it's funny? She screamed at him, one step away from punching the doppelganger as papers crumpled. I'm unsure what you are referring to. If you do not like how I have arranged these flowers, we can agree or compromise on different configurations, he replied, none the wiser to her fury. Over 40 bloody complaints in just 2 days. Why are you changing things around? She got in Pandora's face with a snarl, all but grabbing the 3-holed soldier. Because father suggested that I find a way to improve the Great Tomb in a way I enjoy, and I enjoy giving more efficient and logical order to those around me, Pandora responded, lifting his hands into a defensive position. He may not be a dedicated fighter, but he was still level 100 and could hold his ground against the succubus. Her anger changed into confusion. With a much softer tone, she asked a follow-up question. Did Lord Ains tell you to do this? Yes, Pandora stopped. Although he was trying to improve the performance of the 9th floor, the results were clearly not going as expected after his calculations. Not wanting to put his father to any blame, he quickly added. There might have been some misunderstanding on my part. Then it would be for the best to clarify with Lord Ains what he had in mind, Albedo declared, and after confirming that Ains wasn't busy, she teleported herself and Pandora to his office. She quickly explained the situation and gave the folder with all the complaints to him, practically half a meter tall. All of the 9th floor is mad at him. Ains dropped the stack of paper to the table, feeling the calming effect of emotional suppression almost immediately. With a calmer mind, he could see where the problem arose and how to fix it. Pandora, as noble as your intentions were, you should have offered to help, not make changes of your own volition. People have their own sense of order, even if it may seem disorderly by your standards. I deeply apologize, Father. I will do better, Pandora replied with a deep bow, taking off his hat. Albedo, maybe he can be helping areas that are lacking. I think you'll have a better grasp than me of where his varied expertise could be best utilized. Nazarick is running at peak efficiency at the moment. But I should point out that my father is the only one without a direct assistant. His wife is serving as a secretary and planner, but she isn't directly involved in his work. What a wonderful suggestion, Stiefmutter. With your permission, Father, I will offer to assist Lord Tabula. Pandora saluted enthusiastically. Ains glanced at Albedo, whose right eye was twitching at being called a stepmother by his son. By all means her idea would resolve the problem of what Pandora could do long term, even if the execution was to her displeasure. But there was just one if. Ains resisted the urge to shudder at the thought of combining Tabula's unhinged drive for knowledge with Pandora's theatrics and Chunabu tendencies. This won't end well, I just know it. I agree. Tabula could use some help. The doppelganger practically teleported towards his newly assigned workplace, leaving Ains's office in an instant. Albedo used the opportunity of them being alone and quickly sat down in his lap, inquiring in a tired voice, can you please make him stop calling me his stepmother? I'll try, Ains replied, knowing that it was futile to try to change his son's quirks. Editing by Aiden_Low. Proofreading by Aiden_Low, Sleuthin, Visor Nixon, Sad_Smiles, Orodium, Sapphire_Drake, and Swiss. Anne. Thank you for reading the story, and if you have caught up to the latest chapter, you can check out my other work or join my Discord server, URL where additional chapters are available, or if you are interested in becoming a beta reader, gives access to chapters months ahead of regular readers. 2 comments 0 vote. Chapter 9 The God of Life and Death. Later that day, when Puro and Buku reunited with Lupus at Rantel's Adventurer Guild Hall, the entire city was in utter chaos. The city guards, corrupt as they were, had lost the initial skirmish with the overflowing undead and fled. The undead in their never-ending masses flooded from the graveyard into the city's residential district, massacring hundreds. The guild master, a burly-built gray-haired strong man with a handlebar mustache, was instructing some adventurer groups on the known disabling spots for the undead when he spotted the trio. The moment he saw Puro and Buku swing open the guild's doors, he beelined straight to them, the adventurers dispersing as he shooed them away. "Glad to see you two back. Is there any news about Enfire and the rest of the Swords of Darkness?" he asked, giving Lucrut an apologetic glance. "Through our perception abilities, we have found that Enfire has been kidnapped and is being used as some sort of conduit to summon the undead deep within the cemetery. He had some strange artifact on his head and was led into catacombs before we could intervene. We had to retreat and regroup to avoid being overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of the hordes of undead. There were just too many of them no matter how many we downed. There were a few guys in robes with obvious traces of magic surrounding them, so they're the likely culprits behind the mass undead summoning." Puro explained what he knew, intentionally avoiding mentioning the crazy blonde chick so no one would search for her. Given how sneaky she was in the assassinations, he doubted anybody would correlate her to the incident. "Artifact, you say? Then at least we know the source of the undead. You four, join the defense where you can and I'll send one of the Orichalcum teams to rescue the boy." Ainzok didn't wait for any sort of reply and quickly paced to the next team, barking orders. The man was busy and doing the best he could, taking command of the entire room once more as the few remaining receptionists dashed back and forth. "We have to make it to the center of the cemetery before Ains shows up," Buku declared in a hushed tone. "What is the plan?" Lupus asked timidly, trying to approach Puro from his right side. "We're getting to the fucks who kidnapped Enfire and killed our friends, then sending them straight to Neuronist. Then Ains will show up and do his grand show to end it once and for all," Puro replied. "Lord Puro, I apologize for my past behavior." She tried to apologize via message. "I overreacted in the heat of the moment. I am not mad at you. So, please forgive me if I scared you." Puro flashed her a reassuring smile. "She may be a sadistic psycho who sees all humans as less than dirt, but she's my adorable psycho. But I didn't realize that you cared for these humans, Lord Peroroncino. I should have known better." Closing curly bracket. By how droopy she looked, it was clear that his assurances didn't hit their mark. Resolved to deal with the situation later that night with some one-on-one time, he returned his mind to the task at hand as there were more pressing matters at the moment. Reaching the current front line didn't take long as they sprinted. The undead were rapidly gaining ground and pushing back the guards and adventurers who desperately tried to slow down the unrelenting tide of monsters, hurling whatever magic or long-range projectiles they could. The undead outnumbered the living defenders 10 to 1, overwhelming in numbers and never ending in their fight. For every skeleton or zombie cut down, burned, or blasted to bits, 3 more took its place. Those who fell while holding the line were refused the release of death, rising again to fight those they once knew. Every fallen ally meant another enemy, every fallen enemy meant more enemies to watch out for. While the undead ranks swelled, the humans were pushed back, making the undead pay for every inch. "Archers, concentrate on the lich," one of the more flamboyantly equipped guards shouted, pointing his shattered blade at a figure floating in the distance. With a cry, he picked a hammer off the ground and struck a skeleton, the cracked skull bursting into a fine powder. "That robe looks like it belonged to one of the cultists. Better take it out. It's got large quantities of magic," Buku messaged as they reached the front line. She quickly joined the defenders and drew her claymore from her back. Swinging the blade in wide arcs, she sent rotten limbs and yellowed bones flying, allowing the injured to fall back. Those who could still fight rallied around her, and fought with renewed vigor. Lupus, true to the role she was playing, began to triage the wounded, healing those on the brink whilst allowing others to heal any with less lethal wounds. Despite her aid, many passed before she could reach them. Puro drew his bow, and with one arrow knocked, shouted, "Lucy, bless this arrow. I'm going to make that asshole explode." Lupus cast the spell, and the lightly glowing arrow traveled hundreds of feet to the lich in mere seconds. The moment the arrow struck the rotten skull, a bright flash lit up the night as the lich was reduced to ash. "How are they only silver plates?" An adventurer shouts, deftly paring a rusted blade. "Those are the guys who fought off the wise king of the forest." Another shouted back, blocking a blow aimed at his neck. "Quit yapping. They're not here to save your sorry asses." A third shouted at them, sending a fireball toward the undead horde. A quick glance identified this adventurer as one of those who were being lectured before their arrival, hence how they knew. Ignoring the banter between the adventurers, Puro addressed the high-ranking city guard who was attempting to take control of the situation through orders. We're moving further in, I suggest using the opening we'll give you. Wait, what do you mean? You can't just charge in the sea of undead and hope to survive. The man tried to block his way, but Puro effortlessly leapt around him. While he sniped the most problematic targets from their positions and Buku held the immediate masses at bay, Lupus was clearing entire swaths of the undead farther off, bringing much-needed respite every few moments. Even holding back as much as they did wouldn't stop them from moving forward at a decent pace, silver rank be damned. They were here to rescue their comrade, defend the city, and win. Tens of minutes later, after repeated retreats and rallies, another wave of defenders arrived, giving them the momentum they needed to push the line. Lupus got another cleric to take her place, and charged after her masters, knowing they aimed to end this quickly. It wasn't long before they reached the cemetery wall, easily climbing over it. Predictably, the cemetery was packed full of all sorts of undead, forcing them to create a circular formation both around the perimeter and within, further straining their meager forces. Step by step, they inched closer to their target, knowing that Ains was waiting for just the right moment to show up. The undead army had to fall. The emergency meeting had been called for the most dire of reasons. The nearby city of Rantel, located in the southeastern segment of Estais, had been reported to be experiencing a mass outbreak of undead which had reached the point of a death spiral. The 6 cardinals and Pontifex Maximus gathered in the conference room as quickly as they could, faces haggard and robes hastily tossed on. They settled into their seats without going through the usual ritual of cleaning the room, for they were racing against the clocks. Yvonne, you may start, Pontifex declared, opening the meeting. The Bishop of Rantel contacted me half an hour ago and, as you all already know, sent a warning about the city being slowly overrun by the undead, he spoke while fixing his monocle. We need live updates of what is happening. Raymond, please call an astrologer, Zinedine stated. I contacted her 20 minutes ago. She should arrive any minute, Raymond replied as he suppressed a yawn, shifting in his seat. Surprise midnight meetings were never easy to get through, especially as they got older. It was not surprising that even the young and spry would be late. True to his word, the young woman arrived a few minutes later, trying to not look too grumpy. With a small quick bow that could be seen as a sign of mockery rather than genuine respect if it wasn't for the urgency behind it, she sat down in an offered seat. Not that she could be blamed for not being cheerful either after awakened in the middle of the night for an emergency mission. In her usual manner, she placed the recording crystals on the table together with a heavily scribbled in notepad and a worn-out pencil. Not only did she manage the crystals, but she also managed the notes regarding their output. Berenice quickly left the room and soon returned with a large cup of coffee, sliding it in front of Relzania. Here you go, dear. We need you to be as alert as possible right now. Thank you, Your Eminence, she replied, a bit startled at the gesture. She gratefully began chugging it down, knowing she would need it, no matter how bitter. Sure, the older woman always had a motherly vibe about her, but she usually was a lot more formal in such meetings, and thus appeared unapproachable. Relzania took a few more gulps before jump-starting the reconnaissance, her magic flowing once more. Please comment on what you see. And skip the titles. Time is of the essence. Pontifex urged her. A tense pause filled the air until Relzania spoke. An extremely large amount of lower-tier undead seemed to have been spotted in the city of Rantel, centralizing in the city's primary graveyard for non-nobility, and the guards and adventurers appear to be losing ground fast, Relzania stated. Do you see the source for it? It doesn't look like a natural occurrence even for death-filled places like Rantel, Zinedine asked. Trying to locate it. Is that? Yes, I believe I saw a lich in Zuranorn cultist robes, surrounded by higher-tier undead. Those blasphemers. Yvonne spat. Now it's clear what's going on. Wait a minute, is that? With a second or so of pause, Relzania, in a confused but disgusted voice, exclaimed, Clementine. They hadn't seen eye to eye from the first day they met. As someone who had trained all her life to notice even the smallest of details, Relzania saw through the psychotic woman's facade and thus avoided any of Clementine's attempts at being friendly, much to the latter's initial annoyance. By the 6, she and Zuranorn are working together. But how did they manage to use the crown of wisdom? Raymond asked no one in particular. Nobody had answers in response. It doesn't matter how they did it. What matters is their goal. Zinedine spat, stood up, and began pacing back and forth, lost in thought. They have created another spiral of death. And we won't be able to deploy the Black Scripture in time to stop it, he continued. The city is lost. A tragic loss of human life. But we must concentrate on what we can do, not on what has already happened, Pontifex stated, and motioned for the agitated cardinal to sit down. I will mobilize the Black Scripture, Raymond started to say but was interrupted by Relzania. A team of adventurers reached the cemetery wall. Silver plates, but at least adamantine level by their fighting abilities. Maybe even in the realm of heroes. They're leading the charge and are assisting the defenders in regaining ground. So there's a chance the fall of the Rantel could be prevented. Raymond remarked, perking up in a hopeful excitement. For a moment he stroked his chin, lost in thought. The opportunity to obtain new adamantine, possibly hero level, scripture members couldn't be wasted. I'll send recruiters tomorrow morning. Spare no expense. We can afford to overpay them. Leaving such talented individuals within that rotten kingdom is not an option, Pontifex declared, seconding the statement. It looks like the adventurers have almost reached the cultists and Clementine. Relzania continued to voice her observations as she held the recording crystal in one hand and scribbled down notes with the other. When her quill snapped from the frantic writing, a cardinal fetched her another. Let us pray that they succeed, Pontifex said, lowering his head into silent prayer, his peers joining him. Meter by meter, they got closer to the catacombs where Enfira was kept, and centimeter by centimeter, they approached the lich leading the assault. The floating elder lich holding a glowing orb in his hand had noticed their approach. You're too late. The death spiral cannot be stopped. He let out a cruel laugh, waving a hand as two new groups of skeletons appeared before him, swarming the group. Puro shot an arrow at him, but one of the lesser liches guarding the central one blocked it with its body. Without Lupus, magical blessing, the arrow didn't do much damage to the undead, and the lich simply pulled it out and dropped to the ground. Yap all you want, fucker, you're going down. Where's that blonde cunt who killed our friends? Puro shouted at him. Looking for lil old me? Clementine asked, stepping out of the shadows with a smirk on her face, the lich shifting to make room for her. She pulled out a stiletto from its sheath and licked it in a slow, sensual motion. You want to play? She continued in a tone of overplayed innocence. She's mine. You two can take the rest. Puro growled loudly and leapt after the woman through the parting sea of undead, leaving the others behind. They soon reached a secluded area with very few undead around, as if it had been reserved specifically for this fight. Clementine either had very quick message magic with the person behind the crown's undead utilization or had prearranged this arena knowing he would show up. You know, that girl till the very last moment insisted that someone would come and save her. You have no idea how good it felt to penetrate both her holes. Oh, how she screamed. Clementine let out a laugh while swinging a stiletto in her hand. You shall receive far worse than what you doled out. I can promise you won't die, no matter how much you beg for it when I'm done with you. Puro shot back. He placed his bow away and stood without any weapon in his hands, standing about 10 meters away from the clearly unstable woman. What the hell is he doing? Clementine observed the man carefully. Her instincts had put her on high alarm. It was clear that the trio that made their way through the hordes of undead were by no means weak, and likely could be placed on par with adamantine-level adventurers. But this man's attitude was odd. He left himself completely defenseless, which even adamantine-level adventurers wouldn't do after years of fighting experience. Anything could go wrong, after all. Is he insane? The momentary confusion ended just as quickly as it started. This man was clearly not treating her as any sort of threat, even going so far as yawning. Her playful demeanor all but melted away, leaving a cruel determination to make him pay for this insult. She had never been yawned at before during a fight, and she always held the reins. You think you can look down on me, the great Lady Clementine? She uttered in a cold tone. A low-life thrash calling herself a lady. That's rich. The man replied, letting out a mocking laugh. Noticing that he had gotten under her skin, he continued. You're too pathetic for me to take you seriously. But maybe I should give you one chance to get on your knees and beg for mercy. Do that and I won't torment you for long. She snarled at the man and spoke with her voice shaking as she tapped one stiletto against her hip armor. You're going to pay for that. You have no idea who you are messing with. She leaned down, assuming the position of a cat ready to charge her prey, and started to activate her martial arts buffs. She had quite a few, and she needed to be ready for anything. As much as she just wanted this man to suffer for his insults, her reasonable and battle-hardened side still forced her on edge and assumed that her opponent was at least equal to her. And she was not one to ignore her instincts screaming at her. Ability boost. Greater ability boost. Flow acceleration. Greater evasion. Invulnerable fortress. Pace of the wind. If you make me wait, I'll just kick you down before you can blink. The man continued to taunt, clearly waiting for her to finish in his arrogance. And just like that, she charged. She aimed to pierce both of the man's shoulders and render his arms useless. After that, not wanting to take any chances, she would do the same with his legs to ensure he was completely defenseless, not unlike how she took down the other adventurers that night. As she moved forward, fast as a crack of a whip, the man just stood there, waiting as ever, even had the audacity to look bored. Just a few more moments and she would get her satisfaction. Her two weapons swung like an extension of herself, aimed through the rings of the chainmail he was wearing. With her strength, she would easily tear apart even mithril chainmail, as she had before. This man's armor would be no different. After all, that's what piercing weapons are for. Yet the tips of her stilettos jolted to a stop just before reaching the armor. She felt an intense impact on her shoulder as her momentum was brought to a complete halt, something so foreign she blanked for a moment. It took a few seconds to register that the man was holding her arms by the edges of her gauntlets, as if she were as light as tissue paper. Clementine tried to yank them out, but found she could not free herself from the man's grasp, no matter how hard she tried. With a crunching sound, she felt the metal bend inwards toward her hands as the man tightened his grip. Clementine grunted in pain as bones cracked, and kicked the man between his legs. To her surprise, he continued to hold her, as if not even registering her brutal kick to the nether regions, a surefire spot to temporarily cripple the attention of any man. Then there was a snapping sound. Her hands were now bent at an odd angle just above the glove line, and continued to twist, centimeter by centimeter. Her blades fall from her limp grasp, and fall soundlessly into the dirt. She let out a scream as her body finally registered the intense pain of her forearms being broken like twigs. Her arms that she was so proud of, that had resisted violence for years, were little more than deadweight now. She thrashed in pain, her panic growing, and finally, after what seemed to be hours of agony, the man let her go. She plopped to the ground, her surprise evident at the man's grin. Choosing the only option she had, Clementine fled as fast as her legs could carry her. But even they failed her in the end. Another jolt of pain from her lower half, she was unable to quickly determine exactly where, and she lost her crucial footing, hitting the graveyard ground hard as she tumbled over herself. Her armor dented from the sheer force, bits and pieces flying off. After a half roll, she landed on her left side, barely managing to regain control of her lower limbs as she determined where the agony was radiating from. Her right knee was in agonizing pain. There was an arrowhead sticking out of the knee plate, meaning the arrow had gone clean through metal, leather, skin, muscle, tendon, and then bone, immobilizing the leg. Despite her broken forearms and pierced knee, Clementine tried to get up, letting out a pained grunt. With broken arms and her mobility kicking the bucket, she had to make a final stand against the monster of an adventurer. The man casually approached her and kicked her onto her back before she could retaliate, forcing her to collapse once more. "Fun, isn't it?" he asked rhetorically, and stomped on her left ankle, crushing it into splinters. Ordinary men would need massive mauls of heavy metal to do what he just did, especially when she had all her martial arts active. She only gritted her teeth in pain and shouted at him, determined to cuss him out. "Bastard," she shouted, her eyes betraying the fear she tried so hard to hide. "As I said, just a low-level thrash, nothing more," he taunted, leaning close to her as he traced her broken right arm. "You think you'll break me? Go fuck yourself, you dickless piece of shit," Clementine taunted, before trying to spit in his face. He moved out of the path of the projectile in a blur, kicking her in the lower back. A pain so intense she couldn't even scream flooded her body. A kick to the kidney is one of the most painful things a human can feel, a favorite trick of hers considering it didn't kill, allowing her to prolong her fun. How could this happen? I was so careful not to cross paths with strong fighters. She knew there would be no mercy for her. The man wanted revenge for tormenting those silver-plate adventurers, those friends of his, and there was no way out. In any other situation, I would normally want to prove you wrong, but I've got standards to follow, you know. Sticking it into garbage like you isn't worth it. He grabbed her face and pried her mouth open with 2 fingers, the skin of her cheeks tearing. She tried to kick her assailant, but felt another burst of pain as a movement she couldn't see resulted in a fractured femur. "How about I tear that tongue out, for how much you enjoy jabbering about how powerful you are?" With all her willpower, she managed to clamp her mouth shut as he reached for her tongue. Instead of feeling the man's fingers expectantly break between her teeth, she felt as if biting into a stone, feeling several of her own teeth crack instead. "You have a lot of fighting spirit, I give you that." The man forced her mouth open once more and seized one of her front teeth between his fingers. Realizing what he was about to do, she was quite familiar with the process after doing it in the past. She hollered the best she could in the current situation. "Wait. Stop. STHOOOOOPHH. Ignoring her plea, he pinged the tooth strong enough for it to crack and violently pulled it out. Blood flew as he tossed the tooth aside, his fingers akin to demons. She screamed again, quite hoarsely to the amusement of the adventurer. Soup. S. Joe Shik Bazar R. Road. I thought you liked that sort of thing. Tell me, how does it feel to be on the receiving end for once? He questioned, letting her go and tossing her aside as he grinned. What the hell or hhoo? She screamed the moment he let her go, holding back the waves of pain and depths of unconsciousness through sheer force of will. Oh, I can't believe I forgot to introduce myself. I am Puro Ool Gown, the god of murder. God. Player. I pissed off a player. She made the connection. As a former member of the Black Scripture, she knew about players appearing about once in a century, who wielded unfathomable abilities. That explained this man's unreasonable power. Wait, let's make a deal, she pleaded, spitting blood. Deal. You have nothing to offer me. Puro laughed in her face as he glanced upwards, as if waiting for something. And what could make even a player wait? He proceeded to grab her by her hair, lifting her up and turning her attention to a shadowed figure in the sky. Our playtime's over. The real show's about to begin. Puro then tossed her through a black void, the world turning dark. She hit a cold stone floor face first, saved only by impregnable fortress, which prevented her nose from being broken and her teeth knocked out. Her armor, however, shattered into fragments, and her blades clattered away. Hello little thing, allow me to welcome you to the prison of the glorious tomb of Nazareth. We're going to have a lot of fun here. Lord Puro made it clear he wanted me to do my absolute best. A female voice greeted her, barely audible through the tsunamis of agony screaming for her attention. Clementine glanced up, only to witness a huge, bloated figure resembling a drowned corpse with tentacles and heavy makeup approaching her. A creature of nightmares most minds would not withstand witnessing. Wait a minute, Nazareth, like the Nazareth, asked Clementine as her mind finally registered how terrible her mistake was. Not even the gods of her Black Scripture would ever heed her non-existent prayers for salvation, since not even they were able to conquer this cursed realm. Whatever or whoever that monster was, one thing was clear, it would be her next tormentor. While her brother left to deal with the despicable killer of their friends, Buku and Lupus confronted the elder lich, who was likely the head cultist behind the cult that started the death spiral which had killed hundreds, if not more. Not seeing a point to drag it out, she marched forward towards the figure while crushing any undead that got in her way. Her sword wasn't even needed. She ran, she punched, she bashed. Even the stronger undeads of the cemetery became little more than bone meal and dust under her fists. Lupus, as a dutiful support, kept up a shield that blocked all magic attacks the cultists threw at them with increasing agitation and frequency as Buku approached him. She even cast some of the newly learned strengthening buffs she had acquired while overhearing other adventurers. In order to stop them, the head lich frantically used the orb in his hand and summoned 2 skeletal dragons, tearing them from the graveyard as they rose in unison. His magic level dropped dramatically, but he continued to summon his undead. Kill them. He ordered the 2 massive beasts as the rest of the liches quickly got out of the way, fleeing to attack the other adventurers. Unfazed by this desperate attempt, Buku put a bit more power in her punches and shattered one dragon's skull with a jump, ending the other with a kick to the chin. For the first time during the whole encounter, Kajiat was in full-blown panic mode, despite his new undead form providing emotional dampening. He was running out of magic at this rate, his liches were being blasted left and right by the damned cleric, and his greatest undead had been obliterated in a single strike. It seemed that even if these very strong adventurers couldn't stop the death spiral, they would kill him and the other cultists to avenge their comrades. They kept rampaging onwards, ever onwards. As the plate-clad exotic-looking woman destroyed the second skeletal dragon, he shouted, "Even if you kill me, the ritual cannot be stopped anymore. I propose a deal." Deal. The only deal you get is to be stomped into the ground, the woman shouted back, tearing apart a massive undead with her bare hands, glaring at him. The undead was promptly turned into dust by the barrier magician behind her. Then this entire city will die. Let me leave with my armies, and you will have not only saved the city, but have saved the boy as well. His words clearly had no effect, if anything they had agitated her further. Suddenly, the woman blitzed far faster than before and tore through the last of his defenders, grabbing him by the neck and lifted him into the air. In panic, he blasted Grand Fireball in her face, but it had zero effect, despite the magician's barrier being too far for the close distance combat. She seized the orb out of his hands and slammed him into the ground, breaking his bones and tearing his robes. Hey Lupus, do you want to have some fun with this shit before the show starts? Of course. I will entertain him for a while, the priest responded with glee, and cast holy magic on the lich. His now undead form was extremely weak against such an attack, and he knew it. Even the numbed nerves of his decrepit body couldn't shield him from the seemingly endless pain. His fingers slacked, his mind focused entirely on trying not to be overwhelmed. His body was slowly burned away, bit by bit, as the priestess held him down and watched on with a sadistic smile. Kajiat gave orders to all undead under his command to save him, but not even one managed to get close as the plate-clad woman cut them down like grass. As his consciousness started to fade, he saw a figure appear in the sky. This figure radiated a presence he had not felt before, but one he had attempted to serve with wanton destruction. In my arrogance, I have angered one of the gods, was his last thought before the world went dark. The first order of business was to test Holy Nova, in a safe environment, to ensure its holy energies were manageable but still within safe parameters of debuff. Since the 6th floor of Nazareth had no undead or demonically aligned residents, there was no worry about accidentally hurting or killing anyone, and he had enough room to perform most spells with ease. Momonga, no, Ains, stood in the middle of the arena, dressed in a pearl-white robe with gold and black accents. He held in his left hand a mask that Ulbert had made. His shoes were pitch black, the buckles were the purest white. His many small trinkets were made of gold, a decision by Ulbert. This special mask he was attempting to place on was built to represent the duality he ruled over as God. Its right was golden with a white eye drawn on it while the left side was black with a red eye, representing his domains over life and death respectively. Behind him as always stood Rubedo, ever ready to assist if the situation called for her. But she was not the only observer, especially not with the stakes as high as they were. The few angels he had summoned had been called back for testing purposes, on them and on him. They would be the ones to tell if there was any taint in the spell he was about to cast, since the taint of the undead also worked in tandem against holy attribute magic if it was strong enough in-game. Lastly, as usual these days, the 2 floor guardians Aura and Mare were present as well as they snacked on jerky meat strips. The elven twins used every opportunity they could to watch him train or experiment, knowing there would be little opportunity afterward in the near future when everyone became more busy. While not strictly necessary to have around due to already knowing the effects of Holy Nova in-game, it wouldn't hurt to have 2 more second opinions regarding the grandeur of the spell from a distance. I guess there's no point dragging it out any further. I have less than half an hour before I need to show up over Irantel. He mused and activated the doppelganger ring, switching to his smaller human form. In this form, the physical pain was far lesser, especially for such a high-tier holy spell. In his undead form, merely casting this spell without defenses would be a surefire way to greatly injure him. He still vividly remembered the days of angelic players spamming this spell in unison, oftentimes forcing undead players to flee if they didn't have enough resistance through gear. After some mental preparation, he latched the mask onto his face and cast the spell, empowering it with the guesstimated amount of magical power needed. The entire floor shone with rays of brilliant golden lights, almost blinding him as the angels viewed on in apparent delight. The pain wasn't too unbearable, but he certainly wasn't looking forward to casting the spell once again as some of his smaller bones ached. The human fingers and toes were all but toasted, meaning he'd need some godly gloves, and his ears were slightly ringing. It worked. Since Rubedo was insistent on accompanying him, Ains cast on her perfect unknowable, completely hiding her presence. Even his friends wouldn't notice her unless they tried, and Momonga certainly only knew where she was because he was the one who cast the spell. Even if her concealment failed, he could pass her off as a unique type of angel, worst come to worst. The next thing he did just for this occasion was turn off all the always active and grinding passive anti-scrying and stealth effects and abilities, so all possible observers would see him. Momonga even activated several decoration-type abilities he normally never used unless he was making speeches to his old guild mates, to enhance the sparkles of his magic attacks and create a slight aura around him, for next to no mana cost. Lastly, he recited the speech one more time to refresh his memory and acclimate his human body to speaking it, and after a quick glance at the clock, he contacted Oriole. Are Buku and Puro in position? Closing curly bracket. Yes, Lord Ains. Both Lord Puro and Lady Buku have engaged with the main culprits. Closing curly bracket. It's time. He took a deep but ultimately unnecessary breath, since even in his human form his undead's intrinsic ability to breathe without lungs was in effect, and teleported to Irantel. He appeared about 100 meters above the graveyard engulfed in a golden aura. With a mass message spell, he contacted every human still alive, speaking directly into their minds. A nifty little spell that came from his days of being the guild leader, even if it was only used twice when intimidating armies of newbies. But with how low level this world seemed to be, he supposed it wasn't too different. These blasphemous actions of the godless mortals will not be tolerated. Witness the justice I bring, and know that I, the god of life and death, will not stand for such actions. Closing curly bracket. He spread his arms apart and cast a citywide, holy nova, robes billowing in the wind. A great magical light appeared around him. Apparently, Ulbert's rings had light enchantments. Most of the undead within the graveyard almost instantly disintegrated into dust, leaving only a few more powerful ones standing. Even they couldn't withstand the blinding golden light for long, dusting in moments. The miasma of undeath quickly faded away too, unable to withstand his godlike might. He remained for a few more moments where he was, hovering in the air as he watched Puro toss the blonde woman through a gate and run back into the catacombs. Buku, meanwhile, climbed out of a tomb carrying Nifria, who was still wearing the undead artifact upon his head. Lupus was just waiting for both of them, standing beside a dead lich as it crumbled away. With Buku, Puro, and Lupus waiting for him to make his move, he slowly descended, keeping an eye on the many guards and adventurers using the opportunity to charge to the graveyard in awe. Ains approached Buku in a dignified manner as crowds gathered around them. Everyone kept a safe distance, not wanting to provoke the being who eliminated virtually all the undead in a single fell swoop. If they could do it to the undead, they could likely do it to them too. Before deciding on what to do with the artifact on the boy's head, he cast an appraisal on it, needing more information. What Momonga saw wasn't ideal since he wanted to experiment with it, but caution was needed. If the crown of wisdom is removed, the boy's mind will be permanently damaged. I guess the only option is to get rid of it. He raised his arm and muttered, "Greater destroy item." The delicate crown turned into ash as Enfire let out a quiet whimper, but remained unconscious. A quick scan left no remains of the artifact behind. You three had shown great valor today. I offer my blessing to you, and to carry my name. He addressed the trio, projecting his voice as regally as he could. We will accept your blessing, Lord. Buku exclaimed, as she placed Enfire down and knelt before him. Puro and Lupus quickly joined her, almost in unison as they dropped their weapons. Ains waved his hand over them, casting greater full potential, for visual effect, even if it would do nothing to buff them. He even cast some light holy magic on their blades to emphasize their fighting abilities, having noticed the crowd shifting. Go on now, and continue to fight injustice, Ains stated, and was ready to depart when a man in a priest's robe broke through the crowd, panting. The man ran up to him and hastily bowed. He had a slight aura of having cast holy magic, or at least having attempted to, so Ains decided to give him a few seconds. Great God, I wish to know of you. We know only of 6 great gods and had not heard of you before, the priest spoke, sounding dignified despite his gasping. I am not one of the gods you worship. You may call me the god of life and death. It's not yet the time for mortals to know me fully. Ains replied and teleported away, releasing some basic light magic for glamour. Renner was about to retire to her bed when a late visitor came. Second Prince Zanak quickly walked in after Climb allowed him entrance and closed the door, leaving the 2 royals on their own. What happened between royals stayed between royals. Brother, why are you here at this hour? Did something happen? She asked, tilting her head as she fluffed up a pillow. My dear sister, I do have some important news. Rantel was almost consumed by the undead swarm, but according to reports a being calling himself the god of life and death appeared and cleansed the entire city, Zanak declared. Oh, you came to gossip. How wonderful, she giggled, come sit with me. Zanak made an expression as if he had smelled something rotten, and reluctantly joined her by the table. He knew his sibling. Can you drop the act? This is serious. I know how you really are. I don't know what you mean, dear brother, Renner innocently inquired, tilting her head further. Renner, I am not as stupid as our brother. I know what sort of monster you are, Zanak hissed through his teeth. So you noticed, what of it? Renner asked as her demeanor changed to her more natural one. What do you know about what happened in Rantel? As much as you do. Zanak leaned closer. It was someone from that researcher guild. Why are you playing dumb? Renner just picked up the teacup and took a sip, as if unperturbed by his accusation. It was her favorite bedtime tea, something she felt she'd need while conversing with the accusations being thrown her way. What are you trying to accomplish? She retorted back. Your behavior changed after that guild representative caused a scene. You know more than you pretend to. Zanak leaned back, picking up the cup as well. He took a large gulp and then spoke with confidence behind his tone. What did they offer to you? That boy. Are you going to sell your nation, your family for him? The 3 invisible succubi that were present in the room tensed up. The leader of the group took out a knife and sent a message to Renner. Lord Ulbert gave the order to keep your servitude secret. We will replace your brother. Closing curly bracket. Let me work. I will deal with this. Renner messaged back, ordering them to withdraw. The trio was sent both as her guards against other powers and to ensure she didn't mess up too badly. With each being, in terms of power, being equal to Gazef, they could deal with any possible threat easily. A mere second prince human with little to no practical battle experience compared to them stood no chance. We do not take orders from you, Renner. Closing curly bracket. Go on. Kill him then. I'll be sure to make a detailed report for our master about what happened after you offed one of my pawns. Renner sent a message with a clear implication that she would show what a mistake the succubus had made. Reluctantly, the demoness stepped back and continued to watch the scene. You think silence will accomplish anything? Zanak demanded after her lack of response. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what benefit you would have with this baseless accusation, Renner replied with a smile. Don't play around. You know what would happen if Barbo finds out, Zanak threatened, observing her reaction carefully. Renner's smile faded. Will you follow my lead? She asked the lead succubus. As long as he doesn't blow your cover. Closing curly bracket. Good. If I show 2 fingers with my left hand, put a knife to his neck. Closing curly bracket. What do you want? Renner responded harshly, as if she were giving up. I want to know what you plan for me. So you want to blackmail me? You think I will help you? Renner asked, her face twisting in a demonic expression, neither grin nor frown, but something in between. That is not what I meant. Those people are planning something big, and if you join them I want to know what you plan to do with me. You know my position, Zanak gulped, noticing that Renner was looking past his shoulder. There is someone in this room with us. But surely she wouldn't just kill me openly. So you have come to me hoping I can help you. How amusing. Tell me, where were you all these years? Renner queried coldly. You know what I did for you. Father didn't want to let you keep your toy. Zanak's voice grew more resolute. If she is one to kill me, so be it. What difference does it make which of my siblings does it? He knew very well that he was as good as dead when Barbo became the king. A brute like him would ensure there was no hope of opposition for scheming nobles and dissatisfied peasants. Until now, he considered Renner a monster in human skin whose only goal was to find a way to escape her inevitable political marriage at any cost while keeping her boy toy, who she kept on a short leash. But when her behavior changed after the mysterious man scared the ruling class of Re-Estais half to death, it wasn't hard to put together that she had been recruited to further their goals when she started making moves out of the blue. This entire conversation may have been a gambit made out of desperation, but it was better than nothing, the farce the siblings played regarding him. You seriously will claim credit for that? Renner inquired, intrigued. What else do you want? You know how our family is. I never went out of my way to make your life harder. Indeed. So you want to join me? I need to know what it entails first. That would be a no, brother. It's too late to ask such a question. Look me in the eyes and tell me if you want to join me or not. I will allow you to walk out of this room either way. Allow me. Zanak shuddered. What do you mean? Answer me. And do not even think you can lie. What will that entail? Zanak met her gaze with clear defiance. It will entail whatever it does. Yes or no? Yes. Good. Renner covertly revealed the sign for the succubus to act. Zanak instantly felt a razor-sharp blade on his throat and a soft voice whispering, don't make sudden moves. What is this? Zanak gasped and froze up, feeling his life pulsating as it never had before. A demonstration of how easy it will be to deal with you, should you betray or disappoint our new masters, Renner replied, casually taking another sip of her tea that had somehow refilled without her movement. It had likely been done while she focused on the entity holding a knife to her brother's throat. Now what? Renner motioned for him to be released and declared, now you do as I tell you. What should I do then? He questioned with a deep breath the moment he felt the blade being removed from his throat. Feed our idiot brother's ambition and delusions of grandeur whenever you can. He must do something unreasonable soon. That shouldn't be hard. He already thinks he is the God-given gift to the world, Zanak said. Then you are dismissed for now. I will give more instructions if something comes up, and appear as you are now, Renner stated casually, and motioned for him to leave her quarters. When Zanak left the room, the lead succubus revealed herself. Did you report your decision? Of course I did. You should put some trust in me. Being overly zealous won't do you any good. Renner said. Don't preach to me, girl. I am far older and more experienced than you. The succubus hissed. Oh, then why didn't you send one of yours after my brother? Renner smirked. She is so desperate to garner Lord Ulbert's favor. I can turn it against her if she impedes my work. Shadow demons can report his doings just fine. And if he goes out of line, with you not trusting my decision, I would assume you would want to make your own assurances. The succubus stared at Renner for a moment and then addressed one of her subordinates. Zelarda, follow the prince, but do not reveal yourself. You know, stepping on each other's toes won't benefit our masters. How about I follow your advice when necessary, and you let me do the general planning? I'm sure your expertise in the details will complement my scheming. Renner extended an olive branch with a smile. Agreed, the succubus answered, activating invisibility and vanishing again into the night. Content. Renner went to bed, reminding Climb to have a good night's sleep. Bonus story. Vision. As always, Nia Baraha was trailing behind the other cadets for the Order of Paladins as they trotted through the Paladin Order training grounds. It had been that way for weeks, and would continue for the near future as far as she could tell. As with every evening, everyone slogged through the uneven soil and stone toward the meditation chamber, an exhausting training session having worked their bodies to the brink. They wished for rest, and the instructors knew this, thus scheduling the meditation session immediately after. The instructors were brutally relentless, pushing their young bodies to their breaking points every day in their never-ending push for power and dedication. Even their meals were highly regulated, designed for maximal replenishment to ensure their high-quality practice the next day. Ranging from ages 12 to 19, all upcoming paladins needed to embrace such harsh training with determination and passion as the chosen warriors of their gods. It would prove their worth and strengthen them to become worthy, something most believers strived for in their daily lives but never attempted. Unlike everyone else, Nia walked alone. There were a lot of reasons for her being shunned and singled out by her peers, but the first and most obvious were her unusual eyes. It was just her born luck that instead of obtaining her mother's beautiful piercing blue eyes, she inherited her father's beady black eyes that even were slanted upwards, giving the impression that she was always glaring. The dark circles caused by exhaustion and lack of sleep made things even worse, further enhancing the darkness seemingly emanating from within her. It didn't matter that overall she was an attractive girl with a slender build, short blonde hair, and a pretty face that most would fall for. Those eyes always ruined the first impression, turning everyone she ever knew away. The second reason why other cadets generally avoided her was that she was the daughter of one of 9 Colors members, the most renowned heroes of Roble Holy Kingdom. Pavel Baraha, the Black Color, was a known hero who often clashed with paladins on the Great Wall, his reputation intimidating anyone who came near her. And then there was her mother, Asilia Baraha, a legendary paladin who once was the mentor of current Order Grand Master Remedios Custodio. Nobody wanted to piss off the current Grand Master by making one wrong move with her. In fear of showing favoritism that could result in them being dismissed for corruption, her tutors went extra hard on Nia, incidentally forcing everyone near her to undergo the same harsh treatment. Both her teachers and her student peers had reason to neglect her, and those reasons they utilized to the fullest in their self-justification. And the final one, if the first 2 reasons were not enough, was that Paladin Grandmaster Remedios had taken some unknown personal dislike to her, and used the young cadet as an emotional punching bag every time she was present in the training grounds. This maltreatment in the name of training only furthered her peers' fear of her as they worried about being given the same treatment by the overwhelming Grandmaster. Some even chipped in, aiming to score brownie points. She glanced at the figures ahead of her, and with a tired sigh, trudged forward. Is one friend too much to ask? She grimly mused, knowing it would be impossible. Most paladins met their lifelong friends and even spouses during their school years, which was known throughout the land. There were a few couples walking on their own holding hands, uniting in their daily suffering and recovery. A group of friends loudly discussed sword fighting techniques far ahead of her. A few others even whined to each other about hard training and how hungry they were. For a moment she paused and stared at the gates separating the training grounds from the rest of the world. She could just walk out and never return, freed from the endless abuse. No, I can't do that to Dad and Mother. She scolded herself. This thought of just running away ate at her harder each day, her mind slowly cracking under the pressure and temptation. But such thoughts were for cowards, and she was no coward. Entering the meditation chamber, she quickly sat down cross-legged on a stone plaque in a corner and closed her eyes. She was familiar with this, having it done many times, and today seemed to just be the same as the others. There were few people around her sitting in similar positions. Paying no mind to them, Nia took a few deep breaths as she entered a tranquil state. This deep meditation not only helped calm the mind, but gave the body the energy to repair and re-energize muscles, tested by decades of paladins in training. Usually, it was all that happened. Just listening to her own breath and feeling the peace. This was the one place she could avoid blatant discrimination, persecution, and borderline violation of those around her. But there was something different today. At first, there was this intangible feeling within her, centering around her abdomen. Then a point of bright light appeared in her darkened vision. The feeling of loving warmth radiated from this point. Yet she felt there was more underneath she could not grasp, more she could grasp. The tip of her meditational, metaphorical tongue. This point of light grew with each breath she took until it almost completely filled her mind. A vision. Trainers told us about those. Clear mind. Clear mind. Nia pushed the intrusive thoughts away, knowing this could be her breakthrough. Relax, young one. Let me guide you. Her thoughts sounded like a gentle woman's voice. Relax. Take deep breaths. Let me show you the god. The darkness flitted into the distance, and now she was standing in a sea of undead figures, a floating light beside her. The sudden fear almost made her open her eyes since the undead were a paladin's greatest enemy. But it was just a vision and could not hurt her in any way, and no recordings had ever shown a god harming people during visions. Confusion, yes. Abuse, no. Nia looked around and saw a masked figure floating in the air. The intangible feeling of longing grew a lot stronger. She wanted to know of this being. She wanted to bask in its light. Then the figure spoke in her mind. These blasphemous actions of the godless mortals will not be tolerated. Witness the justice I bring, and know that I, the God of life and death, will not stand for such actions. God's voice was deep and powerful, but soothing and inviting at the same time. Something she hadn't felt in months as she persevered through training, but something she found she desperately needed. A brilliant golden light momentarily blinded her, but once her sight returned there were no more undead around, only ashes and standing humans. God descended and destroyed a crown on the boy's head while blessing the heroes who had saved him. Just before the vision ended, God turned his head to look at her. Nia opened her eyes with an audible gasp. A few of her fellow cadets turned to glare at her but quickly returned to their meditation. They would have time to pick on her during mealtimes to make up for her audacity to interrupt their meditation. The tutor who was sitting in front of the cadets waved her over. Nia silently stood up and approached the man, who got on his feet as well and motioned her closer. Cadet Nia, what happened? The older man leaned in, asking with a whisper. I saw a vision, she replied in a whisper. The tutor led her to a smaller room, deeper inside the building, and asked her to retell the full vision while he wrote down every word she spoke. When it came to visions, details were incredibly important, particularly those remembered. Reliance on past divinations would have to fill in the gaps of what she couldn't remember. A strange vision, but it may just be symbolism you didn't understand. Clerics will make sense of it and contact you if there's any significance to what you saw. The man stated. She was sent back to the meditation chamber, and the rest of her meditation time was the usual affair. Save for feeling that she saw something significant, there wasn't much she could do about it at the moment, after all. Editing by Aiden_Low. Proofreading by Aiden_Low, Detract, Atero, Swiss, Sad_Smiles, Orodium, Sapphire_Drake, Light Flawn, and Sleuthin. Anne. Thank you for reading the story, and if you have caught up to the latest chapter, you can check out my other work or join my Discord server, URL where additional chapters are available, or if you are interested in becoming a beta reader gives access to chapters months ahead of regular readers.